2, 1, 2. Welcome and good morning to the Dogpatch Studios in beautiful San Francisco. We're here for Hello Self-Writing Internet, the event of the day, the event of the year, and everyone in San Francisco has got this great energy to it, a lot of excitement in the city. My name is Kyle Langham. I have the privilege to be your host for this live stream today, and I'm so excited. A lot of energy here in the room. On behalf of the Definity Foundation, I want to personally just thank you for joining us today, not just for this event, but what we believe is going to be the start of the future of the internet, one that returns back to self-sovereignty and decentralization, the original vision of what everyone had when we were designing the internet way back in the 90s. So today we have a full-packed agenda. I have the main stage over here to my right. There you're going to see a lot of AI experts coming to the stage, both from the technical side as well as from the investment side, here to talk about that future of the internet. We're going to also have what everyone is hoping for, the Caffeine demos. You're going to see some features and elements that you had not seen before, and those are going to be brought to us by Dominic Williams. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's talk first about what's going to happen on the main stage. The majority of this live stream is going to be focused on the main stage. So you're going to get to see not one, not two, but three demos from Dominic Williams, President and Chief Scientist of the Definity Foundation. You're also going to hear from experts from Anthropic and Nexus, as well as other major leaders within the San Francisco area, the Silicon Valley area, regarding the future of AI and how the self-writing internet plays into it. You'll learn a lot more about what the self-writing internet is, a lot more of what Caffeine is. We're going to have panels to talk about. After the first demo from Dom, we'll see a panel on AI investment, and you'll hear some from leaders in the space of how the self-writing internet will play out in AI investment. You're also going to hear about AI scalability. We're going to talk about the past, the present, and the future of the internet. I think what you're going to start to see is that the past of what the vision of the internet was in the past is really what the vision of the AI is for the future, and how that all plays out. Really excited for that panel. And then we're going to end, as every AI conversation should, on the guardrails and security to ensure safety in this new world of AI. Now, don't let me get too ahead of myself. Let's start with some housekeeping on this live stream. We're going for about 9 hours worth of content from the main stage. There'll be some breaks. During those breaks, I'll join you guys. I'm going to show you the other things happening around Dogpatch Studios. Really excited to show you what else is happening here. In addition to that, feel free to comment in the YouTube or the X live stream. We're going to be reading those throughout the day. I want to be reading those. If you have questions, if you have accolades, if there's certain things you want to see in the future of the internet, put those in the comments. I'm going to be bringing those onto camera in these breaks and addressing some of them as we start to see them. Also, of course, share, like, repost. Let's get the word out about this live stream. As I said, Dominic Williams is going to take the stage in about 10 minutes for the first demo to start the day. In addition to that, we have some amazing activities going on within Dogpatch here. We have these experience pods, which I'm going to show you behind the scenes during one of the breaks. These experience pods are places where all the participants here, all the event goers are going to be able to go, try out Caffeine, bring your own prompt, see what Caffeine is capable of. So really a lot of excitement over there. I can already see people queuing up to try this out. But that's not it. There's also a hackathon happening on the second floor here. Really unique opportunity. But I don't want you to hear it from me. I want to see if I can get my friend Javier on up here. Javi, come on, join me. All right, Javi, give a quick intro of who you are.
Yes, I'm Javier Arroyo. I'm the hub leader of ICP Hub Canada in the US, and also the partner of Quantum Leap Labs, the first venture studio in North America, to focus on ICP and support projects and also like different founders to build on the ICP.
Now, I went up to the second floor about 30 minutes ago. It's packed. It's packed with hackathon participants. How many people are up there? And give me some background. Are these technical people? Are these people from the community?
Yeah, for sure. In total, we have 100 hackers with 2 different tracks, non-technical and technical. Of course, there are more people there, but participating only 100 people. That we try to limit it to 100. And there is 2 different tracks, non-technical 50 people, and then technical another 50. We have a lot of different backgrounds. Of course, the technical people, there are some guys from the ICP ecosystem, some Motoko builders, Rust builders, TypeScript, Python. And then as well, we have the non-track or the non-technical track that is more focused in build whatever you want to build, of course, right? And these people, of course, we have different universities jumping in Berkeley, Stanford. We have as well people that are in the marketing, in the different industries, also in media as well. And it's really good because they have a huge opportunity to build first time and feel like a builder, right? Yeah, that's really nice in my opinion. Yeah.
I love that. Like, Caffeine is for everyone, and so I love the fact that you have this non-technical track. Now, a vibe coding hackathon has got to be different than what we traditionally think of a hackathon, where a bunch of software developers come and they start building. Walk me through how a Caffeine hackathon is fundamentally different than a traditional hackathon.
Of course, yeah. First of all, it's the first time that happens in the world. You know, like the self-writing internet coding is the first time that happens in a hackathon. This is something historical, 15th of July. I think everyone should remember this date, right? And then the second thing for Caffeine AI, you can build a full stack, front end, back end, everything in the canisters. Is really cool, right? Because you don't need to be a builder to build something on ICP. If you have your dream project, right, or dream idea, just build it. Just explain to Caffeine, and then Caffeine build for you. And this is something special. Me, for example, I have a background in finance and economics, right? Yeah. If I can have my dream project and then ask Caffeine, hey, I want to build this, and then prompt it and immediately have the coding and everything to build, it's an amazing experience. It's something unique in the world, and I'm super excited to see what kind of ideas and what kind of people are building. It's really amazing, yeah.
Yeah, I love that idea that creativity is actually at a premium. It puts anyone with a unique and novel idea on equal footing, or maybe even better footing than somebody who has deeper technological skills, right? So do you imagine that this is going to be mostly I guess give me some ideas of types of apps or markets that people might be building. You mentioned academia and stuff.
Oh yeah, for example, there is one thing that is really interesting for ICP Hub Canada in the US. We are collaborating with a lot of universities and have the certifications, right, for different bachelors, masters, and you can build this in Caffeine. It's really cool. I think this kind of certifications is something I really have passion about. Okay, what kind of things they can build, right? Or any kind of marketplaces. I saw Dom as well in his presentation, in his demo, build a website entirely as a tennis coach, right? Okay, you can book these courts, you can book what time you want to play. All these things build it in 5 minutes. It's amazing. Imagine if you spend 2 days or 3 days building, right? Yeah. You can magically build anything, and this is the magic of Caffeine. Yeah. Are
these participants competing for any prizes?
Yeah, we have 2 tracks for non-technical and technical. We have 3 different prizes: $25,000, $15,000, and then $7.5 for both. Yeah, and they are competing totally different, right? Because if not, it's not fair, right? For non-technical and technical, of course, there are some people that are strong in ICP, others not, and that's why we separate into different tracks. Yeah, but it's huge chances to win because it's 50 people each track, and we have 3 prizes. Almost you have 10% of chances to win, right? This is really cool. Yeah.
I love it. Javier, thank you so much for your time. Yeah, Thanks for stopping by. We'll probably check in later. We're going to, for the people watching on the live stream, you're going to get a chance to talk with some of the participants in the hackathon, learn more about it. If there's prizes, let me bring up actually Radu, because if there's prizes, that means there's judging. And so I'm interested in, thank you, Javi. Yeah. Come on up, Radu. Hey, man. It's good to see you. Same here. So if there's prizes, there's got to be judging. What makes for a good hackathon participation in a Caffeine world?
Thanks. First of all, thanks for having me. So I think the first and foremost is the novelty factor, right? So we're looking to see how people are utilizing this new tool to build new stuff, right? Then we're also looking at the creativity, how they're pushing the boundaries of Caffeine in general and of basically the design space that we currently have for the apps in general. Then we're looking at how easy the user interface is for people, because another aspect of Caffeine is that this is meant for people to build not necessarily dApps in the current sense, but also apps, right, that can interact in the real world. So how easy to use is that specific app? And then of course we also look at the, let's say, the technical depth. How much have they actually pushed Caffeine to develop? How many features have they implemented? How complex those features are? So I would say it's a broad spectrum of things that we're looking at when we're evaluating the apps and the submissions.
I love it. Do you anticipate everything to be an app, or do you anticipate maybe there's some web services that might get built today?
I don't anticipate anything. I'm looking to be surprised, to be honest. That's I actually looking forward to being surprised by the participants, and by the looks of it, from what I've seen in the room, I'm sure we'll be surprised, and they will create and they will build stuff that we don't imagine.
Now, you walked around the room upstairs. Give me a sense. Is it people from the ICP community? Is it people from outside the ICP community?
What's very nice is that although I recognize some faces, there are lots of new faces as well. So I think this shows Caffeine's capability of pushing the boundaries of our existing community and helping our existing community actually go beyond the current borders and reach out to new people, new developers, and new people that just want to use and create and take ownership of their data or their development process.
I love it. Radu, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And we'll be checking in with you later today about how things are going on upstairs. Thank you so much. So I want to, as we get ready, I think Dom is going to take the stage in just a few minutes here. Super excited to see this first demo. And again, I think keep your eye out for specific features and elements of Caffeine that you haven't seen before. If you're not familiar, if this is your first time tuning in to a Definity live stream on the topic of Caffeine or the topic of the self-writing internet, I'll just give you a quick background, which is just Caffeine is a platform where anyone can build and deploy their application. It is the first of its kind that actually allows a non-technical person to just prompt an LLM, build me the code, and deploy it onto the internet, and then allows them to continue to evolve that app over time. We believe it's going to democratize software development, and you can almost imagine the number of developers that this opens up to where anyone with a novel idea can get it built, get it evolved, and then hopefully it supercharges economic activity around marketing and education and all these types of services that are going to be needed in this new self-writing internet world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you guys at the next break, and thank you so much for your time.
What if you could create and evolve websites and applications just by talking? For decades, we built the internet by hand. Code, servers, big tech. Then came AI, and it changed how we imagine building. Now we're unlocking the next paradigm, where AI doesn't just help write code, it builds and updates running web apps in real time. This only works on a new kind of internet, one that's secure by default, real-time by design, and sovereign at its core. You own what you create. With Caffeine, you can prompt AI to build any website or web app, deploy code, add functionality, and upgrade software instantly, without writing any code, touching a server, or configuring a thing. Websites that live, that adapt, that evolve at the speed of conversation. Caffeine.ai. Say hello to the self-writing internet.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Some of you have been here longer than others. If you joined for the hackathon opening, you've been here since 8 a.m. We're very, very happy to have you. Welcome to a day dedicated to saying hello to the self-writing internet. I get to give you a bit of background logistics with regards to how the day is structured, where you'll find different things. This is a fairly large campus to navigate. So some key logistics. You're currently located on the first floor. Here we, of course, have the main stage area. We also have the experience pods in the back, where over the course of the day, during the various breaks that we'll take, you'll have the opportunity to go and test Caffeine for yourselves. You'll have individual stations manned by different team members. If you run into any questions, problems, etc., they're there to help. So please do make sure to make ample use of the pods in the back. We also have various fueling stations to make sure you stay hydrated and snack happy throughout the day, located right here. And then, of course, we have the outdoor networking area for you to go and enjoy and visit throughout the day as well. I mentioned before, on the second floor, we've had our hackathon participants hacking away since 8 a.m. this morning. They'll be joining us later today in order to share the wonderful things that they've built over the course of the day, and just a general code of conduct that I get to share with everyone in the room. We have structured the day to make sure that you only have to give us your attention for 60 to 90 minutes at a time, and then you have ample opportunity to go and network and chat with everyone in the room. So while we have main stage program happening, we do ask for your consideration in order to make sure that the wonderful experts who have taken their time to share their insights over the course of the day are able to do so in a pleasant setting. So without further ado, I get to bring onto stage for his very first opening keynote, giving us all an introduction to the self-writing internet, the man, the myth, the legend. He's already waiting in the wings. Let's give a very warm welcome to Dominic Williams, founder and chief scientist of the Definity Foundation.
Oh. Am I on? I am on. Good. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. We got a great event lined up for you today, and I think this is a new paradigm you're going to see, and it's exciting. Before getting into that and talking about it, I just want to say thank you, first of all, to everyone that's been working behind the scenes on Caffeine. So the backstory is probably this event should have taken place in about a month's time, and for a bunch of scheduling reasons, we sort of brought it forward. So it's been very intense. But here we are, and thanks for coming. So let's get going. All right. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Dominic Williams, founder and chief scientist of Definity Foundation. Definity is actually a non-profit organization. But we got some commercial spin-outs coming in areas such as self-writing. And the mission of Definity is really to make compute secure, resilient, and sovereign, and also to enable the self-writing internet, which plays into those goals. 250 team members worldwide, was at a split between the US and Switzerland. And come from a mix of backgrounds, oftentimes big tech, but also some people like me from early days of crypto. So the big step, I think, with the self-writing internet and self-writing apps more specifically is that in the future, and really now with this technology, app development is a conversation. So this is really something very different to what we're seeing today with vibe coding or traditional development. So to sort of put this in context, I want to cover the 4 ways that you can create internet functionality in the form of apps and services. So internet, of course, modern internet came into being in I think, January the 1st, 1983. Back in the early days, the only way to build something on the internet, obviously, was craft coding, as we call it now. And craft coding involves a human being with a keyboard typing out code. And the internet went through various phases. So to begin with, when you created an internet app, you coded the low-level protocols. So that's actually how I started. I started writing in C and creating and managing sockets and things like that that today people don't really think about anymore. Then along came HTTP and the web, and that kicked off a whole revolution and began this kind of exponential growth of the internet. But there were further revolutions that followed. Then there was mobile, then there was cloud, and that kind of changed how we built things on the back end. And now, of course, more recently, perhaps the most profound and accelerative revolution of all, we've gained access to these really powerful AI models. So 2 years ago, 2023, along came, right, the clicker, thank you. There is one, thanks. Along came Cursor. And that kicked off a whole new, maybe it doesn't work. It's all right, it's all good. That kicked off a whole new paradigm, if you like, vibe coding. And now with vibe coding, you still have an engineer who's typing out code on his keyboard, but in addition to that, the engineer can issue natural language instructions to AI. And with vibe coding, it's those instructions tend to be in the form like, rewrite this function, something like that. So the latest paradigm is self-writing. And that kind of starts about now. And the change with self-writing is that the entire app lifecycle is a conversation. So rather than having an engineer typing code at a keyboard, you can have a completely non-technical person or a technical person just interacting with AI in a conversation, which is triggering successive updates of the app and successive deploys of the app almost on a continual basis at sort of chat speed. Of course, anyone could implement a self-writing paradigm platform, but today we're going to be talking about the way we've done it, which is this platform called Caffeine, which has an ensemble of AIs inside. The AI writes to the writes code in a language that's specialized for AI called Motoko, and that's that kind of friendly ghost icon you see. And then it's deploying it to ICP-based networks, in this case, the public incarnation of ICP called the Internet Computer. And we'll get to the reasons for that later. So I think what's probably going to be the case with most self-writing platforms going forward is that they utilize new tech stacks that are specialized to support self-writing. Because, in fact, AI, of course, has become very good at coding, but it's not a human. AI is an embodiment of human spirits in a kind of stochastic way, currently at least. And it has its own idiosyncrasies. And in fact, within the context of something like self-writing, it's being asked to do something that no human can do. It's writing code very quickly, and it's also updating and migrating running systems almost in real time. So the best way to do that is to provide AI with a tech stack that is specialized for the needs of self-writing as opposed to vibe coding, which is using a traditional tech stack, or craft coding. So, yeah, there we go. Now, you might be wondering, this obviously I mentioned there are 4 ways. Before moving on, I should say that these different paradigms are going to coexist. I don't think craft coding is going to die. I hope not, because I've spent many decades writing code. I think there are always going to be cases where, maybe for reasons of trust, a human being has to write the code. I think probably in the future there won't be much pure craft coding. It'll generally be vibe coding. But these things will coexist with self-writing, and in fact, with Caffeine, we will open up hooks that enable it to be used in a vibe coding pattern. And of course, there are APIs on the internet computer that any craft coder can use. So just to be clear, none of that's going away. But you might be wondering what the 4th paradigm is. And it's what we call the fluid web. And you can get a hint of what the fluid web will be by looking at something like Perplexity, which is kind of like a search engine, but it kind of combines all these different sources of data and makes kind of a new informational resource for you. If you can imagine the equivalent of that for functionality, where AI is just generating the user experience on the fly, and that user experience can incorporate and combine functionality from lots of different apps. I mean, if you wanted, you could create a layer, and you could turn the entire existing web into a sort of library of microservices or something, right? And then you could have an AI layer over the top of that on the fly combines that functionality and creates a user experience for you. Like, for example, if you want to book a flight, it could create your own version of Kayak, but with some more telemetry, giving you indications what's the best price and so on. Okay, so let's get back to self-writing. So I think one of the really important things for me is that self-writing app lifecycles can be smartphone conversations. And that's why on either side of this main stage, you can see 2 screens that are feeding off a phone I've got here on the podium with me. Smartphone penetration is incredible. So by 2022, 82% of the US population was a smartphone owner. And this is a staggering level of penetration if you think about it, because it shows that even older generations have sort of given in and ended up with smartphones. In fact, my mother, she held out until about 10 years ago with a Nokia. At some point, I think my sister forced her to get an iPhone. And there are almost 1 billion smartphone users in China. So extraordinary number of people that can engage in creating self-writing apps. And as one of these charts mentions, there are now more phones than people in the world. So self-writing will democratize app creation and app ownership at an absolutely massive scale. And let's try and put this in perspective from the perspective of developers, as I'm sure many of you are. Within the field of Web3, there are only 35,000 specialized engineers. It's probably why so much of Web3 is stuck in the mode of creating meme coins and things like that, right? The shortage of people developing more meaningful tech utility. Worldwide, there are about 15 million. I mean, no one can know the exact number, but this is the best I could get online. 15 million full-stack engineers. But there are 5 billion people with internet-connected smartphones who could be tomorrow's engineers because they're able to communicate in natural language and interact and engage in these conversations. And essentially, in the future, natural language alone will unlock sort of tech team superpowers. So I think the important point is it's not just that you're being a better engineer as you are with vibe coding. In the future, you're going to have a conversation with self-writing platforms. Under the skin, it'll be an ensemble of different AI models. And they're going to act as a complete tech team. But it's going to be very transparent for the user. I mean, they're just going to have this conversation and things are going to work. And that's what self-writing for us. Now, what does this mean? Like, how will this change the world? Well, I mean, first of all, I think whenever you get a new paradigm, you get a new tech stack. And if you think back to the early days of smartphones, I actually had a device called an XDA, a Microsoft XDA, back in like 2001, I think, or 2002. I'm getting lost, but maybe it's later. But long story, it was after the dot-com crash, and I ended up brokering a sale of these phones to Cantor Fitzgerald, about 1,000 of them. Anyway, this smartphone is about that big, actually had sat-nav on it and stuff like that. But you know, in the end, like, Microsoft lost the smartphone race because a smartphone is a new paradigm and it needed a new tech stack. And the built-for-purpose tech stacks were the ones that won out. So, of course, in the end, we got Android and iOS and so on. So that's one way that self-writing will change the world. We're going to see new tech stacks, as you're going to see today, that are really being built for AI as much as they're being built for humans. They're being built to support self-writing. But there's more to it than that. It's going to enable new online paradigms. So there's this great quote that I love from Steve Jobs, and he said, what's important is that you have faith in people, that they're basically good and smart, and if you give them tools, they'll do wonderful things with them. So what happens when you put these kind of incredibly powerful tools in the hands of the everyday person? So here's one of my guesses. It's called hyperlocal social media. Hyperlocal social media, of course, is something like a social network that you create for your extended family that has functionality you couldn't do with a public social network and maybe a whole lot of special features. So here you go.
I created a hyperlocal social network for my family. My dad posted a dancing video. My sister and I added giant emoji reactions to the video.
So Yeah, we'll see that kind of thing. And look, I mean, why? Because, I mean, you couldn't have Instagram where people could come and put great big, huge emoji reactions on your photos. It would be defaced. But within the context of an extended family, you could do that. And, you know, here a tween daughter can put giant, stupid emojis on her dad's dad dancing video, and it's all good. Okay, so that's one thing. Here's another thing I think we'll see, hyperlocal esports. Actually, one of the problems with esports generally is it's very difficult to prevent people cheating. That's why it's often done in stadiums. You know, it's very easy to hack it. And one of the biggest problems with, you know, public game servers, things like Call of Duty, is there's all these bots, and it's kind of unfair. And this really makes it very difficult to create esports where you might have like a cash prize or a Bitcoin prize or something like that. But if you're just doing it with your mates and you're creating the, you know, the esports, the hyper-local esports platform for yourself.
I created a hyper-local esports system for me and my pals. We compete playing browser-based games for a Bitcoin pot.
Possible, right? That's another example, I think, of the way things are going to change in the future. The way we see the internet will change. So those are really consumer examples. I think it's heartening to see that, you know, the evolution of the web and the internet and the paradigms that exist hasn't really ossified in the way that we might imagine. It's probably only just getting started. The enterprise, of course, is going to make huge gains in terms of efficiency and velocity. So here's a kind of breakdown. Entrepreneur startup, one-person startup. I mean, you've probably heard a lot about that. I think the one-person startup meme is actually very real. Startup from the developing world. Like, that's a big deal. Like, I mean, I lived in Silicon Valley and Palo Alto for many years, and I can tell you it's much, much easier being an entrepreneur in Silicon Valley than it is in London, where I came from originally. If you're in the developing world, I mean, very difficult to be a startup entrepreneur. But these kind of tools are going to help people. They're going to democratize access to the tech economy and bring a lot of new talent in. Even if you've got a big team here, you're going to get more velocity. You could use it for personal branding and community, like create yourself a personal branding website and some kind of like social media attached to it. You can use it to design advanced Web3 functionality. So one of the interesting things with the Internet Computer is it's powered by a lot of, it's a mathematically created platform, and it's got a lot of very interesting cryptography inside, so it can interact with Web3 blockchains trustlessly, so you can do that. SME, I mean, e-commerce website, tennis booking session. But then you get into the NGO space, and you can imagine it, refugee assistance, a school district fundraising project, but also within the corporate and government environment, there's a lot of applications. And we've been doing early demos to governmental agencies, and they're very interested. Because of course it's really hard for them to develop stuff. So there's the obvious applications like CRM and ERP and workflow management and intranet portals. But you can also give like departments a certain level of independence. So we've really been talking about self-writing apps. For us, the self-writing internet is the self-writing app paradigm, which could be built using a sort of dedicated new stack, which is more traditional. But for us, the self-writing internet involves sovereign apps too. So this is how we've done it. I mentioned before, you know, I work at Definity, and there's a network called the Internet Computer. Huge amount of R&D work's gone into creating this over many, many years. And it's a public decentralized network that creates a kind of cloud. Too much to go into the details, but essentially it combines like a giant virtual execution environment with a mathematically secure protocol. And that mathematically secure protocol actually combines machines, specialized machines called node machines that run all over the world, by independent parties called node providers. And so to recap, what you're going to see today is you've got the internet computer, talk in natural language to the internet computer, like I want the app to do this, I want the app to do that, and just keep upgrading it by continuing the conversation. And Caffeine is going to be coding and managing that app on the internet computer. And then the app is going to be available on a URL. Without getting into the weeds now, you basically update it in draft mode, and then when you're happy, you kind of push it live, and there's a kind of fluidity to the way this works, and the AI can kind of meld different code bases, as you're going to see. Now, a few people have asked is, well, what if I'm from a corporate or government background and I don't want to deploy an app to the internet computer? Well, the answer is there's a product coming called Utopia. Utopia is actually an acronym for Unstoppable, Tamper-Proof, Open Platform for Independent Autonomy. That's why it's called Utopia. And it enables you to create like a private internet computer, and you can just run that over existing cloud services if you want. Or alternatively, your own dedicated hardware if that's important and you want to make sure that everything's under your complete control. That's it. I think I was going to, in the future, the internet will be self-writing. And today, you're going to get some real cool demos from me with some more technical details on some of the ways that we've achieved the advances we have. I'm talking about something called enhanced orthogonal persistence. So we've got this new computer language that essentially collapses the distance between logic and data. Actually, it's a great simplification of software. It's just got a horribly technical sounding name, unfortunately. I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to show you how we can build things just by talking, and then try and as well back up into how exactly that's working, and how this magic's being achieved. Okay, so I'll see you all later, hopefully. Thanks very much. Thanks.
All right, so you've gotten a bit of a theoretical introduction to the self-writing internet. You'll see them setting up for the very first panel right behind me. Of course, AI has been the inescapable topic of the last couple of months, not just in the media landscape, but of course also in VC boardrooms. As such, it makes a lot of sense that our very first panel discussion of the day takes a closer look at exactly how the AI investment landscape is shaping up. Our first discussion is fittingly entitled From Seed to Singularity, Charting the Next Frontier in AI Investment. This particular session is moderated by Definity's very own Jason Gao, Ecosystem and Strategic Partnerships at Definity Foundation. He is joined on stage by Dr. Sue Zhu, Managing Partner at Amino Capital, Kumar Dandapani, Managing Partner at Cadenza, and Jing Sheng, AI Investment Director at Easy Labs. Let's give them a very warm welcome as they take the stage.
Okay, good morning, everyone. How's everyone today? Did you enjoy the keynote? Yeah. Okay, very cool. So I can see from many of the eyes here, I think many of us are very into, or the reason that we're here is really for true technology innovations. So we just heard about this amazing keynote from Dom, and we know, one more kind of very exciting product coming from the innovation. But when we talk about technology innovation, venture capital and investment oftentimes play a very significant role, actually taking products through what we call the valley of the death and help them to grow and commercialize and reach to the market. So we're very happy to bring you this panel discussion today. And I'm delighted to be joined by 3 experienced venture capital investors to share their opinions and their stories about technology and AI. So let's start with a round of introduction with all of them. So let's maybe start with the far end. Kumar, please go ahead.
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks for setting up such a compelling event. My name is Kumar Dandapani. I'm the co-founder and managing partner at Cadenza. We are an early stage venture fund, run a series of venture funds split between New York and San Francisco. I'm based here in San Francisco. Myself, I'm an engineer by training and disposition, but spent most of my career in financial services. I was a trader and a quant at a few hedge funds in my 20s, and then somehow ended up in venture capital here too. Our origins for Cadenza are mostly, we're in crypto, so we got into crypto fairly early, and I was an employee, we're part of BitMEX, which you may have heard of, and recently, we got into AI relatively early as well, mostly at the infrastructure layer. So we were early investors in the seed round of Together.ai, as well as TensorWave and Noose Research. So mostly focused on picks and shovels relating to AI, and the development of Caffeine, I think, is a pretty compelling avenue for that we're looking to explore as well. So that's kind of who I am and who we are.
Thank you. Jing, please.
Hi, my name is Jing. I'm an investment director at Easy Labs. I lead the AI investment there. So Easy Labs is a successor of Binance Labs. We rebranded and operate independently right now and expand our investment from Web3 to AI and biotech. A little bit about my background. I did my PhD at Stanford doing neuroscience and computer vision research, basically developed tools for neuroscientists to analyze high-resolution images. And then later on, I spent 6 years at Google doing computer vision applications, ranking models, and also did a bit of Gemini post-training and evaluation before coming here.
Very hardcore. Thank you, Jing. Sue, please.
Thank you, Jason, for having us. Thank you, Dominic, for the very big vision of Caffeine. Super exciting to be here. I'm one of the partners at Amino Capital. Before Amino, I was a PhD postdoc at Stanford as well. And then I was CEO of 2 laboratory spin-offs, SciC and Candy House. And I joined Amino 2013. And our focus has been large data plus algorithm plus products, which is the promise of AI. And we actually were first money into a company like Chime Bank, the Asian grocery shoppings, Rapid, and Webflow, Rippling. But there are a lot of data which is super precious. And then you need token economics to actually let people to share those data. That's why we started to invest in crypto since 2014. And then we were very lucky that we were early investors of Definity, and Definity also introduced us to a company called OmisiGo, OMG, which is the first ICO unicorn back in 2018. Very rewarding experience working with Dom.
Thank you very much, Sue. So I think with that, let's dive into the topics, and maybe we start from a little bit kind of a macro, like trend level of subject. And because AI, we know, is not a new industry. And many years ago, I was also an investor like you. And I recall 8-9 years ago, people were talking about AI. And back in the time, there was like autonomous driving, L1, L3, L5, you recall. And we have facial recognition, stuff like that. But I think the current cycle really started with the ChatGPT launch moment. And ever since that, I think we've seen explosive growth across all the verticals within AI, foundation model, AI agent, hardware, and everything, you name it. So I think given where we are in a very exciting moment, I just want to see what's your opinion on what do you think would be the kind of the vertical or verticals for the next big disruption? It's a very open question. I know it's hard to predict the market, but you guys have been looking at many kind of investment opportunities all the time. So would be very interested for the audience, I think, to hear. What do you think? We start from this round, maybe Sue.
Sure. I think you guys caught us at a very good timing. This is post Croc 4, recently launched by Elon Musk and the team of XAI. So as an investor, before we invest in, data-driven AI company and Gen AI native company based on 3 pillars. One is human-labeled data. Second is human-extracted knowledge. And third is human assistant tools, note takers, and also chatbots with human in the loop. But post Grok 4, which got us thinking, are we still interested in investing in human intelligence? So Grok 4 actually showed us what machine can self-evolving, self-learning, and then it actually can be the super brain that actually much superior than human, right? So I'll give you some example, like Grok 4, they actually do not rely on human-labeled data. And then they actually use compute to actually power this super large model that we never seen before. And then it's actually 10 times better than existing large language model. So that actually kind of like got us thinking that we have to pivot our investment strategy. But it was still based on 3 pillars. One is actually, I think is super interested in AI-driven, Gen AI-driven super intelligence scientific development. And then we've seen one of our companies, which is called Genomode, which is focusing on drug discovery. So in the very beginning, it's just this tool for digitalizing notebooks. When I was at Stanford, and you have to use notebooks, physical notebooks, to actually make your research, right? But now data is so big, and then it's not possible to actually print out all the genomic sequencing data. So they provide this platform just to host the data. But later on, what happened is that with self-learning, with large language model, they actually can invent new theories. So if you're not a PhD, don't worry. You have this time window because PhD criteria to get the degree is the same, but you have all these tools. So I will be very happy if I was at the laboratory and I have all these tools. So I think that's one thing. We also invest in company like the Matrix, Alpha Design. So they're taking advantage of large language model to actually for semiconductor design and verification tools. So those are super interesting, and then it's already actually perform better than human. So I think the second very interesting domain is actually the industry that actually gets you to collect data, and then those data without human labeling, they can actually, give feedback to your model. And then that's what is called self-evolving, right? And then, for example, we invest in this company, I think it's called Solving Intelligence. So they are pattern writing agents. So they're not just agents, they're co-creator, co-writer of the patterns. So it actually get the prove the data and then get back to the model, and it actually create better pattern writing styles and then pattern writing kind of like applications. So it's already making money, it's millions of dollars, and without raising even a price round. So it's happening right now.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. Jing, please.
So an area I think I'm very interested in is the vertical agentic AI field. So basically the invention of GPT and also like large language model and also large language model tool use and long context, I think that enabled a lot of people without programming background to be able to do a lot of things that they previously were not able to do because they don't have the software writing training. But now they are in specific domain. there are some laborious work, and they can just use the tool by a little bit learning to automate the task, and they're already their user. So I think there are a lot of opportunity in like domain-specific vertical AI agentic tools.
Cool.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we've historically been mostly focused on the infrastructure layer. So the process of training and fine-tuning models is still requires a lot of intervention there, as we've seen from Together to handhold these corporations to manage these GPU clusters. Together is backed by NVIDIA. There's another one called TensorWave. In terms of fine-tune, that's backed by AMD, that we're both kind of seed investors in, and they have kind of a whole host of enterprise clients that are looking to do both training and fine-tuning of proprietary models. There, Together also offers kind of a mechanism for you to take an off-the-shelf open source model and then fine-tune that in a manner that kind of satisfies your kind of domain-specific purposes. There, within fine-tuning, we're also, I mentioned Noose and Axolotl. Those are kind of that there's a continuing need there for services along to ensure that these models are actually kind of generating results that are relevant for a specific domain. I think we're starting to move more into the application layer there too. So something like Atlassian at some point there should be an AI equivalent of that, where if you find a bug in your code or a bug in like the application, and there's some sort of discussion on Slack that's taking place, there should be some hook that generates a ticket into Jira, and all of that stuff that's still very kind of like manual and somewhat onerous. So we feel like there are certainly very specific applications there that we're developing a thesis around and looking for solutions that can kind of basically satisfy in some ways the capital labor trade-off, labor ratio trade-off there, where AI-based solutions will reduce the need for kind of human beings that deal with a lot of these really kind of perfunctory things. We're in one called Marvari 2, which is similar to Harvey, and it generates disclosure statements for legal teams. And these are all things that once you've vectorized the corpus of data that's held by these law firms there, then legal documents that need to be done correctly, but are often done by junior level folks at these firms where there is a lot of churn, can then be addressed. So I think I myself have been kind of blown away by transformer models here. I think we've been talking about neural nets for 20, 30 years, and I was a little bit skeptical about their potential, but seeing the preponderance of applications there and like just the quality of these models is pretty remarkable. And not to digress too much, but what really drew me into kind of the potential for GPT was seeing Copilot on GitHub Copilot there, seeing it write design pattern, optimized code. Was really kind of the mind-blowing application there, and certainly there's a whole host of applications that are going to be kind of coming up that we're looking to invest in.
Yeah, very interesting. I think I shared your view that sometimes I think it's interesting to see our mindset is also evolving as the product and technology itself. So great. So thanks to all of you, and I think we've heard a number of interesting potentially disruption areas. Now I want to just zoom in a bit, and because we know that a key subject of today's event is Caffeine, which is not exactly vibe coding because it does more. It's also like self-writing, it's updating. But maybe let's just take the topic of the general, whatever you call it, vibe coding or AI code generation, AI deployment of web applications and softwares. So maybe just the first question to everyone sitting here: how many of you have ever tried a product in vibe coding or AI code generation? Okay, I think there's about half of the people. So apparently, quite a lot have not. And just by the way, you have a great opportunity because we have a line of computer just in the back of you, and you're going to have opportunity to try that with Caffeine at least. But back to the topic. So I want to hear what's all of your opinion on this kind of product, because there's a number of companies and products actually, competing in those areas. Everyone is a little bit differentiated from each other, but just in general, what's your view on this kind of, code generation, vibe coding product? And you could comment on the potential impact and value for the industry, or maybe challenges that you have seen in terms of, these sub-verticals. Please.
Yeah, so, as early investor of Rapid, we were there, angel investor, and then now they have over 100 million revenue, so it's real. It's real. And then you've seen the recent acquisition of, Windsurf and also Anysphere. So it's just but at this point, I would say, with the launch of Caffeine, I would say it's actually meet our new criteria of investment. And, the existing tools are really great as a tool, more like a co-pilot, right? But down the road, I think what we're looking for is it's not just a tool, it's an operator, it's a co-creator. So whoever actually can create that kind of product, it can really empower the next so-called solo unicorn. So you probably heard there was a team from Israel for 3 months, right? So they actually created something similar to, GitHub Copilot, and then it was acquired. It was acquired for $80 million by Wix, and with some signing bonus, total probably over 100 million. So it's real value. And then I think the adoption is actually really great, because with Rapid, with Caffeine, and then no matter where you are in the whole world, no matter what kind of major, and then you don't need to actually learn how to code. And then you can just talk to the agent, and it can actually create code for you. And then what's more interesting is that Caffeine, it not just actually let you code with natural languages, text to code, but also it actually give you compute that you can pay as your goal. Do you know how important, how expensive, how difficult for startups, not just the individual prosumers, startups, they have to raise millions of dollars to access to GPU. So you guys are very, very lucky. If you're here today, and then with Caffeine, they subsidize. I think it's really interesting, because the way that they actually can subsidize is because the low-cost nature of this Definity kind of like network, which is decentralized. It's better to actually host it in centralized cloud, in a sense that Caffeine can actually let you pay as you go, but in the meantime, it can operate for you using the native wallet. And that's just blowing my mind. And then what happened is, when 2012, when we first got started, Jane knows, and then, in Facebook, there is this new mechanism in terms of engineering management, DDD, data-driven decision making, meaning that if you work at Facebook back then, if you don't have data and don't have this meeting, so everything is data-driven. So that's why we started our own data-driven software. And then now, if you just give me an email, and then with one click of a button, I can build the whole profile of this startup. So that's what we actually did for the last 13 years. We have like over 20,000 companies in our database, which is company that we truly respect, the founder we truly respect. But we spend a lot of money, and cloud, and also tokens, that's expensive. So I'm definitely excited about Caffeine. I'm definitely wanted to actually, build the next version of amino ARM system on top of Caffeine. Yeah.
That's definitely something we should do.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Jing, please.
But I think in terms of vibe coding and vibe coding tools, I think right now it can replace some junior engineers, but it cannot replace like senior engineers or staff engineers. So in order to use the tool well, you have to know a little bit of system design knowledge, because the tool cannot generate a completely like operating like big app for you yet. And also, like for me, right now I still like to use like Gemini or OpenAI or Cloud to generate some code because I already know how to code. The reason is that the debugging is easier because I write my own code. And if you have your code generated and there are some bugs, it will take a long time for you to debug. So I think like the future of web coding is like if an app can, if a company, they have a product that can connect like all of the pieces of software development together, then it will be easier to use. Like for example, you should have like unit tests generated automatically so that the code generated is like bug proof. I think that's important. Yeah.
Thanks.
And also right now for like front end design, I use one tool, and for back end coding, I use another tool. Yeah. So I think there are some opportunity there.
So do you like foresee like maybe a one-stop shop solution, or it will likely be like this different niche kind of a product? Because you mentioned you have to use this for front end, you have to use that for back end.
I think one-stop solution is important. Like if you have to learn different tools, then it's kind of like a steep learning curve, right? You have to get used to it. Like for example, I use some front-end generation tool, and then I don't want to switch to another one. And then I also need to learn a little bit on how to use cursor. Yeah, like if like the UX design is very consistent for one company, like a one-stop solution, I think that will be very useful.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point. It's really, product managers have to really think from the user perspective, and again, it reminds me. I know like none of you have tried Caffeine like yet, but it just reminds me of the experience that if you just have like a very simple, easy, natural language interface, and it does everything. Again, I mean, the best way I think it's for you to try. Again, when there's a chance during the break. Thanks, Kumar, please.
Yeah, no, I mean, I certainly echo that sentiment there too. I mean, DevOps to me is just like the biggest headache attached to any sort of application development. Even things like, managing your SSL certs through like Let's Encrypt if they, you forget to renew them. There's all kinds of like little things that Caffeine can obviate here, so that people can focus on just crafting that application layer experience, which I got to see an early preview where they generated a CRM on the fly. Pierre and Dom did that in front of my eyes, and was just blown away by that potential. And so, the CEO of Together and co-founder, who's also a partner in our fund, Vipul Vedprakash, I think said it best that we're getting very close to the point where human beings will no longer write code. And I certainly am of that opinion here. I think that once there's some kind of some fine tuning of some of these additional models, between Cursor and Copilot there too. Once the kind of reward functions for reinforcement learning are done correctly, or improved a bit more, we're not going to need human beings to write code. It won't make sense to have human beings write code. I also feel like at some point in time it will no longer be safe for human beings to drive cars, and it should just be kind of an AI-driven solution like a Waymo, Tesla. So of that variety, I think we're going to get very close to that point. Right now, I mean, so much of my of the domain knowledge that's been built for all of us that learn to write code here is it's so quickly being obviated by these tools like Copilot and Cursor, and we see companies like Cognition Labs that has Devin to handle DevOps. All of the kind of cloud orchestration, cloud optimization stuff. Either that gets obviated by Caffeine, or there's going to be one general purpose. Maybe it's an Atlassian style stack there too that Cursor builds as well, or some other equivalent company. But certainly of the mindset that Caffeine is at a very unique point in time, as I think Sue very accurately described there, to kind of capture this moment where you can capture developer mindshare and turn into the mechanism by which applications are created. So,
thank you. Okay, so I think we have 4 or 5 minutes left, and I just want to close with some questions. Personalized questions. I'm going to ask you some different questions, and let's I think it's interesting to discuss several different things according to your background. Let's keep the answer kind of a brief. And Sue, thank you for having mentioned a lot of the different areas that you think are having potentials within AI. I know there's a general consensus within VC space usually on what is interesting, kind of stuff. But personally, do you think there's something that is overhyped or maybe underrated compared to the general consensus? It's just your personal opinion. If there anything you can comment on within AI.
Yeah, that's such a great question. So I felt like magic demo and more like a wrapper that only actually take advantage of existing large language model, and it's more like a glue of a prompt. So it actually touch the main kind of characteristics of large language model. It's not their opportunity, it's actually not their capacity. It's more like the large language model's capacity. So we've seen so many demo, and then they're not able to have memory. They're not able to execute. They're not able to self-learn. They're not able to be a co-creator. They're still actually rely on human to make a decision for them. So those solution has to evolve. Otherwise, it will be crashed by the large language model itself. And then as an investor, we don't believe in demo. So oftentimes, as Adamino, we screen new deals using our large language model. Very expensive, hope that you can helpful. But actually it helps us, we don't have even a lot of analysts, a lot of summer intern anymore, because as financial services firm, we used to rely heavily on interns, on people that actually all around the world sourcing deals for us. But now we see signals from everywhere, from Hacker News, from LinkedIn, from Product Hunt, everywhere. And then those deals create signals into our system. So we screen deals, but in the meantime, we are very careful because all demos are magical, for sure. And if you ask them, almost all of them, maybe with this new video C dance model or previously with Sora model, it's because it's so new, so you guys are young, and then just maybe 3 weeks, you guys can build a beautiful demo. So how do we make a decision? So we make a decision. So those companies, a lot of them were overhyped. So we make a decision based on the capability that I just mentioned. And then I think the company that actually haven't got attention are those platforms which actually can provide solutions for compute. Because right now, this is post-Croc 4 era. We just entered. So compute is the key. Compute is the new capital. So at Amino, we actually created, Rapid, they not just provide text code. They actually create this IDE environment. And then even though they haven't touched, they just make the deal with Microsoft. But we're totally interested in the model and platform ecosystem like Caffeine, which can actually provide this ecosystem, can actually dramatically decrease the cost of compute and the accessibility of compute. So as a VC, I'm actually wanted to talk to you guys, and then later on, maybe you guys can actually, because as an investor, right now we are working with other cloud providers to create this consortium to actually help our portfolio company. So definitely really interested in your model. And matter of fact, I told you earlier that when I was seeing, DeepSeek R1 earlier this year, and then the R1 model, they rely on this new structure called mix of expert, which is exactly the same model of Definity, the same model back in 2016. And then I think Dominic has been advocate for this model, I think because of his heritage, because he's from UK, and then he's very good at philosophy, that kind of training. We don't have much that kind of training people in Silicon Valley. He knows how to vote, you know?
Yeah, very interesting. Good point. Thanks. Jing, we know you have you have a lot of experience in foundation model with your Google and Gemini experience. I think people often debate, what should be the future of foundation models, a proprietary model, or open source. What's your view on that?
I think it depends on the time you enter the market. Like if there are already some closed model that's out there and already very good, and you are a newcomer, then you better open source your model. And also for the like companies that already have closed model, and there's a newcomer that beat your model, like that's open source. So basically, then if that's the case, you are screwed. Then like whether you open source your model, or closed source your model, that's like a decision you can make later. Like I don't know if you look at the academic arena from the academic community, they do a lot of evaluation on those models. And then, like for me, if I'm going to invest in some like foundation model company, or like a company that they claim they trade their own model, I will look at the arena and see what's out there that's already open sourced, and all of the things that have closed model that rank below the open source model. Like those companies, I think they're basically screwed unless they come up with a better model. And also, and also for the newcomers, like they want to train their model, I'll see like whether they have the ability to train a better model than the open source model. So like for foundation model investment, I think the open source, the one that's ranked the highest, that will be the bar.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Thank you. So last questions for Kumar. I know you have been seeing like so many deals in the AI space, but constantly. But if you could only invest in one AI deal, like for the rest of this year, what kind of company do you think you're going to invest in?
Yeah, and actually it extends upon what Jing was saying there too. I think with all the stories we've seen about Grok, for example, there needs to be a better model validation mechanism there, where there is, if you have an open source model, like if you use reinforcement learning, who generated those reward functions, and kind of an ancillary sort of solution is like, are there kind of man-in-the-middle potential attacks there too, where you're actually interacting with kind of an AI system that has been kind of fine-tuned by domain experts, if it is a domain-specific model there too. So for us, I think probably the one investment that I would love to make would be one that provided that sort of model validation verification layer, so that for kind of applications that are a bit more subjective, that there was kind of a clear understanding of how these models were trained or fine-tuned, and to make that kind of publicly accessible, so that there is some kind of consensus around kind of the veracity of information that's being provided there. So that's something that we're actively looking at.
Great, thank you very much. So I think with that, we can wrap this panel session. Thanks again to all the three of you for sharing your valuable insights, and I hope you guys enjoy that, and enjoy the rest of the event also today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, for those of you with keen eyes, you'll have monitored the agenda online and will know that we're technically heading into our next fireside chat. But we wanted to take a moment to make a very special announcement. After quite a bit of online speculation, you get to hear it straight from the horse's mouth, so to say. So let's bring Dominic back on stage for a special little announcement.
This is a very quick announcement from me. So tomorrow, we're actually starting to give people access who've signed up for the alpha. Yeah. It's a big deal. We're kind of really, in practical terms, a month ahead of where we should be. There's a lot of people testing the limits of their sanity with very long work hours. But we're going to push it out tomorrow. So is there a QR code? Let's do it. OK, there you go. So it's going to roll out slowly and carefully, but please make sure you're in the line if you want to try this. Use that QR code, opens a web page, sign up, and get access to Caffeine. All right, thanks.
All right, perfect. And with that, we head into our first fireside chat of the day, taking a closer look at AI scaling as an engine of innovation and growth. Join me in welcoming our moderator, Colin Woods, Managing Director of CW8 Communications. He is joined by William Stranzel, go-to-market at Anthropic, and again, Definity's own Pierre Samatiers, Chief Business Officer at the Definity Foundation. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Thanks, Tracy. Thank you all. No small feat to follow that announcement of Alpha Access. We may lose a few online viewers who've dived into the wait list, but for those of you still here, really important topic here today, looking at AI as an engine of innovation and growth, but specifically in the business and enterprise context, which we know is this great litmus test for scale and adoption. So we're just going to start with some quick introductions about who you are and what you do. So we'll start with you, Will.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. My name's Will Stranzel. I'm a member of the go-to-market team at Anthropic. We are the creators of Claude, Claude 4, Claude Opus 4, Claude Sonnet 4, and those great models. And I've been at Anthropic the past year and a half. I've seen many businesses building on top of our APIs, using Claude Code, using Claude for Enterprise, and the entire suite of products that we offer. So super excited to be here and chatting with you all.
Great. And Pierre?
Well, yeah, thanks, Pierre, Chief Business Officer at Definity. Great to see everyone. I'm leading everything around business-related topics and enterprise adoption-related topics and partnerships at the Definity Foundation.
Great. And I know for the purpose of this room, 2 introductions that probably spoke for themselves. So now the formalities are out of the way, we can dive in. So Will, I might just start with you and talk to us a little bit about how Anthropic's customers are using Claude specifically, not just in an iterative way, but to truly unlock new revenue streams.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's been an interesting evolution over the past couple of quarters of working at Anthropic, using our models, seeing customers use our models. I think there's a couple of ways to answer this question, right? There's the internal operations and using things like Claude Code, using our models within other coding applications, or using our models outside of coding, right? But I think what's been super interesting with Claude 4 specifically is the way that we designed our models, specifically with Opus as one of that strong thinking model, if you will, alongside Sonnet 4, think of it as that executor model, the one that's really going to accelerate those workflows and those products, is using those in tandem has really unlocked a lot of value inside of the enterprise, and specifically in the enterprise deploying products externally for their end customers. And so what we've seen from these models is, one, I think it's important to note that benchmarks are not everything, and that the real value from the models is what they're actually doing in the world and for humans, and helping them do tasks and helping these businesses' customers receive value from their products. And so the big unlock with some of these models, candidly, was the ability for them to be agentic in nature. So I think over the past couple of months, what we've seen is almost a migration from chat-like experiences into the agentic world, and I'm sure we'll speak a bit more about that as well.
And specifically on those customers that do this so well, like what are the common traits that you see? Is it speed? Is it the niche they focus on? How do they approach it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think enterprise adoption is really twofold, or it can happen in 2 ways. One is tops down and one is bottoms up in nature. Think of bottoms up as you go to an enterprise and you say, hey, what is every developer, what is every individual using or what tools are they leveraging to get the most out of AI? And bottoms up wise, you say, okay, every individual contributor has licenses to 5 to 10 different applications that are powered by AI. Think of Cursor, Replit, Claude Code, so many different things. And it's a bit of a bottoms up nature where everyone starts sharing notes across the organization. And then you could think of tops down, of course, as leadership says, hey, we need to prioritize this. We need to start building product with this. We need an enterprise-wide subscription to an AI service, and so on and so forth. And what we've seen really drive adoption is both of these happening at the same time, where you really start to unlock the value across the entire enterprise. And I think with that as well is just the fundamental nature of enterprises that like to iterate fast and are okay with breaking things fast and moving fast and really iterating to the right solution are the folks that are really getting AI into production from a product perspective as well. So speed to deployment, speed to iteration, and really pushing these frontier models to the limits are a couple of traits that we've seen deemed very valuable.
Absolutely. And Pierre, I know you've been on the coal face of the client and business side for quite a while now. How have you seen the conversation around AI change, specifically in your conversations with Definity partners? Like, is it still we want to make this better, or is it we want to do things differently?
It's pretty much we want to do things differently, and in particular, we don't want to get left behind, right? I mean, that's what drives most of the enterprises and most of the governments right now. I mean, there are many governments that have announced already that they want to become an AI native government, right, and want to embed AI in most of their services, whether it's for security or it's for convenience or efficiency services to serve the citizens or to just better their business processes, right? And the interesting synergy that we have with the internet computer and AI is now that we've been working a long time on sovereign compute, right, on creating an opportunity for governments and enterprises to become digitally sovereign again, right? Which is a big topic right now. But that sovereignty also is important in the context of AI, right? And what we've now managed to showcase, in particular with what Dom showed with Caffeine, is we're combining these two big themes, digital sovereignty on the one hand, and using the power of AI to vastly reduce cost and improve your efficiency. In one set, right? Because everything that is deployed via Caffeine is running by nature on the internet computer, which is a sovereign network.
And if you think about, Caffeine in the business environment, how are you expecting it to be used? We know it has these unique characteristics. It's not like anything else in the market. What do you see maybe in terms of early uses versus how that might mature?
Yeah, so I think early usage, and that really stems from discussions that we're already having, mainly in the government sector, is that governments really want to try it out. And Dom showed that we have this Utopia product, which is basically a private version of the internet computer. And governments and enterprises are really keen on building their own apps, because also they are fully aware of the potential security risks and data risks they have if they use software from someone else that might have a certain terms and services that would force them to hand over data to intelligence services and so on. So there's a lot of interest on building sovereign apps. And I think the combination with Utopia is quite unique, where you can actually set up your own sovereign infrastructure, but then you can use Caffeine to even prompt your own apps. That's one. But then second, also, you don't need to have all of these long procurement cycles if you just want to have an update to your CRM system or whatever, right? Where you have endless talking shops and procurement committees, and at the end, anyways, you're going to go with Salesforce or with SAP because they have a framework agreement, right? It actually significantly simplifies the way governments and enterprises can adopt their own software and customize their own software. And I think this is a very, very huge opportunity and a new paradigm that we're going to see.
And just on that final point, you might just give a quick note about, this has been central to the build and design of Caffeine itself, right? This is a very critical stakeholder group for you guys.
Oh, 100%. So the idea is, as Dom showed, right? The idea is to empower everyone on this planet to become a builder just by talking. But at the same time, also give them the security that their software runs on an infrastructure that they can control.
Great, and what you'll all see from the panelists today across the board is this is really about bringing AI from theory to practice to scale, and I think both businesses here represent that so well. So for you, Will, what's the most exciting thing about where AI is at today?
Yeah, great question. a lot of things. I think what's most exciting for us, or exciting for myself, is I get to work with so many different founders, so many different businesses, up to you name it, really across the board in terms of size and maturity of the business. That we deploy these foundational models, and teams leverage our APIs. They use all of our suites of products to really get value out of the AI. But what's super exciting about this phase is candidly what the businesses are starting to do with these models. They're so good at status quo today, and of course they'll continue to improve. But it's one of those things where there's very sophisticated teams doing very advanced things with these models, and every day, I'm receiving messages about people that are doing the next innovative thing with the models that we have today, and that is constant excitement, of course. And I think in that vein, thematically, is candidly the migration to agents, and it's moving away from question and response, and into this is now a very ambiguous task that the user has, and can our system handle it? So it's a bit of a migration to letting the model really, letting the user get the most out of the model, and using it almost as like a brain to get to the right resolution, to get to the right answer, to get to the right outcome for the user. You even see some businesses starting to migrate to an outcome-based go-to-market strategy, where it says, hey, we'll charge you if the agent delivers the right answer, or if the resolution is completed. So we're starting to see these models, and people using these models really start to take an agentic type of approach to building product, and that's pretty exciting.
And how have you seen the maybe attitude of business customers? Were they nervous to start about handing over this responsibility? How has that changed maybe in the last year?
Yeah, it always depends, and our advice is always, whenever someone has kind of like the cold start problem, or there might be cold feet about like, hey, where do we start with all of this? There's so many tools, there's so many announcements all the time. Everything's already so exciting. Where do I start? The answer really is just getting started and just starting to play around with these things, even if it's just chatting with the chat interface, or starting to build your first product with prompt engineering. I think just getting started is really the moment of inertia that teams need, and I think over time it'll start to become even more usable, or it might even become more clear as to where we start. But all exciting things nonetheless.
And not to preempt your answer, Pierre, obviously the most exciting thing is Caffeine, but you might give us some specifics about maybe exciting applications or test cases that you're really looking forward to exploring.
Yeah. I think one really interesting thing is that idea of having hyper-local applications, right? Where you build all kinds of things, whether it's just simple things like a social media for your friends, or for your sports club, or your university, and so on, or messaging apps, for instance, right? It will create, in my view, an entirely new trend of moving away from centralized platforms and go really to customized build solutions that you will share with your friends and family, or with your work environment. So I think this is an entirely new paradigm that I think will have a dramatic effect probably on the way software is sold today, on the software industry itself. Because it's models like Sonnet are completely taking away the threshold of your ability to sell software, right? Because now you can actually do it, and with something like Caffeine, you can actually deploy it. So I'm really excited for this change in the kind of software business paradigm, for that matter. And then obviously, the vision of Definity has always been also to create something for the public good, right? And I think that opens up tremendous opportunities for really being inclusive and providing people with opportunities that they didn't have before, because now they have at their fingertips the opportunity to create whatever they want, right, and potentially start a business out of it.
And we're going to see new opportunities at the solutions level as well. So how important is collaboration across the ecosystem to really make sure that these enterprise customers get the best solution that they're looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as most technology companies operate, we take a ton of customer feedback from our users. It really informs what we do next. Of course, we understand the models ourselves, but it's also very it's one of those situations where it's super exciting for us to see what other people do with the models, because that really gives us feedback as to what we need to improve, what we need to do better. Sometimes it even informs like what research is looking into, right? So yeah, the feedback loop is incredibly valuable to us. So to answer your question, typically when we think of, say, customer relationships, it's the customers that are really leaning in and giving us notes, even if it might seem obvious, or maybe even if it's constructive criticism, candidly, it's too slow, I got the wrong answer, or something along these lines. All feedback, candidly, is really good feedback, and it's no exaggeration to say that a lot of what we hear from users is considered as quality feedback.
And Pierre, I know that collaboration and partnerships have been central to getting Caffeine to where it is today. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Well, 100% right. I mean, that's why we're extremely happy to have our friends from Anthropic here as well, right? Because Sonnet is, as it stands today, a key part of Caffeine. So working very closely with the model providers is key for the success of the product. In particular in the sense of being able to quickly reiterate, having access to new features that are coming up. So it is absolutely key. So you can't build something like this in complete isolation. It wouldn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Will, to you, like we know that, and it'll be part of other panels later on today, that there's always this fear of handing over control to AI and the risks associated with it. But Anthropic has a unique approach with this idea of constitutional AI. For those not familiar, can you talk about what it is and why it's important?
Yeah. So at the core of our business, we're a research lab, and we take safety very, very seriously, as many of you have probably seen. And we don't view safety as a trade-off to performance or a trade-off to customer relationships. It actually tends to be an entrustment in the models that we provide and the solutions that we provide. A couple of things that we do to support this is our responsible scaling policy, which helps us have confidence when we're releasing models. And to answer your question on constitutional AI, this is essentially a training mechanism that we developed that gives Claude almost a constitution or a set of rules when it's starting to train or learn what its behaviors should be. And ultimately, it's gold to have our models be honest, harmless, and at the end of the day, helpful as well. And so it's a set of principles that help the model have the right behaviors or act like a human would expect the model to act, so it's not doing anything that's harmful to the audience there. And I think uniquely we have a team internally called the Claude character team, and it's a team internally that is dedicated to making Claude sound the way Claude sounds, and part of that is making sure that it is following some of those constitutional approaches and answering things in the right way, and also make sure that it has that Claude character where you get in it and it sounds very human in nature. All of these things are very intentional.
I wonder if anyone from Grok is listening to that approach there. But I mean, how important, particularly in the business and enterprise context, is that a lot of these companies, they want to adopt at scale, they want to adopt with speed, but they may have regulatory requirements, they may have reporting and compliance. Has this been a key selling feature for you guys in your partnerships?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen a lot of success in the enterprise, and I think a lot of that is just the stance that we've taken. I think it's very core to what we do. It's a part of our values. You can see it inside of our employees. You can see it in the way that we develop product. And I think that safety will remain a very critical pillar at Anthropic.
And Pierre, if we talk about the different ways that we expect Caffeine to be used, you might explain a little bit the difference in enterprise characteristics between someone who would use a Utopia-based Caffeine or an ICP-based one.
For sure. I mean, the different kind of user profiles that you have, right? While retail will just, I think, completely go wild and just do a lot of things they always dreamed of building, the enterprise approach will for sure be more measured. And I think this is where development companies play, in particular, a significant role, right? Because even if you provide the opportunity to enterprises and governments to do everything on their own, sometimes they might not want to do it immediately, right? So this is where we have the ICP Alliance with development companies that are able to use Caffeine on behalf of clients, create applications, and then implement them.
And to stay with you on that, Pierre, like how do you see a knowledge exchange, a template exchange between maybe what a retail user and enterprise user is going to go for? Like I know as part of the announcement that went live as we got on stage, there's going to be a marketplace element to Caffeine. Like how do you see that interplay between enterprise scale and maybe individual creativity?
Well, I think they're going to blend on the commercial side, right? Because, and I think Dom is going to talk about the app market a bit further this afternoon. But you've seen the app market. It basically allows people to sell their own templates and sell their own apps that they created. And then it's up for everyone to just take this template and basically build something new on this. And a few of these templates, at least the core of it that you all will create, will be the core of some enterprise application at one point in time, right? So I think it's pretty fluid, the border between these two worlds.
Absolutely.
And what I really think is going to happen, which is exciting, is it's going to also create a new paradigm in the sense of an open app economy, right? Because all of these things will be open source apps. You can use them, customize them, and so on.
And maybe as we round out our panel, I'll ask you both a question that maybe people today are more used to asking AI. What's next? You know, what is the horizon looking like at the moment as things become faster, smarter, more integrated? What do you see on your side, Will?
Yeah, so one thing we talk about is the virtual collaborator, which is basically a way for the model to really act like an agent for the human. And for example, when we released Claude Opus 4, Opus ran 7 hours of human work by itself autonomously. And we're starting to see this as the direction, which is these models really starting to become, a partner to the person and really starting to augment some of that manual work. And we're seeing a lot of companies build product with our models that are starting to do some of these agentic actions. And so from my perspective, I think that is kind of what's happening now and will continue to happen is that virtual collaborator type of environment where people are starting to entrust the model to make the right decision. And of course, humans will remain in the loop throughout much of this process, but it really is starting to lean a little bit more towards relying on the model to start to point us in the right direction more than perhaps we have in the past.
And do you see that trend continuing, maybe of you guys just learning from how people approach it? It seems like anytime you try and predict what's going to happen next, someone comes along and approaches it a bit differently. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's a fast-moving industry. It keeps it super exciting and a ton of fun. I'm sure that's why so many of the people here are also in a part of the AI ecosystem, coming to see Definity and Caffeine and everything. So super hard to predict, of course, but all exciting things. And Pierre, to pick up maybe on Dom's earlier presentation, it seemed like a paradigm shift in the internet age was something that happened every 15 or 20 years. Now maybe it's every 15 or 20 months, could be every 15 minutes in 2 years' time, the way it's going. But where do you really see that paradigm shift settling in and having its biggest change in maybe our behaviors and how business approaches AI?
Yeah, I really think, and coming back to my earlier point, I really think it's fundamentally going to change the way software is created and sold and purchased in particular. So that's a big paradigm shift. And the second is really going away from big platform software to very customized, localized kind of software. And that really will change the user behavior as well, right? I mean, it can be very simple examples, like you're sitting together with some friends over dinner or whatever, and you just want to create a bill splitter app. Like instead of going to the App Store and downloading it, you just create it with one prompt yourself, right? So it will also be interesting how the traditional App Store business model will actually be impacted by that, right? Because App Stores today obviously thrive on gatekeeping. They also thrive on taking huge cuts of the sales price, and I think that is going to erode, right? So that's I think a natural continuation of that kind of model, which we've seen in so many industries, whether it's car sharing or Ubers or Airbnbs or whatever. I think this is going to happen to software right now, right? Where you lose that central gatekeeper and you basically go for a very high degree of customization.
And maybe to stay on that point, I think it's easy to think about enterprise adoption as a huge infrastructure project or, a faceless application in a large organization. Do you see the level of customization taking place at a department level, at a team level, at a project level, and it really becomes, as we discussed, this kind of tool to get an individual job done that all contributes to the bigger picture?
Yeah, I really think on the enterprise side it's going to be literally on every level, right? Because think about it, if an enterprise has access to Caffeine, they have licenses for all their employees to use it, then basically the infrastructure that Caffeine is using is approved by that enterprise. So there's absolutely no concern or harm in developing whatever app you want. And then creating the apps that will help your business workflow, whether it's like, a sales management system or a, project management system, can be done by the different teams immediately, right? No need to do long purchasing cycles and discussions and so on. So I think that significantly is going to also unlock creativity, right? Because if you look at where IT departments spend most of the time today, it's unfortunately not on very productive things. They're trying to manage tech debt, they try to manage security. It's not really about empowering your organization to have the best and most customized tools possible to kind of grow your business. And I think this is going to change fundamentally. Yeah. At the same time, I also, based on the first discussions we're having, very optimistic that it's very helpful in a government context where you combine digital identity solutions for authentication with applications that you build on Caffeine, and then whatever application you build, you use your nationwide digital identity to authenticate. Right? So again, the potential is really limitless. That's why we're so super excited that today the alpha officially launches for everyone.
And a source of excitement for everyone in the room, if there's potentially a future without hours of onboarding workshops to new SaaS platforms and everything else, it's just going to be built by the team that needs it.
100%, 100%.
Absolutely. So Will, final thoughts. We're talking about AI as a real engine and a driving force in the business world. I assume and I sense you're optimistic, you're excited, you're bullish about what's ahead. What's your main priority now in the next 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, broad question. I think what I anticipate to happen and what I'm more than excited to see is more companies doing very innovative things with the models. And I think, Pierre, you guys are a very good example of companies doing that, right? And it's really pushing these models to the brink of their capabilities and really pushing that frontier from both. Of course, we'll continue to do that from a model perspective, and then the product layer companies will continue to do that from a product perspective. And all of these things are very exciting. I think ultimately these models will continue to improve from an agentic capability perspective, and with that, I think it'll help humans really continue to connect with humans like we enjoy doing, and it'll help people do human-like tasks even more, which is being more creative. You could even take a product designer today. Say that person's not incredibly technical today. Now with the innovations of AI and large language models, that non-technical product designer is now a technical product designer, right? And so I expect the ability for more and more people to get value out of the models to continue to really expand.
Absolutely. And Pierre, final thoughts for the enterprise representatives here in the room and following at home. Where are things headed with Caffeine?
Well, for sure, there's going to be a lot of retail implementation, which is going to happen from today on, I think. Obviously, we're going to iterate and take all the feedback, and the team has so many great ideas on what to build next in terms of components that would allow you to even build more exciting things and more exciting integrations with your Caffeine apps. Dom is going to share a preview of that later, so you definitely should watch that presentation. So that's one thing, building more components, and then really also having enterprise-ready components. Because ultimately, for enterprises to adopt a new software system, you're not going to throw away your ERP system overnight, right? That's not going to happen. And so you need to find the right kind of integration pathways for Caffeine apps to work with your existing system to kind of drive enterprise adoption. But just from the feedback that we got, again, from initial discussions we have with enterprises and governments, but also from our ICP Alliance partners, is everyone's very excited, and we actually now need to select who's going to get the first POC, right? So there's already a queue on people waiting for this. So super exciting.
Great. The anticipation starts here. Well, thank you very much to Will and Pierre for taking on this topic rather than Colin. Thank you all for listening, and I'll hand you back to Tracy over here.
Thanks.
So I get to be the bearer of good news, and that is that you've made it to the end of the very first block of programming. I now have the great pleasure of doing two things. One, dismissing those of you physically in the room to go enjoy some refreshments, and of course, head to the back to try the Caffeine Experience pods, which are officially opening as we head into our very first break. And of course, to go and enjoy some fresh air in the outdoors. Again, you'll have a bar serving drinks and food, so do make sure to go and mingle. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock for those of you that are in the room. For those that are joining online via live stream, your program resumes at 1:30 as you get a bit of a sneak peek at what is happening upstairs and throughout the venue. So thank you so much for your attention for 90 minutes. You've been a great audience. Enjoy.
This session is dedicated to all things AI, specifically looking at the lens of AI-powered innovation. The best possible way to kick off this segment is with the following keynote that will take a look at the self-writing internet and Internet Computer Protocol. I'm thrilled to bring back to the stage Dominic Williams, founder and chief scientist at the Definity Foundation. Let's give him a warm welcome back.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I mean, first of all, just thank you so much for coming. It's really appreciated. We've had amazing guests, and thank you to them, and an amazing team that's put this all together. And hopefully, you'll remember someday when we do more of these that you came to the first World Computer Day. All right, so I haven't got much time, so I'm going to go straight into this. And we're going to talk about the self-writing internet. I'm going to go through quite a few slides, some slowly, some quickly. We'll skim over some of the more technical pieces. And hopefully at the end of this, you're going to, A, understand what the self-writing internet is, and B, understand some of the technical challenges involved and how we at the Definity Foundation have been approaching them. So the title of this is Self-Writing Internet Unlocks 8 Billion Imaginations. The idea is that anyone on Earth who can speak natural language can create websites, web applications, and internet services without doing anything other than speaking. And of course, that's because AI is building. And the Internet Computer and Internet Computer Protocol provides it with an ideal platform to build solo. So what's the world going to look like? What's the internet going to look like tomorrow? Maybe not quite tomorrow, but soon. And this is what we're going to get. People are going to chat with AI to create running web apps and internet services. And this is going to be a very broad paradigm. An individual might create a personal branding website or a portal for their club or a wedding planner. An entrepreneur or a small company might create an e-commerce website, an AI-driven social media site, a sharing economy app with Web3 Rails. And this goes right across to, SMEs and corporations and government departments who might want to create corporate portals or CRM, ERP, ARP functionality, that kind of thing. And there really is no limit to this. AI is going to get better and better at building, and the trick is to give it a platform to build with. So in this paradigm, you'll talk to the internet, and short while later on a URL, there will be the website, web application, or internet service that you described and asked for. But of course, this is never a one-shot process. You're going to want to use that in production and continually evolve it. So the paradigm will allow for that. You'll continue talking to the internet in a way, talking to an AI built into the internet, and you'll keep on just refreshing the URL to see the changes, and you'll be able to update and improve and evolve running web applications and internet services that have, a few users, hundreds of users, thousands of users, or even perhaps millions of users. So this screenshot here comes from CFC, actually, where we actually did a live demo, and on stage, bravely, because this is like a beta without all the pieces, I say create a web application that helps a tech startup recruit talent. It should make it possible to enter open positions. It should make it possible to enter candidate details. It should be possible to add comments to open positions and candidates. It should be possible to vote on candidates, make it sexy. And it basically deployed it, gave me a URL on the Internet Computer, which of course is accessible in any web browser. It could also be a progressive web app if you prefer that. And then I think I told it to change the title to Acme Talent Hunting. And with less than 2 minutes work, this is what I got. And, on stage, I added myself as a candidate, Don Williams, thinks a lot of himself, voted myself down, experienced too much, many years in tech. And Collins does no stuff though. But that was, less than 2 minutes. And you can imagine if you just kept on talking, potentially you could create something really useful. And when you think about how, for example, many businesses, sign up to services like Salesforce, which are very expensive and employ teams of consultants to customize those services and so on, and the data gets stuck inside the services. You can probably see that not only does this massively reduce your time to market, it massively reduces your cost, your data isn't held captive, and you can just keep on talking to get exactly what you want. And the only limit really is how sophisticated this becomes. Now, something else I should mention about the self-writing internet, it creates apps with benefits, right? The self-writing internet isn't something that builds on traditional IT. It can do and it will do, but there are issues. So with the self-writing internet that we pursue, when people talk to the internet to create an app, it's sovereign. It's hosted on an open network stack, and the creator of that app owns the underlying code, even if they don't modify it themselves, and they own all the data and they have complete freedom. It's tamper-proof, and tamper-proof means that the website, web app, internet service that you created is immune to traditional forms of cyber attack. You don't need any cybersecurity. It's not necessary. No firewalls, no anti-malware, no anti-intrusion logging or anything like that. And that's actually a great advantage, obviously, if you're just talking to the internet and being given this thing. Like, you don't have to hire a cybersecurity team to protect it. And lastly, and last but not least, and this is a subtle one, it's updatable. So one of the most tricky things with the self-running internet paradigm is that, of course, people want to update their apps in real time and improve them over time, often while they've got users. So it's difficult to upgrade running applications at the speed of chat, and it's also very important that the AI doesn't make a mistake, hallucinate, and resulting in the loss of data. That just cannot happen any more than the things should be hackable. So this new self-running internet paradigm that we pursue, essentially the Internet Computer Protocol platforms solo generative AI, and artificial intelligence is empowered, and you're just combining advanced LLM technology with a platform that's designed to enable AI to build. Now, the Internet Computer is a world computer. It's designed to allow developers to build, of course, and it's designed to do many other things too. But we've been working on technology that makes it much easier for AI, much safer for AI to build solo. And we'll come more to that in a moment. So, before we talk more about how Internet Computer Protocol and Motoko, particularly a language designed for AI, supports it in building solo, we cover quickly some of the challenges with current IT with respect to enabling AI in this way. So, current IT, I mean, what you think of as IT today, like a cloud service, an operating system, a database, a web server, memcached, all applications and all that stuff, cybersecurity. It has sort of unbounded nuance and detail. And one way of kind of grokking that is just to sort of go online or go onto Amazon and look at the sheer volume of technical documentation involved. Hundreds of millions of pages covering just about everything you can imagine. How to optimize the database so it runs faster, how to configure the operating system so that it's more secure. And that's one of the reasons that today, engineers often spend like 95% of their time chasing complexity, only 5% of their time focusing on what. And that, as it turns out, is not great for AI. The other problem, of course, is security. So, today we build systems that are fundamentally insecure. And then we try and add security with cybersecurity. So, we'll protect our network of databases and web servers and things like that with a firewall. And then we'll try and stop malware getting inside with anti-malware, so we don't get ransomware on our network. and we'll have anti-intrusion software to see if somebody succeeded in getting behind the firewall. The problem is that traditional current IT is insecurable, and the sort of deeper reason for that, if you're wondering, is that essentially it's a stack of software running directly on silicon, and all you can really do is patch holes. So, this isn't an ideal environment for AI to handle, because if it hallucinates and makes a mistake, it could result in hackers getting inside. So, generally speaking, when AI builds solo on current IT, a hack is, one hallucination or mistake away. Current IT can't upgrade at chat speed. I mean, we all know how long it takes to upgrade systems built with traditional IT, and that's a problem. But also, if it makes a mistake during a sort of migration of the data can be lost, and that's an absolute showstopper. Current IT installs and admin are slow, and tasks involve problem ladders. Like, you need to upgrade the database, but then you find that it needs a new library, and that requires the next version of the operating system. This isn't chat speed stuff. And then lastly, of course, like, the complexity of current IT platform stacks makes successful one-shot coding by AI very, very difficult. So those are the big problems. We've covered them. ICP, how does that work? Well, within the permissionless sort of public setting, it's used to create a world computer platform called the Internet Computer. And the great thing with this is that you just upload code to create and update. And that suits this purpose. And Internet Computer Protocol addresses tech fragility. So today, we build in a centralized way in perhaps one data center. It's complex, it's vulnerable to cyber attack. And, we get hints of the complexity. For example, like CrowdStrike security, was that last summer? There was this security patch, and it went wrong, and it crashed 8.5 million systems, and they couldn't be rebooted. So that kind of thing obviously requires centralized control, because you've got to physically fix problems like that. Back in the sort of time of COVID, East Coast Amazon Web Services data center went down, and the New York subway stopped working. In the future, of course, there's not just crashing software and hardware failures and data center fires and things like that, but we have to think about state sabotage and drones flying into data centers. So, Internet Computer Protocol changes the way that the tech stack works, if you like. It creates a completely new kind of tech stack. And this involves data actually and computation being replicated across multiple data centers. So, first of all, there's a virtual execution environment, and when you go to a web page with your browser, you don't worry that the JavaScript in the web page is going to jump out onto your computer and do something bad to your laptop, and that's because the JavaScript is running in a virtual execution environment. One of the innovations of Internet Computer Protocol technology is that it puts an entire cloud computing environment into a virtual execution environment, and then that thing exists within a network, a secure network protocol, which gains its security from math and math proofs and things like that. And actually, the hardware in these different data centers doesn't run software directly. It just processes Internet Computer Protocol. And as a result of hardware in these different data centers processing Internet Computer Protocol, you get this incredibly resilient, tamper-proof, serverless cloud computing environment. And this is an environment that's absolutely ideal for one-shot AI, because all of the complexities associated with things like code crashing and failing and being unavailable are gone, as well as some other things. So these complexities are gone. The AI can just code, upload this serverless code, and a short while later you've got this experience being made available. And these apps that it's creating are tamper-proof, which means they don't need protecting by cybersecurity. They are immune to traditional forms of cyber attack. They're unstoppable, so the AI doesn't have to manage things like failover and backup in the same way. And the other piece to mention is that the code that the AI writes and uploads to Internet Computer Protocol platforms is very, very highly abstracted, which is ideal for AI again. So we're going to skim some of this stuff, but to give you an idea of how abstractive, on Internet Computer Protocol platforms, networks, logic and data are kind of the same now. So this is a big innovation. It's called orthogonal persistence. And here you can see there's a blog post, and we all know what a blog post is, right? It's defined type post, title text, and body text, okay? And in order for the AI to define a blog, it just says, var posts post equals array of posts. So that's it. So you can probably see, even if you're non-technical and have never written a line of code in your life, that this is almost certainly vastly simpler than what you'd have to write with traditional IT. So again, we'll skim this, but one of the big tricks with this platform is, number one, when the code is updated. So when you have a current application and the AI extends that underlying code to add new features and has to perform a migration of the data associated with web application, the technology firstly allows that migration to occur extremely quickly, and secondly has what we call loss-safe logic. So the AI will write some upgrade logic, migration logic is part of what it's doing, and here in this example, it's just added some likes, a likes field to the blog post, and when that's uploaded to the network actually checks that the migration logic wouldn't lose any data by accident unless the AI has explicitly said drop that data. And this is incredibly important, because if you think about, AI is getting very good at writing code now, but using AI to run websites and web applications and internet services completely solo is much more challenging, because in this paradigm, the self-writing internet paradigm, people just continue talking to the AI to upgrade and evolve what they have, and it's obviously essential that if there are people using it, that their data isn't lost. Okay, so what does this mean? In practice, nobody knows. I mean, tiny cost, massive speed, huge gains. That demo I did at CFC, it was less than 2 minutes. I don't know how long it would have taken me to code that. A day, longer than a day. The fact that was done so quickly probably means that the cost is less than 1% and the speed is more than 100x. And this thing it can produce scalable apps, efficient interoperable apps, and also these apps can pack things like Web3 and AI functionality, and they're decentralized. You're getting something that's sovereign. Last question, since we're here at Davos. This is the kind of elephant in the room. People say when they look at this technology working, damn, are all software engineers going to be put out of business? The answer, I think, is actually no. It's a bit like the internet is going to generate more jobs. So, the self-writing internet empowers 8 billion non-technical people, and some of them will enter roles in tech. They'll become prompt engineers, they'll become tech entrepreneurs, they'll help run online communities that are being created. And humanity will now create, as this gets going, millions of new custom apps and services. And, a subset of those are going to require professional human assistance. So that's more work for software engineers, user experience designers, and things like growth hackers. So there you go. That's Internet Computer Protocol. It's probably not hyperbole to say it's the most sophisticated network protocol ever engineered. It aims to democratize and decentralize. I'm Dominic. I work at the Definity Foundation. We aim to be a sort of NASA for decentralization. We're headquartered in Zurich, but we're team members all over the world. And thanks for listening. If you need to get in contact, please use these details. Thanks.
We all use the internet, but have you ever thought about how it can be improved? Well, the Swiss-based organization Definity set out to answer this very question. The result? The internet computer.
Such a big concept, and the technology involved is so powerful and complex, and is the product of many years of R&D by a huge team. I think it's a lot for people to take on. They almost can't believe that the internet can provide an alternative.
Today, I'm joined by Definity's founder Dominic Williams to find out how he's really reinventing the internet. So first of all, Dominic, welcome to Davos. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
I would love for you to take us back to the very beginning. This was in 2015 when you were first starting to develop this idea of the internet computer. Just walk us through what was going through your mind then.
Well, I'd been working on making decentralized networks much faster for a while and grappling with the theoretical computer science that underpins them. And at some point it became apparent to me that it would be possible to create the internet computer, a real world computer, if you like, that could provide a public infrastructure that acted as an alternative to traditional IT, so that people could build websites, web applications, and internet services directly on the internet itself. And really the aim was to create a better compute platform. And one analogy is that you're in the field of transport and you suddenly realize that an aeroplane is possible. And of course, once I saw that it was possible, I became obsessed with realizing the vision.
How should regular individuals like you and I think about using the world computer in the future? How will this really change our daily life or just make things a little more seamless?
If you've wanted to build on the internet computer, you'd have needed to be a developer and have technical skills. We're now entering a new phase where there's a paradigm called the self-writing internet emerging. And with the self-writing internet paradigm, you can just, if you like, talk to an AI and it will build, update, and manage websites, web applications, and internet services for you. And we think this is going to be transformative because it effectively makes all 8 billion people on Earth into developers. So, you might be an individual that wants a personal branding website, a wedding planner, a portal for a club. You might be an entrepreneur that wants to, or a small business that wants to create an e-commerce website or a sharing economy application with Web3 Rails. You might be, a corporate or business or government department that is currently spending a lot of money on SaaS services for CRM and ERP functionality. And in the future, you'll be able to use the self-writing internet to get out of that. So it's going to be tremendously empowering and democratizing. And in the future, you'll just be able to, if you like, talk to the internet to build out your own corner of the internet ecosystem.
Okay, well, I'll come back to you on this in a few years' time to see where we're at. Now, Dominic, we really have to talk about the fourth industrial revolution. Clearly, it's a huge topic over at the World Economic Forum this year. How do you think that Definity can really play a role in this bigger picture?
First of all, it provides the world with an alternative IT stack that's a public infrastructure. So people can build on the internet itself using a new kind of software, and they'll not be captive customers of a big tech corporation running a cloud service or selling a database or something like that. Secondly, when they build their website, web application, internet service will be tamper-proof, which means immune to traditional forms of cyber attack. And this addresses one of the most pressing problems in technology today. And lastly, the self-writing internet will allow people simply to talk to AI to create, update, and manage websites, web applications, and internet services. And that's going to be empowering and to a tremendous number of people around the world and really sort of democratize access to the tech economy and change how we think about the internet. Because instead of buying pre-existing products and services and trying to customize them, people will just talk to AI and get exactly the service they want, and it's going to be sovereign, they're not going to be captive customers. They're going to own the underlying software, even though they won't modify it themselves. And that's going to just change the nature of the internet and the nature of the tech economy.
I think it's important also to weave in here artificial intelligence, obviously the talk of the town. So on that note, how is the internet computer using AI to create applications, and really how groundbreaking is this?
On the one hand, the internet computer can be used to host AI models, not currently for training, but for inference, where it runs them with slightly less efficiency than traditional IT, but with the huge advantage that they're tamper-proof, so they can't be hacked, and all your super important data can't be exfiltrated, and unstoppable. And on the other hand, the internet computer supports something called the self-writing internet. So we believe in the future that everyone on the planet who can speak natural language is potentially a developer and owner of websites, web applications, and internet services. And in the future, people will just talk to AI and then refresh a URL to create what they want, and in a way build out their own corner of the internet ecosystem. And the internet computer supports a lot of advanced computer science that makes it feasible for AI to build, update, and manage these websites and web applications and internet services on behalf of non-technical users who just simply issue natural language instructions.
So the WEF is taking place this year, and you've covered a lot of ground already, but there's going to be a host of businesses and leaders, tech leaders out there joining this event. What would be the kind of messages you want to share with them who they might be still sitting on the fence about the world computer and thinking about where that's going to go?
Well, there are lots of reasons why people at WEF should support the Internet Computer Project. Firstly, it's very important to have a public infrastructure that people can build on as an alternative to big tech. People should have a choice. And many of the benefits that the internet brought as a network are also brought by the internet computer as a compute platform. So that's one reason it's important. Another reason it's important is that cybersecurity is an increasingly big threat to the world. And the internet computer provides the solution, because when you build a website, internet service, a web application on the internet computer, it's tamper-proof, which means that it's immune to traditional forms of cyber attack. You don't even need a firewall to protect it. So it provides the world with a solution to that. And thirdly, the self-writing internet paradigm will be a tremendous democratizing and empowering force around the world.
I think it's safe to say that really a lot has happened since you first came up with this idea about a decade ago. But if I can ask you to take a step and look ahead, what is your end goal? What is your vision for Definity, say, in the next decade?
So Definity is a not-for-profit foundation, and our mission, our mandate is just to perform really more and more R&D on internet computer protocol technologies and help support the internet computer ecosystem. So we'll continue doing that. The network's been growing very fast, so it grew more than 500% last year. So we'd like to see that continue and compounding at 500%. And for the internet computer to really establish the world computer paradigm such that for very many people around the world, it's the default choice when they want to build a website, web application, or internet service, and also to change the way some internet services run. So for example, there's already some internet services running on the internet computer that run under the control of digital governance systems. So they run under the control of their communities who have, take full responsibility for managing them, updating their code, and so on. And then beyond that, I think the self-writing internet paradigm is going to, fundamentally transform the tech landscape and change how people think about the internet. In the future, people are just going to talk to the internet to create their own part of the internet ecosystem. And that's going to be tremendously empowering and democratizing, and will fuel economic growth, I believe, around the world. So, I hope even, in 2 or 3 years from now, the self-writing internet is going to be an absolutely huge thing.
I think a lot of things you talk about, we still can't get our head around just yet, but it's going to come.
I hope so, yeah.
Well, it sounds that you're definitely going to have a very busy next couple of years, and we'd love to get an update in the next year. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us here in Davos.
Thank you.
Rethinking the internet is no easy feat, but organizations like Definity are convinced that a world computer is the key to a smarter and safer internet for all.
Caffeine is part of this paradigm we call the self-writing internet.
Caffeine was definitely a boost of energy.
I was thrilled to see the demo of Caffeine. The self-writing internet is a fascinating technology to look at.
If anybody can code, anybody can build on the ICP network.
During Dom's demo of Caffeine, I honestly thought I was looking at Steve Jobs, and that we had a window into the future.
It's a platform that realizes that vision for users. The self-writing internet vision is that you can talk to the internet to create new functionality in the form of apps and services that appear on a URL. Nearly everyone in their personal lives at some point or another is going to be creating sovereign apps on platforms like the internet computer. And then they're going to do it just by talking to AI. Self-writing is a different paradigm to vibe coding. The AI is helping write some of your boilerplate code, helping you fix typos and a few bugs. But really, vibe coding is a paradigm for software engineers. Self-writing is a different paradigm where anybody can create without having any technical skills at all. Quite literally, talk to the AI and your functionality appears on the internet, which is obviously completely revolutionary. Internet Computer 2.0 incorporates functionality that makes self-writing possible. We have a new programming language designed for use by AI that enables it to create far more sophisticated apps and services without assistance than would otherwise be possible. You will often be upgrading your apps and services every few minutes, even on a cycle in the tens of seconds. You'll literally be saying, hey, I want this feature, and you'll see it appear on the URL. I should also add that you can speak in your natural native language, which is very, very important. So behind the scenes, of course, not only is a whole load of code being written, your app, if you like, is being migrated for you. AI is very powerful, but just like humans, it can make mistakes. So to enable this hands-free rapid cycle, you need frameworks in place that guarantee data can't be lost. People are going to be creating things like, hyperlocal social networks for their families. Enterprise IT is going to be turned on its head by this, because you'll be able to create things like CRM systems that for less than 1% of the cost and less than 1% of the time. It's important to remember that the developing world doesn't have the tech functionality that they need. The challenge is, even if they can afford to pay for these SaaS services that might give it to you pre-canned, even if they can find the developers to build things for them, they don't even have the security personnel to keep it safe. So the self-writing internet will provide them with a shortcut out of that situation. Of course, because it's running on the internet computer, it's tamper-proof. So that means what they create is immune to cyber attacks. It's unstoppable. Of course, it's sovereign because it's under public decentralized network and they control it. You know, this can be applied just about anything you can imagine will be possible with the self-writing internet, and it's going to be absolutely huge. I'd go as far to say that in 10 years, we won't think about tech stacks the same way. The tech stack will be a self-writing platform. We very much believe that the perfect platform for self-writing is the internet, and that we think in the end the self-writing internet will win.
Perfect. Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Thank you, Dom.
Okay. Thanks.
Always a pleasure.
Am I on? I am on. Good. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. We've got a great event lined up for you today. And, you know, I think this is a new paradigm you're going to see, and it's exciting. Before getting into that and talking about it, I just want to say thank you, first of all, to everyone that's been working behind the scenes on Caffeine. So the backstory is probably this event should have taken place in about a month's time. And for a bunch of scheduling reasons, we sort of like brought it forward. So it's been very intense. But here we are, and thanks for coming. So let's get going. All right. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Dominic Williams, founder and chief scientist of Definity Foundation. Definity is actually a non-profit organization, but we've got some commercial spin-outs coming in areas such as self-writing. And the mission of Definity is really to make compute secure, resilient, and sovereign, and also to enable the self-writing internet, which plays into those goals. 250 team members worldwide, was sort of split between the US and Switzerland, and come from a mix of backgrounds. You know, oftentimes big tech, but also some people like me from early days of crypto. So the big step, I think, with the self-writing internet and self-writing apps more specifically, is that in the future, and really now with this technology, app development is a conversation. So this is really something very different to what we're seeing today with vibe coding or traditional development. So to sort of put this in context, I want to cover the 4 ways that you can create internet functionality in the form of apps and services. So internet, of course, modern internet came into being in I think, January the 1st, 1983. You know, back in the early days, the only way to build something on the internet, obviously, was craft coding, as we call it now. And craft coding involves a human being with a keyboard typing out code. And the internet went through various phases. So to begin with, when you created an internet app, you coded the low-level protocols. So that's actually how I started. You know, I started writing in C and you know, creating and managing sockets and things like that, that today people don't really think about anymore. Then along came HTTP and the web, and that kicked off a whole revolution and began this kind of exponential growth of the internet. But there were further revolutions that followed. Then there was mobile, then there was cloud, and that kind of changed how we built things on the back end. And now, of course, more recently, perhaps the most profound and accelerative revolution of all, we've gained access to these really powerful AI models. So 2 years ago, 2023, along came, right, the clicker, thank you. There is one, thanks. Along came Cursor. And that kicked off a whole new, maybe it doesn't work. It's all right, it's all good. That kicked off a whole new paradigm, if you like, vibe coding. And now with vibe coding, you still have an engineer who's typing out code on his keyboard, but in addition to that, the engineer can issue natural language instructions to AI. And with vibe coding, it's those instructions tend to be of the form like, rewrite this function, something like that. So the latest paradigm is self-writing. And that kind of starts about now. And the change with self-writing is that the entire app lifecycle is a conversation. So rather than having an engineer typing code at a keyboard, you can have a completely non-technical person or a technical person just interacting with AI in a conversation, which is triggering successive updates of the app and successive deploys of the app almost on a continual basis at sort of chat speed. Of course, anyone could implement a self-writing paradigm platform, but today we're going to be talking about the way we've done it, which is this platform called Caffeine, which has an ensemble of AIs inside. The AI writes to the writes code in a language that's specialized for AI called Motoko, and that's that kind of friendly ghost icon you see. And then it's deploying it to ICP-based networks, in this case, the public incarnation of ICP called the Internet Computer. And we'll get to the reasons for that later. So I think what's probably going to be the case with most self-writing platforms going forward is that they utilize new tech stacks that are specialized to support self-writing. Because, in fact, AI, of course, has become very good at coding, but it's not a human. AI is an embodiment of human spirits in a kind of stochastic way, currently at least. And it has its own idiosyncrasies. And in fact, within the context of something like self-writing, it's being asked to do something that no human can do. It's writing code very quickly, and it's also updating and migrating running systems almost in real time. So the best way to do that is to provide AI with a stack, a tech stack, that is specialized for the needs of self-writing as opposed to vibe coding, which is using a traditional tech stack or craft coding. So yeah, there we go. Now, you might be wondering, this obviously I mentioned there are 4 ways. Before moving on, I should say that these different paradigms are going to coexist. I don't think craft coding is going to die. I hope not, because I've spent many decades writing code. I think there are always going to be cases where, maybe for reasons of trust, a human being has to write the code. I think probably in the future there won't be much pure craft coding. It'll generally be vibe coding. But these things will coexist with self-writing, and in fact, with Caffeine, we will open up hooks that enable it to be used in a vibe coding pattern. And of course, there are APIs on the internet computer that anybody, any craft coder can use. So just to be clear, none of that's going away. But you might be wondering what the fourth paradigm is. And it's what we call the fluid web. And you can get a hint of what the fluid web will be by looking at something like Perplexity, which is kind of like a search engine, but it kind of combines all these different sources of data and makes kind of a new informational resource for you. If you can imagine the equivalent of that for functionality, where AI is just generating the user experience on the fly, and that user experience can incorporate and combine functionality from lots of different apps. I mean, if you wanted, you could create a layer, and you could turn the entire existing web into a sort of library of microservices or something, right? And then you could have an AI layer over the top of that on the fly combines that functionality and creates a user experience for you. Like, for example, if you want to book a flight, it could create your own version of Kayak, but with some more telemetry, giving you indications what's the best price and so on. Okay, so let's get back to self-writing. So I think one of the really important things for me is that self-writing app lifecycles can be smartphone conversations. And that's why on either side of this main stage, you can see two screens that are feeding off a phone I've got here on the podium with me. Smartphone penetration is incredible. So by 2022, 82% of the US population was a smartphone owner. And this is a staggering level of penetration if you think about it, because it shows that even older generations have sort of given in and ended up with smartphones. In fact, my mother, she held out until about 10 years ago with a Nokia. At some point, I think my sister forced her to get an iPhone. And there are almost 1 billion smartphone users in China. So extraordinary number of people that can engage in creating self-writing apps. And as one of these charts mentions, there are now more phones than people in the world. So self-writing will democratize app creation and app ownership at absolutely massive scale. And let's try and put this in perspective from the perspective of developers, as I'm sure many of you are. Within the field of Web3, there are only 35,000 specialized engineers. It's probably why so much of Web3 is stuck in the mode of creating meme coins and things like that, right? The shortage of people developing more meaningful tech utility. Worldwide, there are about 15 million. I mean, no one can know the exact number, but this is the best I could get online. 15 million full stack engineers. But there are 5 billion people with internet connected smartphones who could be tomorrow's engineers because they're able to communicate in natural language and interact and engage in these conversations. And essentially, in the future, natural language alone will unlock sort of tech team superpowers. So I think the important point is it's not just that you're being a better engineer as you are with vibe coding. In the future, you're going to have a conversation with self-writing platforms. Under the skin, it'll be an ensemble of different AI models. And they're going to act as a complete tech team, but it's going to be very transparent for the user. I mean, they're just going to have this conversation and things are going to work. And that's what self-writing for us. Now, what does this mean? Like, how will this change the world? Well, I mean, first of all, I think whenever you get a new paradigm, you get a new tech stack. And if you think back to the early days of smartphones, I actually had a device called an XDA, a Microsoft XDA, back in like 2001, I think, or 2002. I'm getting lost, but maybe it's later. But long story, it was after the dot-com crash, and I ended up brokering a sale of these phones to Cantor Fitzgerald, about 1,000 of them. Anyway, this smartphone is about that big, actually had sat-nav on it and stuff like that. But, you know, in the end, like, Microsoft lost the smartphone race because a smartphone is a new paradigm, and it needed a new tech stack. And the built-for-purpose tech stacks were the ones that won out. So, of course, in the end, we got Android and iOS and so on. So that's one way that self-writing will change the world. We're going to see new tech stacks, as you're going to see today, that are really being built for AI as much as they're being built for humans. They're being built to support self-writing. But there's more to it than that. It's going to enable new online paradigms. So there's this great quote that I love from Steve Jobs, and he said, "What's important is that you have faith in people, that they're basically good and smart, and if you give them tools, they'll do wonderful things with them." So what happens when you put these kind of incredibly powerful tools in the hands of the everyday person? So here's one of my guesses. It's called hyperlocal social media. Hyperlocal social media, of course, is something like a social network that you create for your extended family that has functionality you couldn't do with a public social network, and maybe a whole lot of special features. So here you go.
I created a hyperlocal social network for my family. My dad posted a dancing video. My sister and I added giant emoji reactions to the video.
So that's, yeah, we'll see that kind of thing. And look, I mean, why? Because, I mean, you couldn't have Instagram where people could come and put great big huge emoji reactions on your photos. It would be defaced. But within the context of an extended family, you could do that. And, you know, here a tween daughter can put giant stupid emojis on her dad's dad dancing video, and it's all good. Okay, so that's one thing. Here's another thing I think we'll see, hyperlocal esports. Actually, one of the problems with esports generally is it's very difficult to prevent people cheating. That's why it's often done in stadiums. You know, it's very easy to hack it, and one of the biggest problems with, you know, public game servers, things like Call of Duty, is there's all these bots, and it's kind of unfair. And this really makes it very difficult to create esports where you might have like a cash prize or a Bitcoin prize or something like that. But if you're just doing it with your mates and you're creating the esports, the hyper-local esports platform for yourself.
I created a hyper-local esports system for me and my pals. We compete playing browser-based games for a Bitcoin pot.
Possible, right? That's another example, I think, of the way things are going to change in the future. The way we see the internet will change. So those are really consumer examples. I think it's heartening to see that, you know, the evolution of the web and the internet and the paradigms that exist hasn't really ossified in the way that we might imagine. It's probably only just getting started. The enterprise, of course, is going to make huge gains in terms of efficiency and velocity. So here's a kind of breakdown. Entrepreneur startup, one-person startup. I mean, you've probably heard a lot about that. I think the one-person startup meme is actually very real. startup from the developing world. Like, that's a big deal. Like, I lived in Silicon Valley and Palo Alto for many years, and I can tell you it's much, much easier being an entrepreneur in Silicon Valley than it is in London, where I came from originally. If you're in the developing world, I mean, very difficult to be a startup entrepreneur, but these kind of tools are going to help people. They're going to democratize access to the tech economy and bring a lot of new talent in. Even if you've got a big team here, you're going to get more velocity. You could use it for personal branding and community, like create yourself a personal branding website and some kind of like social media attached to it. You can use it to design advanced Web3 functionality. So one of the interesting things with the Internet Computer is it's powered by a lot of, it's a mathematically created platform, and it's got a lot of very interesting cryptography inside, so it can interact with Web3 blockchains trustlessly, so you can do that. SME, I mean, e-commerce website, tennis booking session. But then you get into the NGO space, and you can imagine it, refugee assistance, a school district fundraising project. But also within the corporate and government environment, there's a lot of applications. And we've been doing early demos to governmental agencies, and they're very interested. Because of course it's really hard for them to develop stuff. So there's the obvious applications like CRM and ERP and workflow management and intranet portals. But you can also give like departments a certain level of independence. So we've really been talking about self-writing apps. For us, the self-writing internet is the self-writing app paradigm, which could be built using a sort of dedicated new stack, which is more traditional. But for us, the self-writing internet involves sovereign apps too. So this is how we've done it. I mentioned before, I work at Definity, and there's a network called the Internet Computer. Huge amount of R&D work's gone into creating this over many, many years. And it's a public decentralized network that creates a kind of cloud. Too much to go into the details, but essentially it combines like a giant virtual execution environment with a mathematically secure protocol. And that mathematically secure protocol actually combines machines, specialized machines called node machines that run all over the world, by independent parties called node providers. And so to recap, what you're going to see today is you've got the Internet Computer, talk in natural language to the Internet Computer, like I want the app to do this, I want the app to do that, and just keep upgrading it by continuing the conversation. And Caffeine is going to be coding and managing that app on the Internet Computer, and then the app is going to be available on a URL. Without getting into the weeds now, you basically update it in draft mode, and then when you're happy, you kind of push it live, and there's a kind of fluidity to the way this works, and the AI can kind of meld different code bases, as you're going to see. Now, a few people have asked is, well, what if I'm from a corporate or government background and I don't want to deploy an app to the Internet Computer? Well, the answer is, there's a product coming called Utopia. Utopia is actually an acronym for Unstoppable, Tamper-Proof, Open Platform for Independent Autonomy. That's why it's called Utopia. And it enables you to create like a private Internet Computer, and you can just run that over existing cloud services if you want. Or alternatively, your own dedicated hardware if that's important and you want to make sure that everything's under your complete control. That's it. I think I was going to, in the future, the internet will be self-writing. And today, you're going to get some real cool demos from me with some more technical details on some of the ways that we've achieved the advances we have. I'm talking about something called enhanced orthogonal persistence. So we've got this new computer language that essentially collapses the distance between logic and data. Actually, it's a great simplification of software. It's just got a horribly technical sounding name, unfortunately. I'm going to show you, talk about that. I'm going to show you how we can build things just by talking, and then try and as well back up into how exactly that's working, and how this magic's being achieved. Okay, so I'll see you all later, hopefully. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Welcome back to Dogpatch Studios. We're back here at the main floor. People are off walking around. The experience pods are booked. I can't wait to show you guys those. I hope you've been enjoying your time so far. You caught Dom's first demo that kicked off the event. I hope you saw the panel talk around AI investment and then also the fireside chat on AI scalability. And so I'm really excited to bring you back here. I want to first go back. If you're just turning into the live stream, maybe you've missed the big announcement. The alpha release of Caffeine is coming tomorrow, July 16th. If you want to be part of that release, invite codes are coming out on a routine basis, on a rolling basis, and so you want to get your name in there. You're going to go to caffeine.ai, get your and put your name on that list, and start to feel the experience of using Caffeine. I'm really excited to bring to you Pierre, the Chief Business Officer at Definity, to talk about how Caffeine is going to revolutionize not just the consumer market, but also enterprise, government, and what to really start to expect from that. Pierre, if you don't mind coming and joining me. How are you doing today? You've already had a panel today. You still look like you're in great spirits. Things going well?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the energy in this place is absolutely amazing. I mean, as you said, like, people are piling up at the experience pods to try out Caffeine. The hackathon is in full swing. Dom just did a great announcement on stage, so energy level couldn't be higher.
I feel bad for Tracy. She's going to take the stage. She's going to have to tell the crowd about the experience pods. Stop your prompting. Now come back and sit down for the demo. But that's just a show of what Caffeine does.
Well, exactly. But yeah, anyone that's signed up will gradually get access to it in the next weeks. So we're starting tomorrow. So everyone can try Caffeine out as long and as much as they want.
Love it. Caffeine.ai, again, get on that wait list. So we focused a lot on, naturally when you talk about like revolutionary software on the internet, like for the internet, people tend to think of like consumer apps. Not realizing that there's a lot of value in enterprise and government. These are heavy users. Like, walk me through kind of how you see Caffeine playing a role at the enterprise level.
Well, yeah, indeed. I think actually Caffeine will probably play an even bigger role on the enterprise and government market, right? So, and already today we have a lot of discussions with governments on POCs with the combination of Utopia and Caffeine, because they're really excited about having now an option to build sovereign software, right? Because digital sovereignty in itself is a major topic for governments right now. This is where Utopia kind of plays in. But now they are also able to build their own software and customize their own software, right? And that's going to be a huge efficiency lever for governments and enterprises, because in the current state, if they want to update their IT system, it's like an endless talking shop, right? It's endless procurement process. And at the end of the day, they anyways are forced to go with the usual suppliers that they have framework contracts with, right? The big tech firms. So now they are really excited about the fact that they can build their own software, but also update their own software, right? Because also updates usually take ages in the kind of legacy software industry today. So I think this will be an absolutely new paradigm on how software is sold, how software is created, and in particular, if you think about it, what that does to the efficiency of your stuff, right? Because you don't need to waste time anymore in like admin processes. You can just start right away and build your own fit-for-purpose software.
I love that. I spent some time in IT department. I've done IT procurement. I know the pain that is, both from the IT perspective and from the business perspective or the government perspective. Now, you mentioned a term, Utopia. I'm assuming that people who've been following Definity for a while, that term is familiar. But if somebody hasn't been following along with the Internet Computer Protocol, what exactly is Utopia and what makes it unique?
Yeah. So, I mean, to simplify it is, think really about Utopia as a private version of the Internet Computer. Because in particular, when it's about digital sovereignty, some governments and enterprises have requirements that they want also full control of the nodes that the system is running on, right? So Utopia is the idea or the product of allowing these type of customers to run their own Internet Computer version, so to say, either on big tech clouds, as Dom showed earlier, or run it entirely on their own sovereign hardware, right? And it basically behaves like an internet computer in a private version. It can connect to mainnet as well, but for very sensitive stuff that you want to have, I mean, whether it is, I don't know, any government services or so, you can run it entirely on an infrastructure you control, and that is free from foreign access and free from the issues that we have with current data protection.
Is that so, like privacy, sovereignty, these are the big value propositions for Utopia?
Oh, 100%. Exactly this. Digital sovereignty is the key thing. And it's also like the main trend if you look at governments around the world. Everyone is trying to figure out, how can I become digitally sovereign with my infrastructure, right? Because now that, I mean, obviously there is tech nationalism at play in every country at the moment. And everyone woke up to, I think, the dilemma that they might face, that if they work with big tech companies, that they are also kind of a bit under the force of foreign intelligence services that these big tech companies are, right? So, and that is a huge problem, and that's why you see so many governments around the world going back from big tech to open source solutions or their own solutions.
It's phenomenal to think back to like the 1990s and when the internet was still like in its infancy and people were dreaming about what it would become. And a lot of this was talked back then of it should be a democratic, it should be a worldwide network. But then you see how it played out as you have kind of like value capture from, you know, the big tech, right? Like there's 4 companies in the world that make up like 90% of what we experience as the internet. And so Utopia is maybe an off-ramp for this kind of like dilemma that we're in?
Well, Utopia, but the internet computer in general is an off-ramp for that, right? Because if you build something on the internet computer, and many governments, or small, at least like small, medium enterprises, they might not need a Utopia, they just build on the internet computer, right? Because then again, they get the same properties of tamper-proof, sovereign, unstoppable software, right? And they don't hand over their data to big tech.
Yeah, so I guess Utopia is for if you want control over the hardware. If you just need a public network, you've got the internet computer, and then Caffeine is essentially I don't know what you call it, like a Cambrian explosion of applications that can be applicable to any kind of like enterprise. So we were talking about IT, right? IT departments. I've gone through the process of acquiring SaaS software and then trying to get the business to adopt into it. And it's funny because, you know, the business has a process. All of a sudden now you're bringing in software and the software dictates the business process. Do you imagine Caffeine being unlocked for that in terms of the software supports the business process instead of vice versa?
100%. I think it entirely changes the dynamics of this entire process, right? So not only are you quicker implementing something, I would also imagine that business teams now would just create a first MVP of what they want to have with Caffeine, right? And then show the IT department, hey, this is what we want to have. Just give us the green light that the infrastructure we're running this on is actually what we can comply to. So I think it fundamentally changes the way this entire process of software procurement, software sales is running, but it also finally frees up people to do valuable work and not be stuck in admin processes, right?
I mean, you're going to make any kind of bureaucratic person a little upset there because, right, the admin process is where the value capture can be. So it's good to see, though. Like, I mean, you brought it up exactly with the power then goes to the employees who understand the domain knowledge of what needs to get accomplished, and that they now are empowered to use software, build software that matches that, and then what they just need is for the IT department to, I guess, check to make sure it meets whatever security requirements they have, or it has like some sort of lifecycle management.
Exactly. But I mean, that's why Utopia and the combination of Utopia, ICP, and Caffeine is so important. Let's say if enterprises are comfortable running something on the internet computer infrastructure, then there is no need to check that again, right? Because then any software you build with Caffeine is automatically compliant to your requirements.
That's kind of a phenomenal way to think of Utopia as a way to get into people feel more comfortable with the public network, with the Internet Computer Protocol.
So Utopia is not only like a privacy solution for bespoke clients, but it's also an entry gate into the Internet Computer. And thanks to Caffeine even more, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see apps that are going to be built on mainnet transition fluidly over to Utopia and vice versa, right? So I think it's going to be a really great ecosystem that's going to emerge from this.
Let's talk through that again. Like I'm absolutely fascinated with this idea that as the cost of prototype, you were just mentioning this, as the cost of prototype goes to zero, as the technical barriers goes to zero, people, whatever their imagination is, they can get it built and at least get some sort of proof of concept out there. Like, do you see that being kind of used within businesses as like employees are just kind of building the apps that meet their business needs?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't share the name we're talking to, but one of the prospects that we're most likely going to run a POC with is the government. They already asked, like, okay, if we roll this out to 1,000 people in the government sector, and we allow them to create their own apps, right? That will dramatically improve the efficiency. So how do we do that, right? Which then also brings up another point from an enterprise point of view, is that I think this will create a lot of opportunities for development companies, and part of them are part of the ICP Alliance, for instance, to really bring a new tech paradigm to their clients, right? To become specialists in Caffeine development and Utopia implementation, right? And then really help this process of rolling out Caffeine to different teams.
I love that. So you mentioned the ICP Alliance. Kind of walk us through what is this alliance?
Well, the ICP Alliance, we announced it on the World Computer Summit in Zurich last month, is an alliance of development partners, dev shops basically, that we have across the world. Currently we have 15 in the alliance. There is another pipeline of another 20 that need to be qualified now. And the idea is that we kind of help these development partners to get better at ICP tech, to have direct access to the R&D team, to always be on top of things, on what's coming out, what's coming new, but also to distribute kind of leads that we get sometimes at the Definity Foundation, so that we have a network of trusted implementation partners that are vetted, so to say, by us, and we can easily say if the United Nations comes with a new requirement, and yeah, we have two potential partners that can take this forward, right? It's really the idea of creating a sales network, but from both angles. So also allowing companies that are brave enough, that have been brave enough in the past to take the leap and work on new tech and a new tech paradigm like the internet computer, to also be able to create a business out of it, right? And really be at the forefront of the next tech paradigm.
I love that. You're kind of talking like a open source and like a Red Hat, I guess, is kind of where my brain goes to. Of like, it's a great, like, there's value to be added there. So now, if everyone, and actually you're kind of touching on, let me ask this as a question, because this is probably a misconception. Caffeine is not going to do away with software development, it sounds like. It sounds like there's going to be a need for, actually maybe even increased demand for more skilled software development, and that's kind of where ICP Alliance can step in?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't think Caffeine will take away a lot of the kind of software developer needs. Obviously, for a few things, you don't need software developers anymore because everyone will become a developer with Caffeine. But if I just purely think about the enterprise and government sector, then there's always two things. There's what can you theoretically do? In theory, you can create your own software. You don't need anyone. But the way enterprises and governments work is they still like to have a counterparty of that has reliability, right? Or that has the liability of what they implement. So I would really imagine, and we've seen that already in the first discussions, that enterprise partners are super excited on testing this out, but they want to have one of the ICP Alliance partners to help them hand-holding, right? Someone that also can read the codes, knows what Caffeine is writing, can interpret it, and help to assist everything that they do. So I think it's really going to be a hybrid world. And for dev shops, I think the game is significantly changing because now they can work with Caffeine to create solutions for their clients. And we are in discussion with one of the interested alliance partners who has a identity solution, a national identity, right? And they want to port it over to the ICP infrastructure, and then they want to use Caffeine to customize kind of front-end processes for their clients. But the core of the solution stays the same, right? So yeah, super exciting stuff happening.
I mean, so there's a technical component, there's a creativity component, and really just unlocking people's minds of like what is actually possible. Now we kind of danced around this idea of people who can create their own applications. There's value there. I understand there's going to be kind of like an app store for Caffeine. Is that something we can talk through, or?
Well, I mean, I don't want to spoiler a lot, right? So Dom is gonna talk about it later, but obviously, everyone that has seen the app, and even you can see it in the experience pod, there's an app market field where you can clone, put some of the apps that have been built. You can hyper customize them for your need. So this is going to be a very interesting point because if you build something on Caffeine, you can put it on the app market, and then you can in no time inspire other people to work with your app, but also you monetize it immediately, right? And that is gonna, in my view, create another new paradigm, which is, I mean, however we want to call it, like an open app economy, right? Where, let's say, you have a pretty cool app that you build with Caffeine, which is a direct messaging app with vet keys encrypted and so on, right? I might clone this from the app market and make this a specific app that is only for a certain subset of people, let's say university club or a sports club or whatever, right? And hence, I really think this is going to lead to that, what Dom calls the hyper-localization of apps, right? Where all of a sudden you take examples of apps and you remix them, you customize them for specific purposes.
So this is, I mean, a great example of this would be when we've been testing out Caffeine internally. I know some of the engineers at Definity have had these like really brilliant ways to get AI to integrate either various components of ICP into their app, which was never part of maybe the initial design, but they thought about it from like a first principles perspective and said, oh, I can actually lead AI towards this direction. And I would see it and I'd be like, oh, that's super cool. And I would want that for this. So this might be an example, like if somebody did this, they could actually make a career or a living off of just.
100%. Yeah. So Caffeine will really create a new economy for people to monetize and inspire with their creations.
I love it. I love it. I love the idea of just this like a completely it flips software development on its head as a career. Now you're actually looking for people who can kind of think through how to work with the AI to get a base model of something that other people can come and license and use beyond that. Now, we've also danced around the idea of like Caffeine and Utopia are massive, like absolutely massive benefit to ICP. Walk through like what exactly is like tangible benefits that both of these there's our event coordinator going right on through. And we now have embarrassed her on a live stream. So what is the benefit to the internet computer, like for both Caffeine and Utopia?
For what exactly?
Well, I guess that like with Caffeine, like what does it actually do for the internet computer to bring value back to ICP, and then Utopia, like what's the value proposition?
Okay. So I mean, think really about Utopia and ICP as literally the same structure, right? And people that are building applications are building it on an infrastructure that goes both directions, right? So if we have, I mean, let's take that example that I mentioned. We have this ICP Alliance partner that is building this identity solution, this national identity solution for Utopia. Then very easily you can just port it to the internet computer, right, to mainnet, and vice versa. So I really think we're going to see a lot of fluidity of ecosystems moving between a private version of the internet computer and the internet computer itself. I think it's going to be a massive benefit for ICP because more people will learn how to develop on the internet computer, more people will learn about the unique traits of the internet computer, and many people will decide that I don't need a private version. Again, that private version is like very bespoke for certain businesses. I just build on mainnet because mainnet already has very, very good traits, right? And picking it up at vet keys, privacy concerns are heavily reduced, right?
I mean, it's not hard to imagine like Google Sheets. You use that in your workplace, and maybe if you use Utopia in your workplace, you go home, you want to do something as a personal project, you use Google Sheets again. You use ICP in that case. Now, what about Caffeine? The idea of millions of applications launching onto ICP. What does that do for the internet computer network?
Well, that's going to be a very interesting one, right? So, I mean, I'm not going to predict anything, right? But obviously, every application that's built through Caffeine is deployed on a canister on the internet computer network. So every activity with Caffeine that leads to a draft of an app or to a deployment of an app is activity on ICP, right? So we have good reasons to believe that Caffeine is going to massively increase the utilization of the internet computer as a compute environment, right? And you can see in the experience pods like how easy it is to just create something and people will just try things out. So it is, I think Dom mentioned this once, I think it's a kind of perfect combination now of the infrastructure that has been built with that tremendous R&D effort that creates digital sovereignty, and AI breaking down the barriers of developing and creating software. And I really think the internet computer is going to be the de facto new compute environment for anyone.
That's obviously what we want to hear. So I love that. let's wrapping this up in terms of something that maybe excites you the most about this new self-riding internet paradigm. I don't know, is there something that stands out as what excites you the absolute most?
Well, it's a bit of the underlying principle that I think is what initially brought me into the entire Web3 space, and where I also think the Web3 industry might have lost its way along the way, right? It's the idea of really democratizing stuff and giving it back to the people, right? And with Caffeine, you will see a lot of people, in my view, a lot of users creating alternatives to centralized platforms that are exploiting their users, right? And I think that is going to break down. So I really think that Caffeine is going to be a huge step forward for anyone on this planet to take back not only sovereignty of their compute, sovereignty of their data, but also break down that platform lock-in that we had so far, right? So that's what I'm most excited about from a philosophical point of view, that we're really helping the world to become a better place by slashing down the barriers of platforms.
I mean, that's going back to that's what the original idea of the internet was, a massive democratic place where people could participate on equal footing. So it's glad to see where we're turning.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's really like taking the vision of Bitcoin and applying it to compute, right? And applying it to apps. So eliminating middlemen, eliminating platforms.
That's such a perfect way to end this on. Pierre, I really thank you so much for your time. I'll see you around and keep doing the good work. Thank you so much. As Pierre Samati is the Chief Business Officer at Definity. Great vision. He's part of the groundwork of what's going on here. We're going to go back to the main stage. I think Dominic Williams is coming back on in about 6 or 7 minutes. In the meantime, though, I want to give you guys a check-in on what's going on with the hackathon upstairs. I was up there about an hour ago, and it's just people heads down, really, really coding. Actually, not even coding. People working with Caffeine and trying to really like fine-tune the application that they want. A lot of competition going out there, so I really expect these the winners to be like phenomenal applications. And I'm wondering if actually, I see I have Lomesh over here to my right, and I'm wondering if I can get Lomesh on over here. Lomesh, you available? We got Lomesh Duda.
Hey Kyle, good to be here.
Lomesh, good to see you. So Lomesh, VP of Growth at Definity. Have you been spending your day mostly down here on the first floor, or have you been up in the hacker room?
Oh, big mix. So I've spent a bunch of time just coming back from the hackathon and see all the amazing builders building. But yeah, I did get a chance to see the DOMS demo, or at least the presentation, so that was amazing, yeah.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot more demos coming up. I know the next section is related to that. And I don't want you to reveal any secrets, because who knows if anyone in the hackathon is watching this live stream and they're needing an idea to kind of take an advantage. But like, if you were to say, like, what is like the main ideas that people are starting to work on? Did you have a feel for what people, like the prompts and the ideas that they wanted to execute on?
Yeah, like you rightly said, I wouldn't cover the ideas, but I think I saw a bunch of people trying to build interesting games. I could see their screens, and I could see like some of the output was like super awesome. Then I saw very interesting personal productivity tools, which you will probably see in the demos. So let me not cover that, but yeah, something like, I mean, like people are just trying to, maybe not. Let me not disclose it. So very interesting things, like stuff that you do at your home, and like it's just like similar to how you do your grocery like list. People want to know what's in their fridge and do that some interesting stuff with it. So that was the kind of interesting idea I found. And yeah, I think people are trying to like explore more. They are building, trying to build some Web3 oriented things. Or like just things for their community. So yeah, there's a good mix of ideas being attempted.
Now, caffeine's for everyone. I hope that's one of the messages everyone takes away from this event is whether you're technical or non-technical, whether your background is in computer science or your background's in art history, it doesn't matter. Everyone is able to use caffeine and develop something. Yet at the hackathon, we have two different what would you call them? Tracks. We have a technical track and a non-technical track. Are you seeing a difference in the participation between those two tracks, or are they kind of aligning towards similar products?
Yeah, so I think what's interesting right now is like in the current edition of Caffeine that we have rolled out, so we do not allow you to edit the code. That will happen at some time in the future, but for now, you can see the code, and if you're a developer, you can obviously experience and see like, okay, what am I missing, and you maybe try and optimize. But in terms of like from the get-go, what we want to really observe is like, how are people approaching the problem? Are they like developers are coming with, okay, where's my GitHub integration? How do I connect with something else? While the non-technical are just like, okay, let's just start with a user problem and try to do this. So it started like that, but then I also see almost everyone is just like approaching it from, okay, let me try to see what am I solving for rather than the how piece of it. So let me just take my GitHub app integration or this like API integration hat out and just try to think of, here's a problem I'm trying to solve, what kind of prompts I can give to do stuff. So I think that's what I see things converging at, but I haven't seen all the projects, so I'll be surprised as well.
Now, when I was up there, the vibes were great, although people were pretty focused, but it seemed like everyone was enjoying using Caffeine and really kind of like having a good time doing it. Are you kind of, did I just happen on a good time during the hackathon, or are you seeing the similar vibes?
Oh, it's ever since it started, I think so. People started showing up at even before 8 o'clock. And yeah, they've been, so it's full house. We have 80 developers as exactly what planned for. We had a few more. Unfortunately, we were out of capacity. But I think I just came down and it's pretty full still. So there's like nobody who has left, I can say. And yeah, it's all vibing great.
Apologies to whoever had to be turned back. Obviously, space limitations. But are you seeing people wrapping up their? I know we only have another 1 hour left, where people are starting to finish up their apps, or is everyone just having too much to where they got to like fine tune and things like that?
I at least until 5 minutes ago, I didn't see anyone wrapping up, so they were still cranking and kind of trying to do stuff, maybe trying to optimize. I see some people so on Caffeine, you can have multiple chats in parallel. So I think for the current environment, we have, I guess, a maximum of 10 as just as a thing that we put in for Hackathon. But I see people working in parallel windows and trying to do different stuff. So, but I didn't see anyone wrapping up yet. So maybe they are just trying to have the next big idea, and they're trying to say, oh, which one should I submit? So the rules are that you can obviously play with as many apps as you want, say up to 10. You can delete it and restart, but you get to have one submission. So they are just trying to play and hedging their bets, and eventually they'll end up submitting a project.
I love it. I love it. Lomesh, thank you so much for your time. I will be checking in again, and as the people wrap up, I'm excited to see what gets produced from the hackathon. Thank you so much. And we're about 30 seconds away from the main stage becoming populated again with Dominic Williams. He's going to give the next demo. After that, I think we're going to have a conversation around past, present, and future of the internet. After that, we're going to have a conversation around security and guardrails for AI. A lot of great content still coming your way, so check in. Just want to remind everyone, if you like what you're hearing about Caffeine, you can be part of the alpha release. Just go to caffeine.ai, put your name in. You're going to be part of the rolling basis of invite codes, and I look forward to joining you guys at the next break. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your extensive lunch break. I now have the pleasure of welcoming you all back for the first afternoon session. For those of you who ventured outside to enjoy some refreshments, this is your official invitation to come back inside, grab a seat. For those of you who have already taken your seats, I would kindly ask you, if you're sitting on the end of a row, to maybe move inside just to make sure that others coming in will be able to fill in seats easily. All right, just a quick couple of housekeeping items once again. We're going to ask for your attention for about an hour or so. So just a brief reminder, if you are looking to chat, you will have an opportunity to do so in just about 60 minutes time. For those 60 minutes, we do ask for your attention in order to ensure that all of the different speakers have a pleasant experience on stage and that they are able to impart their wisdoms upon you. All right, without further ado, it's been teased in the morning. You've seen a couple of snippets online here and there. If you tuned in on the 3rd of June, you have already seen your very first glimpse of Caffeine. But for those of you who are monitoring the agenda online, you'll also know that we're now officially heading into the demo portion of the day. So, without further ado, let's bring back to the stage Dominic Williams, founder and chief scientist of the Definity Foundation, as he shares a demo and some insights for the next couple of minutes. Let's give him a warm welcome back.
Hello, everyone. This is going to be an interesting one. So we are going to do a kind of technology demo. There's a last third session I've got where we're just going to go all out and start creating e-commerce websites and things like that just through prompting. But this is a difficult one. You know, sometimes like you can get lost in what sounds like hyperbole. You know, this morning we talked about what self-writing was. We talked about these 4 different paradigms for creating internet functionality, you know, craft coding, vibe coding, self-writing, and soon the fluid web. But how does that, you know, in all of that, sometimes it's good to think about what are the unique building blocks, what are some of the technical advances behind these new paradigms that are making them possible. And what is the kind of technology that powers a new tech stack optimized for AI that's working in the mode of a tech team. So there's one particular technology inside this stack I want to talk about. And it's got a very technical sounding name, enhanced orthogonal persistence. But I want you to try and resist the natural temptation to switch off when you hear a technical sounding term like that, because actually this technology is designed to simplify software, and it's really key to the way that we're able to enable AI to create much more sophisticated backends. And since we're in Silicon Valley and this place is all about the tech, I wanted to have a go explaining what enhanced orthogonal persistence is. So we're going to run through this quickly and then actually just start using the app, and you can see it working in practice. Okay, so what is enhanced orthogonal persistence? Well, it's really a system that completely rethinks data persistence. Data persistence, of course, is just refers to the process of making sure that you don't lose your data. If you think about going onto social media, your posts are still there the next day you visit. That's because they're persisting. And more generally, all data has to persist. And this technology aims for simplicity, so there's no database. So when Caffeine is building apps that are being deployed to the internet computer or some other ICP technology, there's no database involved. And it has flexibility in the sense that the data that's persisting can have any form whatsoever without any restrictions. There's some safety guarantees which are very important because this morning we talked about how there are approximately 5 billion people worldwide with smartphones. And since the app lifecycle is a conversation, potentially there could be 5 billion app developers out there. And there's no way that there's enough technical people to, fix things for them if they go wrong. So there has to be inherent safety, and orthogonal persistence, as we'll see, provides that. And lastly, just behind me, it's extremely efficient. Orthogonal persistence is much faster than keeping data in a traditional database. So we're going to whisk through this again. It's a bit of code, but if you look at it, it's actually pretty straightforward. This is what enhanced orthogonal persistence looks like. It looks like there's no persistence. You just write your code and your abstractions, and your data persists in those abstractions. So here within what's known as a software actor, which you can think about as being like an object, we've defined a post. The post has an author. It's got some media. It's got some likes, a set of users who've liked it. It's got some comments. And a user, of course, has a name and a list of posts. And then down the bottom, just like you would if you were creating transient data, it says let posts, which say, for example, the posts in a blog. Let posts be a list, which is an abstract data structure of posts. And to be clear, these aren't special classes that are, storing things behind the scenes in a database. This isn't a object relational database mapper or something like this. You can write arbitrary code. You can write arbitrary abstractions, and your data will continue to live in those abstractions. And the way I refer to this is that we've made a kind of effort to collapse the distance between code and state. So logic and data, code and state, they're kind of one and the same. And therefore, when you want to persist something, you don't do anything special. It just happens orthogonally. It's just plain code. Data lives in your logical abstractions. There's no database. There's no storage API. There's no files. So despite that crazy technical sounding term, enhanced orthogonal persistence, and despite the complexity of implementing this kind of technology, we first started talking about it and working on it in 2018. So that gives you an idea of how much work was involved, and probably we're going to get very near to the final version of it in August. Okay, so why does this help? There are a number of reasons this helps Caffeine. One of them is that we're fueling the modeling power inherent in AI thinking. So AI is very good at seeing patterns in text, and of course, text is language, and language embeds concepts, so you can kind of combine concepts. And that's how LLMs produce such marvelous results. And this can kind of be translated into textual descriptions of the logical abstractions inherent in those apps that you're building. And enhanced orthogonal persistence enables arbitrary structure without any of the kind of limitations you'd see when you use a database. And you can kind of modify data as code. So here we go. We've got a function here that creates a new post and so on, and adding posts to the list and so on. We also get guaranteed data consistency because the data is part of the code now. And obviously that means it's kind of automatically type safe, depending on the language. Functions execute as transactions. Either the changes to memory are persisted or they aren't, if there's an exception. Data is type checked. And here's the really key one. Migrations are safe. So here you can see some code that I've just circled. And this is defining a data migration. So when you're using Caffeine and you go from one version of an app to another version of an app, logic is written that transforms, if you like, the data embodied in those abstractions from one version of the app to another version of the app. And what we're able to do through validation is make sure that if there's a mistake in the logic, because remember now the data's in the logic, if there's a mistake in the logic, and you can kind of validate logic, if there's a mistake in the logic, the upgrade fails, which prevents data loss. And this is a subtlety that is incredibly important within this field. If you want to let AI that can hallucinate, or not can, will hallucinate, I mean, AI makes mistakes, and you want to have AI upgrading apps over and over and over again at the speed of chat, you need to have guardrails that ensure that if a mistake is made, data cannot be lost during those upgrades. And it's not enough. I mean, Caffeine allows you to work in draft mode with a draft version of the app, and then when you're happy with a particular version of a draft, push it live. And you could say, well, it's down to the user. The user needs to make sure that every single migration has worked successfully and no data's been lost. It doesn't really work because data loss can be very, very subtle indeed. So if you can imagine a complex business system like a CRM, there's all kinds of different data in that CRM, and somebody might, upgrade their CRM, think everything went well. 2 weeks later, you realize there's been some very subtle data loss, but now you've been running the new version in production and you've collected new data and you're in a big mess. So actually, one of the most important features of any self-writing system is that you can guarantee that when these migrations occur, data isn't lost. And orthogonal persistence, as well as unleashing the kind of modeling power of AI, also creates guardrails, because now the data's in the logic, and we can kind of like process that in a slightly different way, and we can make sure that data doesn't get lost on updates. So lastly, before we get into something less technical in the form of a kind of demo, play around, one of the cool things, obviously, is that you've got instant access to data. It's not stored. The code and data is one and the same. It just comes straight from a persistent memory. And when you run an upgrade, you can just pick up existing memory and process it. And if you're a software engineer, this perhaps makes more sense to you. But anyway, let's move on to a demo. We can see this working in practice. Yeah. All right. I'm going to have to go here. You can see the workings. Here we go. All right. We're going to do some fancy demos later. What I want to do here is create something reasonably simple so you can see how the code changes and how the data is migrated. So we'll start off by just doing something perversely simple, maybe like a blog. Okay, create a user blog. Yes. Oh, oops, God. Of Medium. Yeah, let's just go like that. Let's see what it says. So it's actually got going on this right away. Something else you'll notice about Caffeine is whenever you ask it to do something, it always starts with the spec. And in actual fact, Caffeine doesn't use an elongated context. It tends to work by creating a spec, creating an interface between the back end and the front end. There are different models working on these things. And then writing the code according to the spec. And when you update, okay, let's make sure on that. When you update, someone just brought my attention to it, you can now see the mobile version of the app working in synchrony. When you update, it's first updating the spec, and then it's looking at the existing code base, and it's updating the existing code base to match the spec, but it's the spec the functional spec that anchors it. So this is coding away, and I should point out that it's still very usable on mobile. And this is incredibly important to us. Like, mobile users are first-class citizens. In the end, all kinds of exciting things are going to be created using smartphones alone. But having said that, it's easier to demonstrate this on the desktop. So I'm going to click on this file here, main.mo. And main.mo, let's get rid of the chat, so I have the whole screen for it. Oops, excuse me, just unpin this here. OK. Main.mo is the back end. We're able to create backends extraordinarily quickly. And in fact, this backend would compile in probably less than half a second. And that's, again, a benefit of this language, Motoko, that it also implements enhanced orthogonal persistence. Anyway, I mentioned how there are no databases, there are no files. And I don't know if the text is big enough, but you can see a definition here for a user profile. And this has a bunch of fields. The first one is principal. Remember that the internet computer is, in fact, a cryptographic system. It's not usernames and passwords. It's a public key. Then there's used for gating access. Below that, there's a display name. Below that, there's a bio. And below that, there's a profile picture, currently a URL to a profile picture. And then it's defining an article type. An article's got an ID, a title, some content, an author, which is the principal, a flag saying whether or not it's published, a created at date, and update, etc. And this lives just in these abstract data collections, which can be arbitrary. So user profiles is just a map between the principal, which is the underlying ID of a user, and the user profile object, which has their friendly name and bio and things like that. Articles is an ordered map between text, which I guess is probably using a textual ID, and the article itself. And interestingly, there is file storage. It says file storage equals file storage.new, and I guess that's an array of a collection of binary arrays used to store images. So let's see where we are with that. OK, it's working on some front-end stuff. So while we're doing that, let's create another project in parallel. Let's go. Create a user gallery, user photo gallery. That enables users to take photos from their device. I'm just going to see how it goes with that. It's very simple instructions. I mean, generally speaking, you probably OK. So this thing apparently is ready. There we go. Hold on. You can see it. All right. So put that back on. Interestingly, in that one, you see that the AI, it took a bit longer because the AI reviewed its own code, found errors, and then resolved the code issues, and then reviewed the code again for errors, and then it was happy and, yeah, built it. OK. So I can actually open this in a separate tab. Okay, well, very simple so far. We've got some much crazier demos coming, but let's go. Okay, I'm logging in with my fingerprint using internet identity. So, little factoid. Internet identity was actually the world's first passkey-based identity system in production back in May 21. And there's a new version coming out after 4 years. All right, so, yeah. So I've logged in, and we're just going to add some data just so I can show you when we add new features how the code changes. So, article title, I'm on stage at the cafe. Okay, I need lorem ipsum. Blah, blah, here we go. Save draft or publish. Let's just publish it. Woo! Very cool. Right. Write another one. I'm just going to add 2 to prove it works. This is why. Okay. Highlight that. There we go. Whatever. Okay. So, what have we done? We've created a pretty simple. Let's get back to articles. There we go. We've created a pretty simple blog. It says it's posted by anonymous. I think it's probably given me. Edit profile. I could give myself a name and Dom. I don't know if that's going to work. I work on. Okay. Okay, well, let's go back. Yeah, it has. It's taken it, isn't it? Okay, there we go. So we've got a bunch of... someone is actually looking at this because I didn't use... Anyway, I don't think I did that. Anyway, okay, someone's logged in. So let's go back to Caffeine and think about the features that we could add. So... where's our code? Hold on. Ooh, this is going slowly. I'm on dev. What are we going to add? Let's add tags. Make it possible to add. Let's do comments. To add tags to posts. Yeah, let's just do that. It should be possible to define a list of valid tags. All right. Okay, so some different internet speeds here. So we can see on the mobile app, we've flicked over to spec. This one, it looks like I've not clicked back into the toggle mode, so I'll leave it. Wait a second. It's working on mobile or not? Here we go. Okay, so great. Let me just close this here. I'm just going to turn this off here on this one. And look at the code. Okay, go to the chat. So the reason I wanted to get rid of everything, just so we can look at the code, is, okay, keeps flicking back. We want to see in this the ability to add tags to posts. And this could be the first time I get caught out. Let's have a look. So let's take the chat here. Okay, so actually here's something interesting that you're seeing going on. You can tell this is a live demo that I didn't check before. It says that it's fixing the migration logic to protect your app data. Well, it didn't detect that the migration logic that it had written was wrong. Quite literally, when it tried to do the upgrade, it was rejected because it would lose some data. So this actually is an example of the power of orthogonal persistence in practice. The AI's made a mistake. Something's going on. I'm not exactly quite sure because it's jumping around. But it hasn't allowed a broken upgrade to take place. It's blocked it. And although it's kind of funny within the context of this demo with what was going on with it, if you imagine a system where, or a future where apps are actually conversations that people spend, months in refining things, adding features, making them more complicated, and the data gets more and more complicated inside these apps. Can you imagine if they're upgrading something at the speed of chat, talking, and they create a bunch of drafts, and eventually they like what they get, and they push it into production, and then it loses some data, and they don't notice? It would be a catastrophe. So this is actually, ironically, a demonstration of why it's there. Let's switch over to this one, because there's something wrong with that. I'm going to work it out here. So let's see the draft on this one. OK, so we're going to let's wait until we see it. None of this is rehearsed, by the way, so just so you know. All right, log in. It wants me to log in for my photos. It's worried about my privacy. Probably a good idea. All right, in I go. So let's move this guy back and go to the photo gallery here. OK, my name. OK, upload photos. Let's see, we go here, this guy here. Open draft web page. You know what I'm going to get. I'm on the same guy, it's the same account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. Ooh, looks like that worked. OK. All right, it's going to be a different user. So, whoops, not it. OK. So, photo gallery, does it work? Out of curiosity, I'm going to get myself into more and more trouble here. Seems to be, unless there's a permissions issue. Go on. Try this again. Hold on, you ready? All right. Okay. All right, we won't do that. We could have. Let's try this guy. All right. So now we go back and complain. The camera does not turn on as expected. Please fix this. Meanwhile, let's create something else. Let's create a simple task manager. Create a simple task manager. A task has a name and a name as a text description and an owner. Should be possible to add users who can become owners of tasks. Okay. So meanwhile, so this. Code here. Yeah, we definitely have some issues at the moment. So I'm actually using the same. Huh. Yeah, but we've actually got some. So we're actually on the same. Should I just change to dev? I think I'm going to change to dev because this has got some issues. It's not even showing the code. Let's try that. Okay. Looks like it sounds like a good thing that somebody created, but anyway, let's do this. Create a simple task manager app. It should be possible to define users. Each task has a title, a text and description, and some owners, users. All right, again, we'll look into this simple thing and see if we can get a better example of orthogonal persistence going. It's kind of funny, I've now probably jumped from the frying pan into the fire because previously I was using the thing that they're using in the hackathon, which seems to have some issues, and I've now jumped onto dev, which is like the live code version, but let's see what's going on with dev. All right, so again, let's turn this off here. Maybe that's the problem. Not to belabor the point, but again, you can see what's happening here. We just defined a user, ID, name, type, task, title, description, owners, and we've got users, which are a map from ID to user, tasks, which are a map from ID to task, and it's keeping track of next user ID and next task ID. But these are just variables, and these are actually the things that define persistence. So rather than running SQL against a database or something like that, you can see these functions are just directly accessing the data itself because it's just code, right? The data's in the code. So we're saying, let ID equals next user ID, let user equal user, ID equals ID, name equals name, users, map put users, ID user. It's just code. It's just logical abstractions. There's nothing, there's no examples whatsoever of data in there. Okay, so let's see what's going on now. Actually, creating quite a complex beast here. I said simple for speed, but all right, reviewing front-end code. So I don't know if you noticed, but the front-end code is actually React. And it's going to be interesting to see in the age of self-writing how long we go before there are specialized new front-ends. Generating the back-end code was extremely quick. The time is being chewed up creating the front-end code. It's like Node and React and all the usual stuff. And now it's checking the front-end code, reviewing it for errors. And let's see. Ooh. It's actually done it, but we've definitely got some interesting issues that have just crept in. But anyway. Okay, building the code, deploying it to the network. Come on. Okay, thanks. All right, let's just do this quickly. So we've got hopefully some kind of task manager here, and we're going to add a feature, add a task, and add a feature. Well, not quite. Task. Yeah. Look into some strange behavior. blah, blah, blah. Add task. Okay, users. Dom. Oops. All right, I'm going to be off stage. We got delayed by some unexpected stuff. Yeah. Sam. All right. Add this task here. Owners. Yes. We can look into this. Okay. So there we have this. We haven't, of course, added authentication to this yet, so somebody's also joining from home. Hi, thank you. And now what we're going to do is make a change that's going to modify this code. So let's just do a likes button. Add, make it possible to like a task. I'm not sure exactly why somebody would want to like a task, but it's going to help illustrate exactly what we're doing here. Yeah, there you go. All right, so, okay, I will get to demonstrate enhanced orthogonal persistence. It's the last thing I do. All right. Oops, let's scroll that back up a bit here. Oops, go back over here. Yes, okay. So this is where we wanted to be. You can see the definition of task. It has an ID, it has a title, it has a description, it has a list of owners, which we've just tested out. And it also now has a field likes. All right? So next, we want to see it write a file called migrations.mo. There you go, it's added it. And it's writing it. So migration.mo is going to define how the old logic is transformed into the new logic because the data lives in the logic. So if we scroll down, you can see pretty much the whole thing. I mean, in this case, it's extremely simple, right? All it's doing is it's getting the old task and turning it into the new task by assigning the likes field to 0, because likes is new, so there's no data to carry across. All right, let's just go back to the chat. How's it going? It's updating it. And in a few seconds, I shall be able to show you how the existing data exists, or the old data still exists, but we've now got this new likes functionality. And it's funny when you look at this, but it's difficult to explain what a big step forward this is within the field of software. You know, for how many years? I mean, I started off writing code to keep data in databases 35 years ago. And now, for the first time, it's possible to persist data without actually having to do anything special. You just write your abstractions. Okay. Here we go. Where's my task? Someone's bloody hell. Is waiting. This is insane. Anyway, there's other people liking tasks, which is great to see. Let's see, I can like a task here. Gosh, whatever's going on. There you go, one like. I'm done. We've migrated the data without even trying, and we've done it in a way that guarantees data cannot be lost. So in the new paradigm, the new self-writing apps paradigm, the entire app lifecycle is a conversation. You talk to evolve your app, and as you talk, the code is written, and the app is actually upgraded. So in the pipeline, you've probably heard about inference ASICs. So the inference that the ensemble of AIs inside Caffeine is doing will in the future be accelerated by 10x plus. So the time that we're experiencing here between updates will be shrunk to a tiny fraction of what it is now. So in the future, development will happen at chat speed. You'll be talking, it'll upgrade the app, and when it upgrades the app, it's got to migrate the data, and it's got to do it safely, because these upgrades are happening all the time, and the user's not going to see if data's being lost. And this, I hope I've managed to convey some of the workings of orthogonal persistence, but this is how it's done. Collapsing the difference between logic and data, letting the data live inside the logic, and then being able to validate the transitions between these different states of logic in the different versions. And that is fundamental to how self-writing works. Thanks, everyone.
All right, I hope you've enjoyed your masterclass in orthogonal persistence. We're heading into our next fireside chat, where we're going on a bit of a journey. So obviously one of the key premises of the self-writing internet is that it's sort of a natural evolution of the internet itself. This is where we've been hoping to head over the past couple of years. So we're going to retrace some of those steps over the next couple of minutes as we take a look at, from protocols to possibilities, the internet yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Feels like a very apt title for such a chat. Joining us on stage are two gentlemen, the first being Michael Casey, chairman of the Advanced AI Society, a familiar face to some of you who are keeping track of books that have recently been published in and around the topic of AI, data sovereignty, etc. So he's the perfect person to lead this chat. And of course, joining him on stage once again is Dominic Williams himself. Let's give them a warm welcome to the stage.
Right. Hey. I got a cheer as well. I feel very honored. Thanks for having me, folks. Flying visit was to MIT yesterday, where the Advanced AI Society, my new organization, is sort of dealing with revolutions in the area of AI agents talking to each other, not being aware that there's another revolution happening over here in this sort of developer to internet efficiency gains you guys are going for. So I watched the demo from June, when was it? July 3rd? When was it?
June 3rd.
June 3rd,
yeah,
right?
Sorry.
And I was kind of wanting something to go wrong at that point, right? I think it's actually quite constructive that you had errors here, right? Because in some respects I was thinking about a phrase where it's like, okay, the bug is the feature in a way, right? Or the fixing of the bug. The bug is the feature because you're the fixing of the bug, right? Because it's actually that solving of that problem that is the efficiency gain here, right?
Yeah, so I don't know what happened. Well, I do know what happened there. I don't know what the bug was, but to put this in context, I mean, we sort of moved forward this day by a month. So we've been incredibly aggressive. I was actually fiddling with code myself until yesterday, and there's teams of people working around the clock to make it happen. And some of the things I'll show you guys later, which weren't in the June the 3rd demo, enable this to be used in production. So you're working on a draft version of the app, and you can push the drafts you like live and so on. But yeah, you're right. Ironically, the bugs that happen also reflect the feature. So AI will always make mistakes and hallucinate, at least in its current incarnation. And it will improve all the time and make less mistakes. But as it improves, we're just going to push it harder. So it'll continue to make mistakes. Every time it improves, we're just going to push it into solving more complicated problems. And in addition to that, you can even have bugs in something like Caffeine, as we've just seen. Hardly surprising, given the pace at which it's been developed for this event. But nonetheless, the point is, you can't have this kind of paradigm unless you have firm guardrails that guarantee things can't go wrong. And that, of course, actually is one of the specialities of kind of Web3 and crypto. This kind of, you aim for kind of mathematical certainty in things. and the provision of guarantees. So no matter how haywire the system goes, and no matter how haywire the AI goes, although what we saw here wasn't the AI, it was something else, and according to the client, but no matter how haywire that goes, what's essential is that when you upgrade your app, and here we are just upgrading the draft app, but you can push that live and upgrade that too, of course. What's essential is that under no circumstances does any data get lost. Yeah. And the purpose of that is to enable us to move from kind of one-shot app creation, and we've all seen the demos where you can use AI to create like an impressive front-end game that just runs in the browser, for example. But real systems involve back-end data, and that data can be very important. I mean, even if you're, I mean, the importance of data is very obvious in the context of enterprise computing, but it's also actually very important in the context of consumer computing. I mean, if you've got a photo gallery, and then you upgrade your photo gallery with the ability to store metadata that you specifically are interested in, like the locations of family gatherings, special dates, notes, or whatever it is you want from your photo gallery. This data matters to you. It really matters to you. And you'd be devastated if one time you log back onto your application or after an upgrade, you suddenly realize that some of the data had been lost. Even if you wanted something like a birthday planner or a wedding planner, it could be really bad if an RSV got lost, for example. So if we want to have self-writing, and I think it's the end, certainly one of the end games here is absolutely required, and we want to enable 5 billion smartphone owners to create and manage apps just by talking, then we have to make sure that even if there's a bug, even if the AI hallucinates, under no circumstances can the data be lost in this process of continual upgrades. And bearing in mind that as inference speeds up and we get a 10x speed up with ASICs, the cycle is going to be real quick. It's going to be talk.
Right. And you can imagine like taking that lost data and then iterating on it and just getting worse and worse because of the speed.
Yeah,
right?
And the trouble with lost data is you may not realize you've lost it.
Right.
That's actually...
Especially if it's going at ASIC speed, right?
Totally. I mean, look, you're probably working on a draft and you go, I like this draft, push it live, but there's no reason why, you push a draft live and do a few more revisions and, 50 seconds later, you're not pushing another one live. And in fact, you may not even be checking your live app. You may just be working in the draft, and whenever you get to a version you like, pushing it live. So you may not even want to check in practice, or a consumer might not check.
I want to get to the speed part of it, because you just said something out on stage a moment ago about updates will happen at chat speed, which I was starting to think almost eventually it's idea and write.
Yeah.
Right? And so that there is a phenomenal breakdown of time. And this is, I think, this capacity to move everything faster. But just to bring it back to the relevance of the perpetual data issue here, I think you and I have been in this space, in the blockchain space, for quite some time, and there's been this sort of okay, what is the use case for the provenance, right? The idea that you've got the persistence as a concept has been there in blockchain for a while, but if that persistence or that consistent sort of broad-based compute problem is expensive, inefficient exercise, and it really doesn't make it easier at the UI side of it, or in this case the developer end, then you're never making it valuable. But what's interesting here is that precisely because of the necessity of resolving this bug problem and the continuation of the updates, you've suddenly transformed the value of persistence across a blockchain structure into the use case. And so now, and I was thinking, I was going down the vibe coding rabbit hole a little bit before I got here. It's okay, how are you different from the current vibe coding on the LLMs? And a number of these kind of demonstrations out there about people going, if you've made a mistake, you have to start all over again and sort of re-prompt everything to get back to where it was. And the assumption is, look, because there's always going to be mistakes. And so now all of a sudden, because there's always going to be mistakes, you've suddenly got an efficiency gain at the front end by virtue of like resolving those problems. So on the basis of that, what is your message to the vibe coding community about how this is different from vibe coding? Because it can still feel like that's all you're doing, right?
So, as I said this morning, these different paradigms are going to coexist. So there's going to be craft coding, there's going to be vibe coding, there's going to be self-writing, and there's going to be the fluid web. And in the fluid web, there isn't even a pre-built UX. Like the AI is creating the user experience on the fly and combining functionality from different apps into one experience for you. And when paradigms change, you always find that new tech stacks emerge because they're more suited to addressing the specific problem domain. And we saw that, of course, with mobile. Microsoft tried to sort of port Windows onto mobile, and people preferred iOS and Android because they were built specifically for that problem domain. And today, about 50% of the code in the world is being written by AI already. And I describe myself as a vibe coder now. I tend to use the command line tools and constantly switch between different models and so on. But you can palpably feel these models getting more powerful. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a domain in which experienced software engineers are going to continue to magnify their productivity using AI. And there's also a domain in which people are going to just, a bit like go with the vibe fully, if you like, just want to have the AI build everything for them. Interestingly, with the demo, I don't know what's happened. We got a few bugs in at the last minute. But what I've noticed with Caffeine is, even though the code is there, I very rarely find myself looking at the code and wishing I could change it. And actually, of course, you can tell Caffeine, if you're an engineer, you can say, hey, modify this code at line such and such, in file such and such. You can kind of vibe code it if you want. But such is the convenience of just being able to talk. Even as an experienced engineer, you tend just to go with the conversation. Mm. And it's a different paradigm. I think there's horses for courses. I think all of these things are going to coexist. We're going to see craft. I think there's going to be less and less craft coding in truth, because
isn't it also, there's this distinction between programming and coding people talk about, right? The programmer has got this sort of bigger vision about what has to be built and the functionality of it, the experience and everything else. The code is literally that writing piece. And it's a little similar to the world that I'm in as a journalist, right? Like, the editing job is this functional thing, but the ideas, the creative thing, hopefully that persists, right? Is that where this is all going? Because this is a big picture title, right? We're going from internet yesterday, today, and tomorrow, protocols to possibilities. Like, give me that vision here about what is how does this play into this future of where creativity and programming and everything else goes, right? And also the sort of potential democratization of it all.
Totally. Look, I think very quickly we're going to find that only a small minority of engineers, developers, whatever you want to call us, can actually write code. Most developers will just be using natural language. Right. And I think in the long run, creating apps and services will become almost as normal as performing an internet search. So it'll become very normal for someone to decide they need some specific functionality. It might even be just transiently. It might be a throwaway app that they just need for one thing. And just to open their phone and talk to a self-writing platform and create what they want. I also think that as this technology advances, and I mentioned, it's palpable the speed at which AI is advancing. And as frameworks that enable AI to go further within a safe, with guardrails that provide safety advance, it's going to be possible to create more and more sophisticated services just by talking. And I think, in the next 10 years, we're going to see self-writing kind of take over the enterprise space, because the speed and efficiency gains are just incredible. I mean, we're talking oftentimes less than 1% of the cost, less than 1% of the time to market. Yeah. And what's magical is when you build this using decentralized networking technology, you also get other things too. So these apps that are deployed to the internet computer are tamper-proof. So they don't need protection by traditional cybersecurity. They're protected by the mathematics of the underlying network protocol that creates this specialized cloud environment. And that means they run safely without firewalls and without anti-malware and things like that. They're also incredibly resilient. People often call this property being unstoppable within the fault bounds of the network. And they're also sovereign. So people own the code. They've created it by talking. They wrote the code by talking. They own the code. They own their own data. And they're not beholden to any specific platform provider. So there's nobody who can sort of switch you off. And if you're a corporation and you're not building maybe on a public network, you're using the same technology, like in the form of Utopia, say, your application is running in a specialized cloud designed to support these apps created by AI that's actually replicated across all the main, if you want, cloud providers. And if you decide one cloud provider is too expensive, you can literally just switch it off in real time, just flick a switch, and everything will continue running without a hiccup. And it'll still be secure, it'll still be resilient, and then you can maybe decide you want to do some stuff on-prem, and you've got some hardware and a data center, and that's okay. You control it.
What's needed from an adoption perspective for this? I mean, obviously, you're going to be out there promoting the value of all of that, and that's a very appealing paradigm that you can think of as an enterprise. Great, I can be very flexible around this and not worry about what's going to happen to all of my code. But we currently have security specs and all these sort of requirements placed on there, and then basically there are audits done of the quality of the provider and so forth. And we've seen for quite some time a resistance amongst mainstream enterprises to embrace things like decentralized storage and decentralized compute because they can't trust it, right? How do you get them across to say, no, you can trust this, and what's the demonstration effect of showing that this mathematical proof is in fact enough that you can just let the thing go in that regard?
Well, I think there are multiple parts to that, to the answer. I mean, number one, I think the Web3 industry's reputation is a bit tarnished, and probably rightfully so. It started off really with a bunch of pioneers who are obsessed with the technology and what was possible, and the things that could be done by using math to build platforms. And at some point, the industry kind of realized that nobody can directly experience these platforms. And so you can have a token in these platforms, and you can just attach a story to the token, and the token's the product. And then began the descent to the bottom. So that's definitely a challenge with respect to Web3. Another part is...
This is a very different experience. This is literally just coming up and showing...
Yeah. So I think what's very important with this is now people can, for themselves, experience what a decentralized network is. This is something that enables them to create things of value, things we haven't got to yet with Caffeine, and things like the App Store. Gives people a way of becoming industrious. They can get to market faster, they can reduce costs, they can create crazy things like hyperlocal social networks for their extended family. This is palpable utility and value, and it's got nothing to do with a token. So I think that's a big one. People can experience it. With respect to the enterprise, though, that's a slightly different question. I think many enterprises and governments will not wish to immediately build on a public network. Right. So in the case of the internet computer, the people running these special node machines, it runs on special hardware, and there are independent node providers who run this hardware, and those node providers are identified. So it's a little bit different to your traditional kind of blockchain-y kind of thing where everyone's anonymous. And anyway,
as an enterprise, you can choose to have these identified.
So these people have put their names out there, and they're legally liable if they do anything, and so on. So it's not quite the same as building on a blockchain. Anyway, of course, traditional blockchains, you can't really create anything on them. They're just tokens and a bit of financial logic. But I still think, even despite that, a lot of enterprises will prefer to create their own networks. And when they see that, in fact, it's just sophisticated network layer that they're running over the top, if they wish, of traditional cloud providers, that just gives them way more security, way more resilience, and this flexibility to create things by talking. I think that we've already been speaking to people in the space and enterprise.
But it might also be that,
really
in fact, the economic pressure of all of a sudden there's some kid just in his basement has suddenly spun up some major competitor to Salesforce because they could spin it up with just this quick, self-writing model. And it's like, okay, we didn't trust it, but we're just going to have to trust it because look what these kids are building, right?
I think that's going to happen at some point.
So, I mean, the economic incentive part of it could just drive you in that direction if it plays out.
So one of the other things we're going to hopefully show you guys later is this app store that's within Caffeine, and because the AI will refuse to build anything that's evil, albeit there are ways of tricking it, we can make it much more open than the Apple App Store. Of course, people will receive a much bigger share of the revenues generated. So you can publish your app for others to use for free, or you can publish it for $1 a go or $100 a go. It's up to you. And there's a different thing going on, though, because when you go to the App Store, you'll see a button that says clone. You don't see a button that says buy. You see a button that says clone. So even if there's a price, you can immediately clone it, and it'll be put into draft mode. It's only if you want to push it live that you pay. So you clone the app that someone might have spent thousands of hours developing, and now you can start modifying what you've cloned. And that's pretty cool. And obviously very different to the prevailing paradigms where you get an app and you take what's there. But in addition to that, you can customize, you'll be able to customize that app that you've cloned from the App Store. And it'll still be possible at some point to merge in subsequent updates and improvements to the original app. So these apps are kind of fluid in a way, which comes back, of course, to brings us back to orthogonal persistence. So if you think about what makes, I think that this is the first self-writing platform. I don't think it's the last. I think a lot of people are going to want to build self-writing platforms, and they should. But what makes this particular self-writing platform great is three cool features. Number one, which come, of course, from have their origins in crypto. Number one, when you deploy to the internet computer, or a private internet computer like Utopia if you're a corporation or government. Number one, when you deploy, your app is tamper-proof. That means it runs securely without the need of a firewall or anti-malware and intrusion detection and all that kind of stuff. And if you think about the problems you'd face if that wasn't the case, the benefits are obvious. Imagine that AI has a hallucination and it's managing all your security for you. And the next thing, your data's being exfiltrated, you're getting your system encrypted by ransomware or something like that. Number two, within the fault bounds of the network, obviously, your app is unstoppable. It's a blockchain term, which is another way of saying it's highly resilient, because probably you won't have so many replicas. It's actually, for cost reasons, it's actually unstoppable. But it's incredibly resilient. And again, AI makes mistakes. So imagine if AI was responsible for all of that. Well, it first of all greatly complicate the design of your app, and that's going to slow it down and make it harder to upgrade. And again, it might make a mistake and the thing would stop working. But the third one, of course, is enhanced orthogonal persistence, which is the more subtle one. Not only making sure that given the current powers of AI or the current powers of an ensemble of AIs that are building, they can push the sophistication of the apps built much further, 2 or 3 times further than you could do without this simplification and the collapsing the difference between logic and data. And crucially, that as you're mutating this app, and this is how I think, going back to your original question, how should vibe coders think about soft writing? My answer is that apps need to be more fluid. And instead of these long development cycles, we need to start thinking about upgrades happening at the speed of chat. And this is almost like anathema to traditional craft coders like me. In the past, you'd build a system, and if there was a lot of critical data in that system, an upgrade would be a big deal. There'd be migration scripts, and there'd be people on hand backups and people on hand.
Organizational structures built around the upgrade cycle. It's like an integral part of Microsoft defines its life by those upgrades.
And a lot of people are involved. You bring the app down. It's offline oftentimes, or you do it in the middle of the night, but then you've got problems with time zones. You bring it down. There's a whole bunch of people on hand ready to roll back if there's a problem. But in the future, apps are going to be much more fluid. So I don't know if any of you guys have ever tested inference with ASIC acceleration. It's extraordinarily fast. So probably by the end of this year, you're going to be seeing this sort of speeded up by several times. Wow. And you're just going to be talking, mutating your app. It's going to be seamlessly upgraded. And so you see it's a much more fluid process.
The innovation and development cycle is, for the broader economy in this sort of environment, is just going to be accelerated rapidly.
Totally.
So I just want to shift gears a little bit, because as I said earlier on, I came from an event in MIT where we're, the exercise that people were looking at there was trying to figure out what kind of a protocol structure can we create for communication, for coordination, for payments, and all these sorts of things that would allow these independent autonomous AI agents to work with each other, right? And when I think about that, I think about some of these ideas that people have been putting out there about this sort of post-web thesis, right? That in fact, we're going to quickly move into a world, and when this human interface, the web, the things that we're used to reading, the apps, all those things which are all designed for humans, are going to become redundant because the actors on that internet are actually going to be these agents, right? What you've described for us, what you're showing these demos, is the AI-based development of what are essentially human interfacing webs, right? All of those ideas. Is that a dependency there, or does this same structure lead to a world in which you've got really AI performant, whether they're called apps or whatever these things are, that would actually be operating with each other, or is the post-web thesis actually also wrong?
No, I think it's correct. Well, look, the first thing is, post-web is right and wrong at the same time. So the web is already being superseded. When you search on Google, because of the competition, they're forced to use AI to create information summaries. It's a big problem for Google, actually, because their whole business model is based around getting you to click on lots of different links. And now, ventures like Perplexity forcing them.
In the media world, all of that traffic that was dependent on it, all these newsrooms are just going to dry up because they just don't get the traffic.
And that's a problem too, because then there won't be any information created for AI to summarize. So there's a lot of disruption coming to the web. So that's the piece that's completely correct. I do think at the same time that these things will coexist. I think so there are these four main paradigms for creating functionality on the internet. Craft coding, which was, I actually did a bit of that before the web was around, back in very early 90s. Then you've got vibe coding, where you're kind of writing code and also getting AI to write some code for you. Then you've got self-writing, where it's, the whole app lifecycle is just a conversation. But then there's another one that's coming, which is the fluid web. And to get a sort of idea what the fluid web might be is, look at what Perplexity is currently doing for data. You give it a prompt, which is a bit like a search, and it draws in information from lots of different sources and assembles it into something akin to a dashboard or one new piece of content. And the fluid web, that I suppose is an example of the fluid web, but the fluid web will go further and combine functionality. So it would be possible to create a layer over the existing web which transformed every existing website into a kind of microservice. And then, in the same way that Perplexity combines information from different sources to create your kind of unified information resource, it would be possible to combine the functionality of these different microservices.
I'm not going into the web, I'm going into my interface. But underneath that, web is still being used as a mechanism.
Well, and the functionality, the data and the functionality is coming from the web, but you are now interacting with a user experience that is generated on the fly. Probably you've assigned a style to it. You never go to the websites anymore.
Right.
Nonetheless, that will coexist. There are some cases where if you've got an app that you want to use yourself, then why wouldn't you design it exactly as you want? Maybe you don't want the generated interface. But you probably hear me talking about fluidity a lot. And on the back end, of course, things like orthogonal persistence and the way that backends are being built by Caffeine is very fluid friendly. It's designed for this. So I think one of the things we'd love to see, and when we have, get a bit further with Caffeine, is a world where you've got these self-defining. This is actually what happens already with Caffeine. That the back end has a definition and it has an API, and people create maybe just the back end and not a front end. And you see how long it takes for the AI to code the React front end, albeit that'll come down by an order of magnitude. Yeah. So you can imagine people never develop a front end. In fact, what they do is they just define what their app should do in terms of functionality. The back end is created. The back end has got will serve some kind of description of its functionality, the API, if you like, the public API. And you could have people all over the world, or inside a corporation, for example, just creating these little units of functionality, bearing in mind that with orthogonal persistence, the code and data are kind of one.
Yep.
And they can be mutated and so on and so forth. And then a sort of fluid interface, a fluid user experience would be created by AI on the fly that combines the functionality produced by, if you want to call them microservices or apps or whatever they are. And then eventually I think that might be where the web goes, with the exception of a few specialized applications where for whatever reason it makes sense to invest a lot of effort into the user experience. But I think for a lot of applications, user experience is an afterthought. It's just purely there to enable people to access it, and therefore a lot of time, huge productivity gains will be achieved just by simply defining the back-end logic and allowing the front end to be dynamically created. And because it's dynamically created, it can arbitrarily combine any of these different web functionalities.
It's like a very different user experience in the future of what that.
It's the kind of thing you see on sci-fi.
So yes.
Yeah.
So we're out of time, but I just want to throw one last thing at you, and it's more just to step back, look at this from the perspective of Definity itself, right? How important is Caffeine? Like, it feels like you were a big thing, I think 4 or 5 years ago when I was in this space, drifted out of the public eye a bit. Is Caffeine, what is this? This is your 2.0, this is your
it isn't,
renaissance. How are you thinking of this in terms of what this means for the future of Definity and ICP? And you've got to be quick.
Absolutely. It's crucial for the future of ICP. I've already talked about Internet Computer 2.0 and its self-writing. I believe that in a matter of years, most people will think about tech stacks as being self-writing platforms.
Right.
And there's just a massive market for this. And for the Internet Computer, it not only helps realize a lot of the sort of deep computer science work that we've done, things like orthogonal persistence and developing new languages and creating a network that can scale and so on. But it's also important for its ecosystem. So it's crucial to everything we do, like it's front and center going forwards. Self-writing internet is probably the #1 objective of the Internet Computer project. Yeah.
All right, on that note, we'll call it quits, but thank you very much, Dominic, for...
Thanks, Michael. Hey, man.
All right. As I'm sure you've guessed correctly, I now once again have the pleasure of dismissing you for a round of refreshments, networking, and of course, Caffeine Experience pod testing in the back. We'll be back here on the hour, so we'll see you back here at 4 o'clock. Enjoy.
Mr. Supernova. I detected a signal coming from the Andromeda Galaxy. It seems that this signal comes from Professor Omega Ship. Do you want me to program his position? Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your brief break. I hope you used the opportunity to test the caffeine pods in the back, grab some refreshments, have some interesting conversations, and are ready to settle in for another 60-ish minutes or so as we head into the final main program content block here on the main stage before we're joined by our friends from the hackathon that are still hacking away upstairs. Of course, you'll see once again, if you've glanced at the program, we're heading into yet another exciting period of demo and insights with Dom. Let's give him a warm welcome back to the stage to have another powwow with Caffeine.
Hello again. So this is going to be interesting. This is pure demo, no slides. Interesting challenges last time. I think the last line of code was added to this about an hour ago. And we got a few interesting features going on. But we're going to continue and try and make this do exactly as we want. So the two things, the area I really wanted to cover is how people can make money from caffeine. And I think like one of the most important things that technology can do is give people some kind of superpower on the one hand, and yeah, gaining the powers of an entire tech team by talking is one. But it's also great if you can make people industrious, somehow not just make them even more productive, but give them a way of making money. And actually, Caffeine's going to, I think, reinvent what an app store is. We call it the app market. It's not switched on yet. People in the alpha can't publish to it, but that's coming very soon. And anybody is going to be able to publish what they've created to the app store. And we anticipate that it'll be kept very much open, because there's already some guardrails in the sense that the AI won't allow you to build something that's evil, and although you can trick it or use something that is designed or ostensibly for good, and there are other ways of dealing with that. So I think this will be an app store where anybody can publish anything. Doesn't mean you'll be top of the rankings and people will find your app. Quality still matters, but anybody will have the freedom to publish from anywhere in the world. And the percentage of the revenue generated from your app will be much smaller than that deducted from things like the Play Store and on Google and the Apple App Store. So openness and giving people more of their revenues and enabling people to participate from anywhere is going to be very important. So here I am. I've been asked actually to change the theme to light. There we go. Just for the record, actually, I mean, we actually have a very large number of funky themes. There's only a few that are available right now. Anyway, we're going to go to the light theme. OK. So app market. This is a very important piece of this app. So at the moment, the only apps in this market are things that we've added. But in the future, you'll just be able to publish whatever you've created, and there'll be no restrictions whatsoever. So I'm going to clone a couple of things. First, I'll clone this one, Brilliance Jewelry. And you probably notice that the word is clone, not install. And that's because you're actually cloning the app, and you're free to modify it after you've cloned it. So this one's quite a big one. It'll probably take a little while to build. Let's go and clone another one while we're at it. So let's take this guy here. This one's live already, which is good. OK. So Caffeine kind of shows you the app inside an iframe, but you can also obviously open it on a URL. So we won't play with this one too much because it's a complicated one. But it's, you know, a classical kind of e-commerce experience. I wonder if they've implemented that. Yeah, they have. So you could, having cloned it, use this as a starting point. We won't, though. One of the things I'm going to show you next is building an e-commerce store from scratch just by prompting. And we're going to integrate it with Stripe. Let's see how the other one's going. OK, so oops, it didn't open that for me. That's that problem we've seen. Let's open this guy up. OK. So, you know, the App Store can contain complicated apps like Brilliance Jewelry and simple apps like Tiny Tasks. Let's sign into this thing. So one of the revolutionary things about apps within Caffeine is they're kind of fluid. So that means you're going to be able to clone an app in the App Store customize it, build on it, make modifications. And then if the app developer, which could be absolutely anyone, produces future versions, you'll be able to pull in the new features and developments into your app while keeping your customizations. So the AI will kind of meld them together. And I think this hints at the kind of fluidity that I was talking about earlier today. OK, so here's a tiny task manager. Let's do something. Add task. Look into front. Oops, and flicker, whatever. Date. Yeah, 15th is good for me. Priority, high. It flickers sometimes. OK, so create task. Let me just look at this thing here. So, yeah, so let's make some changes to this. Go back to the actual app and say, all right, add. Oops. Okay. So now we're beginning to customize the app that we cloned from the App Store, and keep our fingers crossed because it seemed to be a bit flaky before, but the AI is taking us through the process. It's updated the spec. Now it's updating the code. So this is a completely new paradigm. It's a much more open paradigm. Instead of just installing something that was pre-made, we're cloning an app, and we're able to build on it and potentially even republish it. So we're kind of combining the App Store paradigm with open source paradigms. And that's quite a big thing all in itself. But it goes even beyond that because, of course, in open source you can fork a project, but then pulling the code changes from the original project can be extremely difficult. And that's something that we can automate using AI. So you start thinking about apps in as being much more fluid things. So how are we going with that? So while these things are building away, so I don't run out of time, I'm going to create another project. And here we go. Just try to work out. Build me an online shop for my golf store. Okay. Typos are not good on stage. I need payment integration and the ability to easily add items. All right. I've actually got a so you'll notice actually on the screen now we're hiding the URL. In the last session we found out that this stuff is actually really running on the internet on a real URL because everybody on the live stream was able to type it in and join me. That's hidden. But people are going to get another chance in a second. They can see my Stripe API key. But it's just the trial API key. Luckily, we're not playing with Bitcoin private keys, right? That would have been funny. All right, so that thing is writing a lot of code. Wow, and if you can see behind me on this, the back-end code, it's really going to town. Interesting. it's created quite a complicated backend. Let's have a look at this while it's going. I'll leave that. OK, this thing's done something. OK, so we got version 2. Let's go look at it in the big window so you can all see it better. OK, got to add this one. OK, cool. So we asked it to add priority, I think, an estimated hours. So or priority was the estimated hours, whatever, 16. Say 16 hours. No, 8 hours, please. OK, so update that task. So we've already started adding features to this, and of course, if we went to the code and I change this at my peril, OK, it's not showing it. Let's go to this. OK, so that's the problem we had before. But this is, of course, enhanced orthogonal persistence in action, because if we could open the code, we would see that the definition of the task object has been changed. Like the actual task object's been changed. It's had this estimated number of hours added to it. So let's do another one anyway. We can see that we've got the estimated number of hours, 8 hours. Here it is. And we'll do one more change. By the way, as we go, something else I should mention, which will bring us back to. Currently, I'm working in draft mode. And that's why you can see that message up the top. It's changed to view code changes. So everything was perfect, working perfectly. I'd click that, and it would show me the diffs if I was, which are useful if I was technically minded, obviously. I can also revert to a previous version. So when you're working in draft mode, it's actually possible to revert to earlier versions. It'll actually create migration logic to try and get your data back too. Meanwhile, at any point, I can push it live, which means that it's not in draft. I'm basically taking the code itself and pushing that live. Now, you can imagine how this works. You continue creating draft version after draft version after draft version. Then you're like, I like this draft version. You push it live, and then you go back to just creating more draft, adding more and more draft versions. Then eventually you find another draft version you think is really cool, and you push that live too. And using enhanced orthogonal persistence, the AI will create logic that migrates the logic of the app from the first live version to the second live version. So that's very cool. OK, let's just add another feature, which is going to be so we can see this versioning in practice as well. Add a GAN chart to improve the overview. OK. See how that goes. Hope it doesn't go into the flicker. All right, so while that's going on, let's go back to our golf store. By the way, I mean, it should be obvious, I guess, but worth saying that the paradigm here is chat apps. So the Caffeine front end is structured very much like WhatsApp or Signal or something like that. And that's deliberate because projects are conversations. So we're going to go back to the Golf Store online shop. And it's built it for us, which is pretty incredible when you look at the complexity of this backend that it created first shot. And interesting, it's done another backend stuff. OK, this is really quite a complicated thing that it's created. So let's have a look if it works. OK. OK. Pretty cool, right? All right, all right. OK. All right, I think there was some frantic back-end bug fixing going on. Maybe it's solved. This is looking pretty good. So, and this, by the way, is just on with one shot. So, it's end-to-end life cycle. I won't push it live. I'll push it live in a second. But if I wanted to, I could push this live. But we're going to now try and add a Stripe integration. OK. So obviously, there's no images or anything like that, but yeah, whatever. OK. Primary account. If you're interested in internet identity, with each passkey for an app, you can associate different sub-accounts. So for example, with internet identity, if you're participating in a user forum, say, you could have 2 different identities, but they'd both hinge off the same passkey. We're not trying to enable people to create sock puppets, but it's true that it could be used that way. OK, set up payment processing. All right. OK, so now I understand this thing. OK, here we go. It's been put there. OK. Not right there. So now what I want to do, I don't know if I'm allowed to buy stuff in admin mode. I'll try it. Otherwise, I can log out and use a different identity to log in. Let's just try this. OK. It's got a shopping cart. And that seems to have some things in it. Oh. So that bit doesn't quite work yet. So that's OK. What I'm going to try and do is log out. Let's go like this. OK, so that actually, let's go back in. So of course, one of the things I should say, obviously this is a live demo. App development is a conversation. So most people will expect when they're building something this complex that not everything is going to work first time. You have a conversation and you tell it what's wrong. So right now I'm going to tell it, hey, when I click on, when a user clicks on the shopping cart, nothing happens, the cart does not open. Now, of course, in this case, we're putting this prompt in. It might be something more complicated. It might be that when I'm in admin mode, I'm not able to also be a shopper or something like that. Who knows? But we'll leave that going. And oh, you're right. The shopping cart button currently doesn't open a cart view or drawer. Would you? Yeah. Yes. Of course. I mean, it's kind of funny, isn't it? When you get new technology, how quickly you begin to take it for granted. Literally in a minute or something like that, from one very simple prompt, it's created this entire e-commerce store with a Stripe integration for us. And now I'm upset because I find that the shopping cart doesn't work perfectly. And put that in perspective, I mean, it took us a minute or something like that. I don't know if it's going to fix it in one go now, but if you were to give a normal, human software developer the task that this thing just completed in a minute, I mean, it could be, depending on the engineer, it could be a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. This is a major change, going from that amount of work to being able to give an instruction in natural language and getting a result in a minute. So let's go back to the thing that we got from I'm running out of time, from the App Store. You can see, by the way, that there are sort of successive code changes being created here. Sorry, successive draft versions being created. Let's open version 3 and see how we're going. OK. Active tasks, Gantt. It's done it. Okay? It's done it. Yeah. So I think this points to the future where, app development is a conversation, where anybody can just push what they've created through conversation so that others can clone it, whereupon they don't just get a fixed thing, they get a fluid thing that they can continue to evolve through more conversation, while potentially later on also incorporating new functionality that's been added to the original app that they cloned in the App Store. And then maybe one day, subject to licensing and a few other things like that, that maybe they can even republish that themselves for free or something like that. So let's just go back. I think that's pretty much it. I'll click on this thing if it's built it, but I'm out of time. OK, it's building it. We'll give it one go. Just as a reminder, this is the code it's written in a very short time for us. This is backend code here, Motoko code, which again is all enhanced orthogonal persistence, no database. It's actually written an entire file, which is, I guess, whatever logic you have to. Okay, that's the index page. The index page is incredibly simple. OK, anyway, go back. Draft web page. Oops, admin, no. I've got a feeling this is, OK, it's worked. There we go. And this I should not do. I'm going to press because we're just going to go down a rabbit hole. Ooh, no, it's... Oh, OK. I'm going to count my blessings and stop there. But yeah, in a few prompts, I've gone pretty far. And where's the mobile thing? There it is, Golf Store online shop. So I'll take one last risk. Let's have a look if this thing looks great on mobile. Has it made it reactive? Yeah, it seems to. That's pretty cool. Yeah. These are products, they're all here, there's no images. Yeah. So I've created a beautifully reactive site, and then since this is a mobile paradigm, okay, this is kind of funny. One last risk. Why not? I'm an entrepreneur after all, right? Push this draft live for real usage. Okay, I've got to give. This is where we're going to get screwed because everyone's going to see the domain. Golf. I know there was one of these bugs in there earlier. Can you confirm that the card doesn't... Oh, God, it's asking me this. I don't need to confirm, it already works. I mean, when it works perfectly, it's glorious, right? And yeah, so actually this is kind of simple in version 2. I know it's done something you can see, like it's done a bunch of different deployments there. What's actually happening is it's doing migrations from one step to the other step to the other step. It's a sort of easy way of implementing it. Let's view this. OK, there it's live. So this now, so this would now be a permanent website. And if you're in the corporate environment, actually, we're introducing functionality where the deployment of an app from draft to live mode can be configured, a gate can be configured with something like a multi-sig. So you can say to someone in your organization, hey, you vibe away talking to Caffeine to create this thing that we need, or an upgrade that we need. But when you want to push that draft live, that functionality live, you have to get the sign-off of, like, let's say, I don't know, 2 out of 3 of these people or something like that. So this system is designed to enable individuals and organizations create production apps that are secure, resilient, and sovereign entirely through conversation. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Dominic. You're going to see the team get ready behind me as they mobilize some chairs in order to help us close out this block of program with our final panel. We're heading into a discussion that I think is a very relevant one after we've discussed the AI investment landscape, we've discussed where we're heading in terms of business adoption, etc. It seems apt to close things out with a bit of a more serious discussion around governance and security, two key elements that are definitely something that the industry as a whole is taking a closer look at. So we're heading into a discussion specifically focusing on guardrails for intelligence, governance, and security in the age of AI. This session is moderated by Colin Woods, once again, Managing Director at CWA Communications. He is joined on stage by Definity's own Jan Kamenisch, CTO at the Definity Foundation, as well as Alex Fowler, Chief Strategy Officer at Nexus, and Adnan Dakwe, CISO at Delphinus Cyber. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you all. It's great to have the unenviable task of following a DOM demonstration again, but special shout out to, I believe, more than 30,000 viewers now across all platforms for today's show, so that's incredible. So we've got quite a meaty topic to get through this afternoon, so thanks in advance for your interest in this. Guardrails and governance being the key points here, and we've assembled some of the best in the business for it. So I'll just start by asking everyone to do a little quick introduction to your role and what you're focused on. So Jan, if I'll start with you.
This is very easy, CTO at the Definity Foundation, I guess Caffeine, ICP and all of that, because everybody probably knows all of that already.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, I'm Alex Fowler, Chief Strategy Officer with Nexus. We're a company focusing on verifiable computation, and yeah, it's great to be here.
And Adnan.
Hello everyone, I'm Adnan Dakwe. I serve as the CISO for Delphinus Cyber. We are an advisory firm, so we provide CISO technology as well as board advisory for startups to mid-size as well as large companies.
And Adnan, I'll stay with you for a very simple question to start. And what are the most pressing security risks posed by advanced AI systems today? A nice, simple one to tee us up.
Yeah, that's simple, but it's a great one to start with. I mean, I'm a technologist by heart, and I'm an engineer, so I build products. I love the advancement technologies, but I'm a big proponent of leveraging technology for the benefit of humanity, to making sure it's secure as well as privacy is embedded by design, by default. So certainly AI has evolved a lot, right? As we know, the term was coined way back in the 50s, and the advancements have come a lot, especially in the past decade, and especially in the past 3 or 4 years. And when you look at AI, the different ways. You look at the LLM models. There are a bunch of sources you can refer to. I'm part of those organizations as OASP. I don't know how many of you guys have heard of OASP. I see a few hands here. That's a good place to start. It's open source, way to look at vulnerabilities. Open Web Application Security Project. For those who are not familiar with it, so it has come up with OASP Top 10. So with LLMs, and we have seen this happen, in various large and small companies. You can do data poisoning. You can do prompt injection. There is, cross XPIA, cross, prompt injection attack, which essentially is you take an LLM and, you can have certain level of LLM firewalls, and which may not detect, but if you have a document and you actually put malicious code in there, so essentially you bypass the LLM firewall, but then you can actually leverage, the malicious code within the document. So that's another vector we have to look at it. Basically, a traditional stack. I really loved, the presentations today from Dom, and I'm sure Jan and others will have some thoughts on it. But from a software perspective, there's plenty of opportunity for us to make things better. I'm just, give you some nuggets. There are a bunch of other research papers are out there. There is Agentic AI top 10 from OAS. Cloud Security Alliance has done a bunch of research. You can look at it. These are just some things you can look at it. I would encourage all the engineers in the room, think of it like what could go wrong? Apply the threat model approach. What could the bad actor do? And then how can we reduce that risk? We won't be able to make risk equal to zero, but how can we make it reasonable risk? So I'm a big proponent of pragmatic security. We don't need military-grade security for every application, because we can't make risk equal to zero because we have to operate, unless we have to unplug everything.
Absolutely.
But you have to figure out how we can leverage risk for success, for fueling growth, and helping humanity, and taking everybody on this planet to the next level.
Absolutely, and that's probably a nice segue into you, Alex. From a strategy perspective, there's risks, there's opportunities. How do you view the current landscape in terms of what you're looking at?
Yeah, I hate to sound a little pessimistic, but I think we're seeing a complete crisis in leadership as it relates to security, privacy, risk management in AI. And I would say, living here in Silicon Valley, I hear it every day, right? I see investors who don't prioritize this at all, focus on monetization first and foremost, focus on user adoption, but these issues just don't even rise to the level. In fact, I would say if you are focusing on these issues, you're actually making investment harder for yourself as a founder. And then I would say, from a regulatory standpoint, kind of the existing control frameworks that we have for privacy and security just do not work in an adaptive environment like AI. So I just don't think that, in a market like the United States, where we've really deprioritized any kind of, sensible approach to regulation, you're really left as a user to fend for yourself. And we can get more into how I sort of think about that. But yeah, so I kind of start from a perspective where we're sort of following the same path that we've seen with every cycle of innovation here, where security and privacy are secondary factors to other commercial pressures and demands. But
Very
yeah,
fair.
I hate to start the panel on that type of note, but I do think it's important to have kind of a reality check and kind of understand where we think we can see change. How do we approach that kind of innovation? So.
Yeah. And it's a tale as old as time. It's the two sides of the coin. Everyone wants to talk about innovation and growth, but it's the risk that needs to be managed as well. And Jan, from your perspective, we know that the internet computer is obviously built at an infrastructure level with different layers of security, more than traditional cloud. What would you say are the gaps that both retail and enterprise users are looking at now, and how have you guys helped to solve some of those?
Yeah, I think we do live in an interesting time, or like a breaking point. Because I agree with your somewhat pessimistic view, but on the other hand, I think we also have can be also very optimistic. If you take a step back, right? The current IT infrastructure is not really secure. Cost of cybercrimes go up and up and up, accelerated by AI as well, right? And then the whole world gets more. Software, code, data. Again, AI accelerates that because now everybody can make use of software and code. But on the other hand, with ISTP and the blockchain space, in particular, it's meant to. That's our mission at the Definity Foundation. Replace the broken IT stack with a secure protocol, right? And so that makes me, again, hopeful. We can have everybody use the same secure foundations. And traditionally, if you have a new platform, getting people over to use that platform is very hard. Now, here with AI, we just have seen with Caffeine, right? Now AI actually can code you. So it helps you to move from the insecure legacy stack to the secure stack. And now when we talk about private data, personal data, I guess some of us remember the early 2000s when we had all these social networks and people said, I don't want to give control of my data to, I guess Google, how was it called, Orkut and whatnot, right? And people said, you just run your client at home and you have your data. but people couldn't do that because it was too complex. Now with protocols, public networks, like the computer, actually now people can do that. They can have self-sovereign software on that. With AI, they can write that, own their code. So I think there's all these other trends as well. So, and of course, at the end of the day, people have to choose. But I do think it's a very interesting time. There's lots of opportunities and, of course, lots of challenges as well. But that's what makes it interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of that as well. And I guess if I have a source of optimism, I do believe that users, as we kind of see this evolution around AI, I think users will have the ability to have more control over their data, over their systems, in a way that we haven't had before, where we've been dependent on what's available commercially to us to take back some control. So I do, maybe I'm sort of channeling too much of my sort of early EFF days here in San Francisco, but I do think those values are more possible now, right? The line between a developer and a user is blurred, right? And we can start to take action for things that matter to us in ways that we haven't before. And so, things like privacy, where you have notice and choice, completely broken in a AI world. But I can actually use the tools myself to understand how they work and what they're collecting and what they're doing in the background, right? So I can actually take some direct action, whereas before I was relying on this framework and regulatory framework to give me that sense of transparency or control. So I do think there are opportunities, and there is a hope that we can see a brighter future.
Actually, we do have AI models running on ICP. I mean, these are smaller models still, right? But that's going to scale and become bigger, and so actually people can run their own AI models, control them, and so on. So, I think there's choice, going to be choice, and so about that, I'm very excited.
And Adnan, if I could bring you in, you've been advising and you've been in the CISO space for a long time. What does a resilient AI system look like today? What should organizations be thinking about, and how should they be approaching it?
Yeah, if you look at the traditional technology stack, I mean, if you're looking at a startup or any mid-sized large company, depending on where their infrastructure is, if it is on-prem or mostly it's in the cloud or hybrid, and I agree with what Alex and Jan mentioned. There are a lot of times, security and privacy are thought after fact, and that's what I've been driving in the past couple decades to figure out ways so that we can think of these things up front as we build products. It's always hard. It's a challenging proposition because a lot of times, it's more about developing a product and actually doing the sales for startups and then getting revenues, and especially in the VC ecosystem, they are looking at those revenues, the ARR, and things of that sort, and if they want to generate the next round. So what I've been driving, along with my peers in the industry, in the US and globally, is leveraging security and privacy as a competitive advantage. And then tying that to whatever available regulations are. So I absolutely agree with Alex. Regulatory frameworks a lot of times are behind. Like in the US, we don't have robust AI framework. In the EU, we have the EU AI Act, which has all these different things which are coming and parsing out, and then we have to figure it out. So we ought to figure out a balance. You don't want to stifle innovation. I'm a big proponent of leveraging innovation for advancements in technology and humanity. But how do we do that in a realistic way, in a safe way, and a responsible way? That's important. So a lot of times regulations may lag behind, which is the case for a lot of things. You look at the payment card industry regulations are they come to PCI. How many of you guys have heard of PCI? If you deal with payment card data, right? I mean, those regulations have been coming out for the past couple decades, but some of those requirements, the 4.0 just recently came out, right? And things were already the regulation and compliance doesn't mean we are secure. It's the baseline. That means the minimum necessary. If you want to reduce the level of risk or you want to become better, there's nothing like fully secure. But you want to become better secure, if you want to improve your maturity, you have to do more things than what the minimum standard regulation will ask for. So going back to AI, right? So you have to look at which business you are in, what kind of data you're handling, right? And then look at the architecture, how you're handling that data, and then look at it from a threat perspective. Right? what can the bad actors do, what can go wrong, and then what can that be used for. If you are in financial services, then you have to follow the money, and that's what a lot of bad actors are going to do. They're going to try to figure out how they can gain access to their finances or disrupt your network or figure out ways to monetize or break systems. And there is another level of threats. How many of you heard of XCUtil? If you haven't heard, please search online. This is an open source project, and there was a known person, a trusted person, who actually embedded a backdoor. So who has been pushing code for many years and then embedded a backdoor. So it's open source. You have to also be careful. I'm a big proponent of open source, but you also have to make sure this is an issue related to supply chain. So when you have things open source, you have to make sure you're doing the right threat model, you're doing the right level of attack surface management, and then you're doing your pen tests and red teaming exercises to make sure you are reducing the level of risk. So supply chain risk is big. So whenever you have something open source, you have to make sure you're looking at all different levels, layers of the stack, right? And I know we're not even talking about Web3. If you look at traditional stacks, right, you have a cloud service provider. There will be shared responsibility model or shared faith model, like GCP talked about. And then you have to figure out, you have to reduce certain level of risk from a contractual perspective. But from a technological perspective, you have to make sure, your app, things which you're building, you are reducing the level of risk where you can. So it is easier said than done. So there are a lot of frameworks available. I just mentioned to you guys the OWASP Top 10, Cloud Security Alliance, have various frameworks, and a bunch of other organizations. There's OWASP AI Exchange. You guys can take a look at it. They come out with a lot of publications. And applying that to your product, your software, and then figuring out the level of risk you want to mitigate. Again, you can't make that equal to zero, but you can have pragmatic risk. I also want to mention one more thing. Like people talk about breaches, right, or incidents. It's not a matter of if they will happen, it's when, right? So it's really important to have a good response program and crisis response, incident response program, so that you can manage those risks in those environments, in the app layer or wherever those are.
Absolutely, and I'm imagining as you call out the crowd, do they know people? There's someone sitting at home raising their hand and watching along. Alex, if I jump to you, you talk about security being an afterthought or the kind of piece that people don't really want to address. On the point of balance, how do we think about this privacy and security versus speed and performance? Is that still a big conversation that you see happening today?
Well, I'll share one anecdote, which to me is, as someone who specializes in this area, is pretty shocking. But I was meeting with one of the large language model companies here in the city, and it was a really frosty conversation. So I'm talking about verifiable computation and the role of cryptography. How do you know, like within your black box, what actually took place, and how do you, prove that to your customers who are using it that you're charging for your latest, most expensive model? How does the user know that you didn't just run it through the Model 3, 4 versions ago, right? So things like this, right? And I didn't really get any kind of warm reception to the conversation. I was sort of kind of puzzled. And as I was walking out, the guy who brought me in, who is one of the product leads there, was like, you kind of have to understand, most of the people here think there'll be an AGI in the next 18 months, and that entity will be way smarter and can solve these issues at that time. And it's like that. You couldn't have a more circular logic, kind of response to these types of issues, right? So I think there is an awareness and education component to this. I think ultimately we are all paying for these services, right? Unlike in past internet waves of technology where monetization happened through third-party ad networks or data brokers or other kinds of models. In this case, we are literally paying for compute cycles to run models, right? So we have power as users to expect that security is part of the design of how these things work. And so I do think part of this is working with consumer advocacy organizations, working with fellow developers and engineering organizations to kind of really increase the value that this, as a subject, is to the future of how this industry evolves. So I do think that we kind of have to start, unfortunately, kind of at the beginning with really highlighting why this is a key factor.
And on that point, I guess, Jan, of the idea of AI governing AI in this kind of autonomous world, what are the governance challenges that we need to prepare for, and how do we approach them both on a systems level but also on a user side of things?
Yeah, I think this is indeed challenging. Again, starting from the bottom up, where does AI run, right? Does it run at some company that nobody has control over, or does it run on a public network like ICP? Of course, like the whole trend. I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to really govern AI, you need to govern the whole process, right? Because like AI is very different from normal code, where you can just like look at the code, analyze it, and then that sure, like with AI, I mean, it's all a bunch of matrices. And even if some modification happens, or like what you mentioned before, like open source monitoring, like, even there it's hard. People add backdoors, but you have a chance to detect that. AI models, right? I mean, if it becomes malicious, maybe it's just like a little change in some of the matrix entries, and so you really need to like control the whole stack end to end. And I think we're not quite there yet, right? We couldn't train like all these models on ICP, for instance. Like eventually, I guess I hope we will. And so I guess at the end we can do it, but not just anytime soon. And because other than that, like of course, if you want to have like some governance, some control, you need to, like what we're doing in like now in blockchain or Web3. It is really about like decentralization, but not. I mean, when people talk about decentralized AI, they typically mean like some people run some model at home. That doesn't really help. Like governance is more about removing like a single point of failure or not trusting a single party, and so that means you would replicate things sufficiently many times, then make sure these all results are all the same. And again, it's possible. But I'm sure we're not quite there yet, and we'll see also then AI, rail guarding other AI and building systems like that. I think that it's going to come. It will take time.
I think just to add to that, I think that the Web3, blockchain, cryptocurrency sector has a lot of infrastructure that is starting to be recognized outside of that in more traditional AI circles. And so, I think a lot of us have meaningful traction worldwide with users. We are able to mobilize a lot of engagement through Web3 models, not AI models, but industry kind of go-to-market models. And I think as we start to power those through integrations with traditional AI solutions, those industries are going to see us as valuable customers to applications utilizing that core tech. And we're already starting to see collaborations like, for instance, OpenAI with World from WorldCoin, right? Like we're starting to see like some very public, high-profile integrations like that. I think the work that Definity just demonstrated, which is powered off of using some of these traditional models, like those are going to build awareness, and I think we're going to see some bridging happening finally between sort of the decentralized industry sectors and kind of these more traditional, internet-based AI companies. And I think that will lead to technical innovations that create applications around cryptography, verification on chain, utilizing multi-party computation. Things like this will become more standard. And I think that will open up a lot of opportunities for new trust models to emerge.
It's a very, very positive perspective, as we found it.
I'm not all pessimistic.
There we go. Adnan, for the purpose of the people in the room, like we know this transition to AI on chain is a process, and a lot of people are still using traditional stacks. What sort of challenges is AI representing in terms of a threat level? We know that you would have challenges with data, or you would have bot attacks. how can people prepare for the next 12 to 18 months of what AI is going to represent from a threat perspective?
So if you're asking from the traditional stack, right, so what we are using, the current cloud service providers, I mean, number one is to stay on top of advancements. Every second or the other, there are different models coming out, not just from the US, all over the world. And depending on where you are, because I know there are people listening to us live stream all over the world, depending on the jurisdictions, you may be able to use certain models, you may not be able to use certain models. Like in the US, there are certain models we can't use for certain sectors. If you are in certain industries, your company policies may not allow you to use certain models, or in certain deployments, right? Especially if there are cloud deployments, they won't allow you, based on the acceptable use policies. If you have them, some companies are still struggling to build those AI use policies even in 2025. And then in terms of risk, it's a gamut of things. Like we just started talking about LLMs, right? So people who are actually building, LLMs or SLMs or different kinds of models. Then there are consumers of these models, right? There are all these different vendors, technology vendors, security vendors, privacy vendors, which are leveraging these technologies, right? And then making sure they are doing their right due diligence to manage the data which they are using and also the code they're developing to make sure they are taking care of the vulnerabilities in that environment, which is a challenge because, as we were discussing earlier, if there are vulnerabilities in the LLMs, they're going to cascade now the software stack, which is actually built by these vendors. And then there is the other spectrum, which is actually the consumers of these products. So the consumers may directly consume the LLMs or SLMs, or they may consume these vendor products, right? It could be as simple as your meeting, notes app, or whatever you're using for recording or whatever, right? That's using some kind of embedded LLM or SLM, right? Or they might have trained it. So you have to look at the holistically from end to end. Which industry you are in, what's your business model, what kind of data you handle, and then look at the different regulations you may need to comply by because you don't want to fail on those regulations, right? Or stand like PCI or HIPAA in the US, depending on the sector you are, in EU or Singapore, India, wherever you are, Australia, there are different regulations within a different sector. And then making sure that you're navigating the technology stack accordingly. So I'm a big proponent of looking at it, what's your business model, right? And then what kind of solutions you're using. If you're using a vendor software, making sure you're doing the right due diligence to ensure you're managing those risks, at the contractual level as well as technology level, making sure what kind of data you're using, where is that data going, where is that stored, how are they using that data. Example, are they using that data to train their models? Are they going to commingle that data with their other customers' data? You don't want that because you don't want to lose your competitive advantage to your competitors if they're going to use your data or customers' data. So all those things need to be considered when you're leveraging AI. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't use them. I mean, I'm a big proponent of leveraging technology to become more efficient, more effective, more productive, scale faster, do better, grow the companies, help the planet, people all over the globe. But you have to manage risk, or else, I'll just quickly share a couple examples. How many of you guys?
Just conscious of time, I'm afraid, Anna, if that's all right.
If I share just one example for everybody's benefit.
Go for it.
So how many of you guys heard about the Air Canada, chatbot issue? If you haven't, Serge, I see some hands at the back. This was already deployed, in production, and, a customer used it, and they had to go through a lawsuit because it wasn't thoroughly tested. So I just wanted to share that, as an example, why that due diligence is important.
Absolutely. Yeah. And no, it's a point very well made because, everyone is piloting and testing, but it's not until something goes wrong in the real world that suddenly risk and governance becomes the big issue. Jan, if we can close the session with you, maybe let's fast forward 6 months, 12 months. Caffeine has 100,000 users. What does governance look like in the age of the self-writing internet?
Well, I guess when we have the whole governance structure of the internet computer, it's a public network, so people with Caffeine can build on there. So I guess, my view, ICP is like the self-sovereign, decentralized world, right? Where everybody can own their own data. but that's not good enough if you can't build it. And in that sense, like Caffeine really closes the gap there, because like we have like the internet computer ICPs running since 4 years, right? And in principle, people could have their own software, protect their own data. And now with Caffeine, it's like the last missing puzzle piece really towards this vision of having like a public sovereign cloud that everybody can use. Just code lives in the internet, your data lives there, but you have control over it. And so Caffeine is really that piece to bring that power to everybody. At the same time, of course, if you want to like an SMI or a small organization, you could also have, there's like, I guess we call it utopia networks, where like if you want to have your own copy of the internet computer, also with Caffeine, you could do that as well. So I'm really excited what like technology can bring here, and what the next couple of months will bring us.
Absolutely. My thank you to Jan, Alex, Adnan. This has been a really complex topic that the guys have done a brilliant job of unpacking. So thank you all for your attention and time here today.
Thank you.
I'll pass you back to Tracy.
Thank you.
We lost Tracy in the mix. There she is, always on cue. Thanks all.
Slide past you guys. All right, I get to dismiss everyone for one final break before we return here at 6 o'clock on the dot. It's your last chance to, again, enjoy some refreshments, test the caffeine pods before we head into our big hackathon winner announcement round. So make sure you're back here at 6 to see what the wonderful folks upstairs have been building over the past couple of hours. For the 20,000 of you that are joining us online, you have a bit of a shorter break. You'll be resuming programming at 5:30, and then you'll be rejoining us here on the main stage at 6. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy.
All right, welcome back to the main floor at Dogpatch Studios. I'm so excited for you guys keeping with us here, joining us. I hope you saw that last demo by Dom. He outlined the Stripe integration, which is a phenomenal feature, really unlocks the marketplace feature of Caffeine. And then I don't know if you caught this, but I want to double down on what he was saying about the difference between cloning an application and installing an application. So you saw in that demo, Dom took some application created by somebody else, cloned it into his own environment. He, at that point, could start using that application as it is, but instead he decided to keep evolving it. You can imagine how that's going to change what the idea of an app is, where it's no longer just we all share in the same app, but yet we kind of take control of it and we can make it our own. Really phenomenal vision there, and that's all part of the self-writing internet. And anyways, the vibe here is awesome. A lot of energy still going on throughout the day. We're now about to move into the Hackathon winner portion of the agenda, so keep with us. You can see behind me the experience pods are still packed. I know people have been waiting all day to get their turn to try out Caffeine. I've been watching some people. They've been really, really pleased with the ideas and how well they've been able to build out their vision. But we've wrapped up the hackathon upstairs, and I really, really want to introduce Bruno Calabretta, who has been busy all day. Come here, man.
Ciao, Kyle.
So Bruno, your day started 8 a.m. This hackathon. Give us a rundown of how this day has gone so far for the hackathon participants.
Okay, so for sure this was an amazing experience. Probably, I think one of the best for a lot of technical people that have been doing a lot of hackathons during their life, and non-technical people that have been experiencing this kind of format for the first time. And actually the feedback and the response was amazing. People were so ecstatic about Caffeine, how it works, what they can do with it. As you were saying, a lot of people are now using the experience pods. But guys, wait for the 6 winners of the hackathon so that you can see what they built, what they put together from the front-end point of view, back-end, UX, UI, how everything has been thought, how well it's working. So we started early in the morning. We started around 8, we opened door. So we made sure that there was enough time for doing the check-in of everyone. We've been dividing the two kind of people in tech and non-tech. The only difference between them is just their background. So in the tech track, we had people that have a background in it's developer, IT, computer science, and then in the non-tech, we had people that are not developers, that have zero experience in programming languages. And what we noticed is that some of these non-technical people that have actually been able to deliver amazing things, and you are going to see it in a little bit. So we started early. We did 1 hour of onboarding so that everybody was clear. We did a couple of demos together with Jan, so we were able to showcase how Caffeine works, what they have to do, how they can start with it, and how they can interact, how to write prompt and everything. They liked it. They start to build right away. Keep in mind that I was thinking to make them do a couple of breaks during the day so that in this way, they could rest or something. They didn't want to do it. They just wanted to keep using Caffeine, and they just wanted to have a chance to really bring their ideas into life. Because this is the cool thing of Caffeine, that you can really be a creator. You don't need coding skills. You just need an idea, and as I like to say, if you can describe it, Caffeine can build it.
So for a hackathon participant, their day started between 8 and 9 when they did the registration and they got settled in their seats. They maybe got an hour of I don't know what you call it, an onboarding from yourself and Jan, which by the way, awesome. How awesome for them to get to kind of learn from the best. But now, so they've just been vibe coding. They've been building their own apps since that time then, right? So what is that, 5 hours, 6 hours? And
they did 6 hours of hacking. Non-stop. We actually had to give them another 20 minutes extra for finalizing all the submissions, but it went so smooth. It was so nice. We had a room fully packed.
So much fun that nobody wanted to stop. I know rumor has already started filtering downstairs of hey, some of these winners are phenomenal apps. So like what we're seeing here is A, the capabilities of Caffeine, and B, how you can go from zero to zero to hero in just a couple hours. That's pretty phenomenal. So walk me, you were talking about the difference between that there's a tech and a non-tech track. Did you notice anyone like a commonality between those two tracks of like ideas or really what they wanted to build?
So one thing that we noticed between the two participants was the fact that if you have a tech background, of course, you are used to the classic hackathon where you have to build code. So they were trying at the beginning to use Caffeine in this way. Then they understood that instead they didn't have to build code from scratches, but they actually had just to explain to Caffeine what is that they wanted to have built, and they had to leverage the background to maybe improve the way that Caffeine was delivering their project. And then in terms of instead non-technical, I think that these actually were the best participants. I'm sorry to say it, but non-technical people, they really came with the goal of exploring, of seeing what could come out of it. They knew that they had an idea, so they came already with an idea of something that they wanted to build, and they've been trying for 6 hours to make it a reality. And the reality is that it happened pretty fast, so they spent a lot of hours actually in collecting feedback, improving the UX UI, making sure that everything was working in the right way. So we've been seeing also a lot of collaboration between all the participants of the hackathon. So this was pretty cool.
So not only is Caffeine for everybody, but actually coming without that technical background may actually give you an advantage, right? Why would that be?
Because I feel that I'm also a technical person. So I know what is the way of thinking of technical people and non-technical people. And actually today I've seen a lot of cool app being built from non-technical people where they just had an idea, they visualize it, and then they did their best to make it become something that people could use. Yeah. So cool.
You brought up a good point about some of these people got from zero to what they wanted pretty quickly, and then they used that time for feedback. And I think that kind of touches on this idea of what does the future look like if you can go from nothing to prototype in a few hours. And so kind of is this part of the process, this feedback loop, and how do you see this revolutionizing product development?
So look, one thing that I always say to whoever is applying to our grants or somebody that wants to build on ICP, one thing that I always say is it's not that just because you had an idea and you are a developer and you have the skills to implement it, this idea is amazing. And not because just you ask for a feedback to your mom, your girlfriend, or your grandmother, then, okay, you're good, you got your feedback. The reality is that whenever you are building something, you need to go out and reach out to people and try to collect as many negative feedback as possible. So I think this way you can actually really implement those changes that are needed for your application to shine. And one thing that I've been seeing doing today from the non-technical people was to ask for feedback and then implement those feedback that people were giving them. So I think that this is an amazing approach to see.
So now you've you've ran a lot of hackathons, conventional hackathons. What you saw today, is this kind of a model that we should see moving forward?
I think it's amazing if we just start to run hackathon in this way, because the outcome, it's impressive.
What advice, so with that being said, what advice do you have for anyone who's maybe watching online and they're like, I'm going to participate in one of these future hackathons? How do they give themselves a little bit of an edge when they show up for a Caffeine hackathon?
So first of all, stay tuned on all our social media channels. So in this way you will know when it's going to be the next Caffeine experience, the next Caffeine hackathon. And then just start to think about something that you want to build, that you've been thinking about it for a long time, but then you've never been able to really implement it because you didn't have the skills, you didn't know anyone with the skills for building it, and possibly you don't have enough money for building it. So try to go and look for that idea that you've been thinking about it, that you know that it's going to be massive, because now you can really build it.
You bring up a great point about the finances part of building, right? And like right now, usually if you have a great idea, maybe you try to build it on the cheap and then try to get some seed money to really build out, go from MVP to version 1. In a world, again, where you can prototype and then evolve it all in like a matter of a few hours, like between your breakfast and your lunch, like what does this do to the typical like funding round for an app?
Probably now you're going directly to Series A.
So you're keeping your equity longer, and then you're just going to A.
I think that now you really have the possibility of doing it. I think that we just have stepped forward into a new reality of the self-writing internet, and all of this thanks to Caffeine. So I think that we are going to see like some really exciting things coming out of it.
Now, you've been working hard all day. I know I've seen you running around and you've had a big important role. You might have missed Dom's third demo where he showed the app market. Have you seen the app market yet?
Actually, I've been able to come down and just check the demo of Dom. I really want to see them.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'm going to suggest you can almost even think of Hackathon series where you're just evolving an app that already exists. So maybe if you've built an app and you now want to get other people to evolve it for you, you could just run a hackathon and they just clone your app. Is that something you've been thinking about?
One thing that I always say is that most of the time, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can just improve it. And this is one of the possibilities that also Caffeine is going to give us with the app market, because there will be already applications that have been vetted, that we know that they are cool, that you can do a lot of things, but maybe your creativity is going to think about something that the creator didn't think about, and you can just like clone it, and then you can implement what is that you are thinking that is missing. So it's a new era.
How about, so I'm assuming, and maybe I shouldn't be assuming this, but I'm assuming most people were thinking consumer apps, so something that they and their friends can use. Did you see anyone thinking enterprise or government in terms of their what they're building?
Yeah, actually, yes. I don't want to spoil it because one of the projects that is actually doing something like this is one of the winner. Okay. So you are going to see actually in the next live, as soon as we are going to announce the winner on the main stage, you're going to see 3 tech and 3 non-tech people that are showcasing what they built, and they've been doing everything from digital services or application for enterprises or application for people that are looking for something new. There is so much that we are going to showcase in a little bit, so I don't want to spoil the surprise. So stay tuned.
I love it. And just as a reminder for everyone watching, the alpha has started tomorrow. The alpha release starts. So go to caffeine.ai, get your name on that wait list, and invite codes are going to be rolling out over the next, I don't know, few days, few weeks and stuff like that. So get your name on the list. Bruno, in terms of like lessons learned today, right? Obviously a lot went well. Is there anything that you kind of said, okay, we need to change this for the future because we can do this a little bit better?
Look, you know, honestly, I think I'm pretty happy of how the hackathon went today. So I think that today we actually set a good standard for best practices on how to run an hackathon for Caffeine. So far, I don't have anything to complain about what the team did and everybody involved did. So I think that we thought about how to run this hackathon very carefully for the last month. So today we've actually been able to deliver something cool. So I'm happy.
Now, with the awards coming up next, that's the main thing. That's the next thing that's coming up on that main stage. Remind everyone watching at home, what was at stake in this hackathon?
The prizes? So, okay, as we said, we had 2 trucks, tech and non-tech. We are going to award the same prizes to the both trucks. So we are going to have the first place is going to win $25,000. The second place, it's $12,000, and the third place, it's $7,500. So it's actually a very good pool price for this experience, and that's why also one thing that we've been doing today was to not only make them build with Caffeine, but we also asked to collect a lot of feedback from them. So we actually kept track of how many applications they've been building for the whole hackathon, so how many iterations they had to do before to arrive to the final submission. We've been seeing projects or people that have been working on just 2 applications and others that have been using like 10, 15 applications before to arrive to the final one. And another thing is the fact that these 2 trucks are actually really showcasing how creativity through Caffeine can be unleashed.
Now, as Dom's demoed Caffeine, I've noticed that he likes to have multiple projects running at once, right? Did you see that same structure from everyone inside, or?
Some people, yes. Some people, no. Some people, again, I've seen, like, for example, one guy, he just built 2 applications. That's it. And then there was another one that was with more than 15 applications open at the same time. So it's all depending, you know, on how much you want to try to do too many things at the same time, and how much instead you just want to focus on one.
All right, I'm interested because one of the awesome things about Caffeine is you continue to evolve, right? You have the app build you something, you look at it, you like some parts, you don't like other parts, you go back and you say, fix this, add this, let's do this feature. Each one of those is a new iteration. For the winning applications, do you have an idea of how many iterations it took to them to get to a great place?
So actually, yeah, we already have an estimation that usually every good project that has been submitted for the final submission, there were an average between 10 to 20, 25 iteration.
10 to 25? Wow. So that
of them, especially the one that had like more than like 10, it was mostly iteration to improve the UX UI to make it look like they wanted.
So it was more getting a good front end, but the back end logic was typically
was good. Yes.
Back end.
Usually, a lot of people are building it in like 2-3 prompts.
That's phenomenal. Just think about like you get the back end finished, and then you're getting to just kind of fine tune how it looks. So in a typical, typically there's like post hackathon support, right? Like especially for the winners of like. We'll give you some developer support. We'll give you access to various things. Are we thinking that same way with Caffeine?
Yes. So first of all, the first thing that we are going to give to the 6th winner is global exposure. So we are going to make sure that they are mentioned in PR, media outlet, social posts, social threads, video, YouTube, anything that we can think of to really give them a global exposure. So in this way, people can really see what has been built with Caffeine and what Caffeine is capable of. And then, of course, for those that wants to continue to build their application, because the reality is that also we have a lot of participants that maybe they have another job, so they have an idea, they come, they build it, but then tomorrow they need to go back to their normal life. But we've seen others that are really looking forward to keep iterating and using Caffeine. So these are probably the project, the people with whom we will continue to talk, but for sure, they're all going to stay in the loop. They're all going to stay in our circle.
It's just striking me right now that the winners of this hackathon are the first people to build to actually receive some sort of financial remuneration for what they've contributed to the self-writing internet, which is...
What I've been saying all day is that, guys, we are making history today. The people that were part of the hackathon were the first people in the world that have been allowed to use Caffeine and to leverage its potential.
That's just such a phenomenal, the gravity of the moment is like really kind of setting in, and just how awesome today's been and really the long-term impact. What is there anything we covered a lot, is there anything you wanted to circle back on?
I think that we covered everything. I'm just really excited and happy about this day. Everything went super smooth. The hackathon was super cool. I've been coming downstairs a couple of times to check the main stage, and it was beautiful. So I'm just grateful of being part of this amazing ICP Caffeine family. So let's keep going.
I imagine the viewers at home, they're seeing your energy, they're hearing about the prizes, they're learning about, holy cow, these people made history building phenomenal apps using Caffeine, and they're going to say, when are you coming to my city? Is that going to be, do you envision this being more of a remote hackathon, or is it going to be more in person?
No. We are going to leverage in-person experience. So stay tuned, because in the next week we are going to announce where the next Caffeine Hackathon is going to be. It's a cool location, I can already tell you. And then we are going to roll, I think, a series of hackathon from now until the end of the year. Similar experience to the one that we had today.
So if you get on that alpha list, again, caffeine.ai, you can get your exposure to Caffeine, which might give you just a little bit of an edge for these next hackathons. Bruno, what are you looking forward to in terms of the Caffeine app evolving and seeing how that goes?
Oh no, I just can't wait for everybody to be able to use it, because the amount of innovation that we are going to release is going to be massive.
Awesome, Bruno. So I thank you so much for your time. Thank you for leading an awesome hackathon, for making history, and then I think everyone will see. Everyone's going to see you on the main stage, right, as we do these final. Awesome, awesome. Well, I'll release you then. And
thank you so much again.
Take care, brother.
Ciao.
Ciao. So there you guys heard from Bruno Calabretta, his phenomenal experience with the hackathon today. Again, just to kind of circle back, right? These were, there was almost 100 participants between two different groups, some with a technical background, some with a non-technical background, and now we're about to see what they produced in just a short amount of time using Caffeine. So be looking forward to that. That's coming on stage in just a few more minutes. In the meantime, just want to circle back again to everything you've seen so far today. We started the day off with Dom giving this vision for the self-writing internet, which is a realization from self-writing apps. I love that Dom gave this vision of it's not necessarily vibe coding, because vibe coding is really more for developers or like a co-pilot kind of a perspective. Instead, it's this whole new self-writing app vision where you don't have to have a technical background. All you have to do is have an idea. The people who are the most creative are the people who are going to thrive in this new internet world. And so from there, then you can imagine then what happens when you open up an app market. So people with creative ideas building applications that bring value to themselves or bring value to other people. And now, just like the App Store on Apple or Google Play, people can download the app. But it doesn't stop there, because they are technically cloning instead of installing, which means that they then have ownership over that code and they can kind of keep evolving it over time. It opens up a marketplace for somebody to build an application, as well as gives the flexibility for people to continue to evolve that. So you can imagine, instead of having a set of apps on your phone where you're pulling them up and it's kind of static, or it only updates based on whatever the app developer thought, now you have apps on your phone that you can continue to evolve. You don't like the UX that an app developer chose, you can change it yourself. You want to collect additional information in your application, you can make that change. Dom showed a lot of examples of that orthogonal persistence, where you add a new field into your application and the app just handles that migration, that data migration seamlessly. So real great vision, real great future that we have for the internet. And again, we're getting back to this idea of democratizing the internet, getting self-sovereignty where you can actually own the apps and the software and have autonomy with them, and you're not dependent on big tech. Circling back, again, you can still see the experience pods. I believe, yep, they're still going on. People are still vibe coding, and I know that there's still a line for people getting into that. If you're not here with us and you're jealous over these experience pods, just a reminder, caffeine.ai, and I think we're getting to the main stage. So I'll see you guys after. We're going to have some interviews with the hackathon winners. See you soon.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. To those that are grabbing some food, please grab a seat instead. We are officially heading into the closing portion of programming. Many of you will find the next hour particularly exciting. So just a quick call to those that are grabbing food. This is your last and final reminder to grab a seat instead. If you are chatting over on the right-hand side of the stage, please do make sure to either take the conversation outside or to slowly but quickly wrap up those conversations and take your seats. Thank you so much for returning. We're heading into what's shaping up to be a very exciting couple of minutes. I've mentioned it, I think, at the start of the day, that for those of you who arrived in time for the program at 10:30, you had a fairly late start compared to some other folks who arrived on the dot at 8 a.m. this morning and have been very busy upstairs. So to shed some light on the blissful ignorance of the crowd that has either joined us online or has been mainly enjoying the main stage program and been wined and dined over the course of the day, we've had a crowd of about 80 people upstairs hacking away since 8 a.m. this morning, competing for a prize pool of $95,000. And I now have the pleasure of grabbing some people to join me on stage as they reveal just who is taking home the cold hard cash. So, a couple of things that are worth noting with regards to the people that you're about to see. The hackathon was split into 2 different tracks. So all participants were divided into a technical or a non-technical group based on their respective skill sets. One of the things that Dom mentioned over the course of the day is that Caffeine is for everyone. And so we wanted to put that to the test and showcase just how much can be built as someone without a technical background and as someone with a technical background. They moved through a number of different judging rounds and categories to ultimately land on the final 9 that then presented to the full judging panel. Those 9 projects are all in the room, and they do not yet know who is heading home with some cash in their pockets. We'll be awarding 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place for each of the tracks. So for those of you keeping track, that brings us to a grand total of 6. If you enjoy maths, that means 2/3 out of the final 9 will be taking home a prize today. We received 76 submissions from the participants, and again have narrowed that down into the final 6. So we're going to start with the non-technical track. Joining me on stage is our very own Bruno Calabretta. He is head of ecosystem hubs at Definity. He'll be handing out the prizes. Let's give Bruno a warm welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you so much for being with us today. I think it was an amazing day, and I just want to say that how much I'm proud and happy to be part of this new reality that we have thanks to Caffeine. We know that as of now, software creation is something that has always been very limited to those that have large funds or that they have deep technical skill. And we know that thanks to Caffeine, the new paradigm is arriving, where software creation is now accessible to anyone. So I'm very proud to starting to announce Thank you. I'm very proud to start to announce our first winner for the non-technical track. In the third place, we have dental trucks. Please come on stage. So, just for you to have a little bit of background, she's a dentist. She's not a software developer. And the application she built, it's pretty cool. So, the stage is yours. Please show to everyone how your application works and give a little bit of background of what was your chain of thoughts to build something like this. Round of applause.
Okay, hi, my name's Joanna. I'm a dentist. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. So as a dentist, I really think about what kind of problems I have for my patients. And one thing is I ask my patients, hey, like I can take x-rays for you today. I can do an assessment for you today. But do you know what your history was? Can you draw up your x-rays from 3 years ago, 10 years ago? This health condition has been doing over time. I can do your x-rays now, but to compare from 2 years ago and 5 years ago gives me an invaluable insight to the condition and the progression of your health. So the scattered record from all these clinics is definitely a problem. And you know what? You have the right to your dental records. You have the right to your x-rays. You should ask for them. And you should keep record of them. And what better way through Caffeine, which is an encrypted website where you can trust of HIPAA compliance so that you can just over time accumulate all your records. I'm a dentist, so I did this as a dental thing, but I could see this expanding to any kind of medical records, right? We should have all our records in one compiled, concise place that we can give to every provider and feel confident about it. It also gives us ownership to our own health and helps us visualize what we have. So I'm going to begin. This is you start here where it kind of reassures you that this is a secure internet identity authentication. So this gives you a bit of reassurance. So now we log in. Right. So then you write your name. And the first thing, this is kind of rudimentary, I'm not a tech person, but we will begin with, there's an odontogram at least. So you can at least see every tooth. Did you guys know you had 32 teeth? I don't know if you did. But now you will have a visual representation showing you that you have 32 teeth. And the idea is, you have, as you go down, you can add visit. You can write down the dental practice, the date, and then you can upload your x-rays, billing invoices, and clinical photos. And the idea is, you might not understand the procedures that happened, but your billing invoice will show the codes, right? So you can write the codes down. And hopefully, AI will then interpret these codes and put them in a language that you can understand and can summarize well for the future provider, as the dates as well. And then this website would interpret your x-rays, your procedure codes, and it will automatically update this odontogram. Right now it's healthy, but if you click on it, once you keep on uploading files, it will auto generate if this tooth had a cavity, or if this tooth is filled, or if it's a watch, right? So you can change, if you want, you can also manually change it. So I can just change it. Let's say it has a cavity. So now you know, okay, on my upper right side, I have a cavity. I'm going to hold myself accountable because this is my own website. I can see it, right? And then also your recent apps. What's your most recent dental visit? What are some watch areas that my dentist told me that I have to look out for, or that maybe the next dentist should be aware of, right? So honestly, the dentist, no one likes them. We probably forget a lot of information that comes from them. So if you can just mindlessly upload some documents and for AI to just organize it and interpret it and then put it into an odontogram for us, I think that would really help make this daunting task less daunting and make our care a lot more comprehensive. So thank you.
Only her, the picture.
Yeah.
And wait. We take a picture at the end together. Yes. Okay, did you like it? Was it cool? That's what you can do with Caffeine. So let's go now to the second place for the non-technical track. For $15,000, our winner is Wheel Maker. Wheel Maker, you don't need your computer, already loaded. You don't need your computer, it's already loaded.
Hello. How many of you actually hate going to see your lawyers? I'm afraid for my wallet. Okay, so I used to have a few investor friends who invest a YC startup, and they make mobile app to create wills. And they were so excited, but then, you know, the two founders actually are foreigner, and they don't have any law background. So, you know, like they run out of money very quickly. So then, you know, come my story, and I have a situation where I have to meet a senior lawyer in a big law firm, and the senior partner spent 3 hours, you know, interviewing me. It's called like client intake. And then, you know, next thing I don't know is, you know, she referred me to associate and spent another 3 hours interviewing me. And I have no idea why I have to interview two lawyers for the same thing. And then the senior partner charged me like $5.50 an hour, and the junior partner, the junior associate charged me $350 an hour, and that is about 10 years ago. And I was like, no way, you know, there got to be something easier. So now, you know, I come up with a very easy way for you to use an app to create your own will without going to a law firm. So you can see that it comes with many features. And the first thing is, you know, here, and thank you. Trying to open my account. Oh, do I have to start over again?
Yeah.
Can I go see my admin?
No, you'll have to start because it's a new...
Wow, new session. Okay, so very cool UI UX. That's a very smooth step-to-step guide you to complete the will. So I want to see, you know, that you take the personal information, and then it asks the executive, and you have a choice to switch or, you know, have a backup, and then you can actually go and, you know, assign your beneficiary and as many as you like, and you can assign your house, your stock, and the ICP tokens to the people you like. And then, you know, if you have minor children, and you can actually choose guardian. And, you know, California law, you need 2 witnesses. So I didn't tell you that I actually in law school. I'm getting my JD degree. So I take my will and trust class from a probate judge. So the will that we generate is very legalish. Okay? So once you actually get your draft, then you can actually take it to attorney for them to review, but at least you don't have to spend hours and hours spending with the attorney to doing, the client intake like interview. So you can also do power attorney, very straightforward. And you don't have to pay any template, go buy a book. And the healthcare directive is very, easy. It will ask you, all the things that you wanted to have the agent decide for you. Unfortunately, I have to start over, and there's a lot of required field. I don't want to take up too much time, but let me show you. Oh, another important thing is, if you have no legal background, I have a tab here actually tell you all the legal requirement for a valid will in California state, power of attorney, health directive, witnesses, common instruction, and when you should consult attorney. So let me show you. I don't have the template, but you can see me afterward. I can show you the finished will, and also power of attorney, healthcare directive, and they all, meet all the elements in California. And I have also planned to, once you have, your will, you save, then, later I can actually match you with the attorney that you like in your user profile, and then maybe you can use your ICP token to get more services, and happy for you. And there will be a lot more things, coming up. So, yeah, thank you.
Your computer and bag is here. Okay, this was the second place. What do you think? Was a good one? It was cool, no? That's what you can do with Caffeine. And now, the first place. Are we ready? Okay, so please, Blue Lens, come on stage and showcase why you won the first place.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So good evening. My name is Supriya. I'm from non-technical background, so I'm from pharma industry, and my main focus is always on safety and compliance. So I look for it first. And in the process, how many of us know what's the source of the water that you use in your day-to-day lives? Anyone? The source of water that you use? Very few. Few. Even I'm not sure until yesterday. So I came across a website. It's a government website, which is Georgia Public Water System. And its website is quite traditional. It has lots of data, but accessibility, it's really tough to navigate. And if I want a quick answer, it's very difficult to fetch me an answer. I need to dig into the data, navigate, and sometimes it gives me technical data, which the public might not be really familiar with those terminologies. So that's when I utilized this opportunity provided by Caffeine, using this scalable, powerful platform. As I said, a non-technical background. I use simple instructions and design this platform, Blue Lens. So this actually, the prime thing is it works using voice AI, which is an intuitive next-gen website where be it anyone, be it a public, be it a regulator, anyone can access this website. And using our voice AI, you can ask a question, and you can get an answer right away. And then you can explore into details. So let's have a look. Hey there. Oops. Hey.
Now you'll be able to hear.
Hey, I want to know what's the source of water in the USA, like how it works. Can you help me with that? It's not going.
Streams, lakes, reservoirs, springs, and groundwater. This source water then supplies both public water systems and private wells.
Okay, so
That's a good observation.
Okay, so
I understand your concern. When you say fail,
I think it's quite sensitive.
okay, so please go ahead. What would you like to know? I understand. Please feel free to share what's on your mind. I'm here to provide clear and helpful information about Georgia's drinking water systems, and I'll do my best to address your concerns with care and respect.
Yep. So it works.
Yeah, so I still have time. I can show you here. So we have the map view. So here you see different zones, like if it's in Atlanta or Columbia, just click and you can get the information like what's the quality there and to how much population does this water supply is being served and any violations. And if it's green, you're compliant and it's good. And also we have water quality violations tracking. Like, you know, if you see the Macon Water Authority, so you can get to see the violation details in detail and what are the tests that, you know, these people perform, like, you know, bacteria, E. coli detection, and what actions they have taken in effect to that. And you also have violation prevents response. If, you know, any one of us have observed any emergency water quality issues, you can always call the emergency line and report them. And you also have a water quality dashboard. And yeah, there's always a hotline emergency available. And in case there's a staff, you always have right at the top. Yeah, it can take you to the staff. Like, it can navigate you through within the website. And these are the point of contacts for this Blue Lens, Georgia thing. So yeah, overall, thanks for this voice AI. That's it. Thanks. Thank you, Caffeine.
Let's give it up one more time for Dental Tracks, Willmaker, Blue Lens. Now, you've seen what the non-technical folks can do. Again, Caffeine is a tool for anyone and everyone. But we didn't stop there. We want to know, how does it work when a technically inclined person plays around with Caffeine for a couple of hours? So let's head on over to the technical track. Let's see what they built over the last couple of hours. I get to bring to the stage, once again, Definity's very own VP of Engineering. Give a very warm welcome to Samuel Buri.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Our team has been working really hard for the last weeks and actually months to build Caffeine. And so it's super motivating to now see what you can actually do with this. And that's really the biggest prize we can get as engineers, that you use what we build, and it's motivating us to go further. And we have lots of ideas. So, thank you. So it's my pleasure to call the third, on the third place to stage. This is a project called Skill Sprout. Please. Good job.
You could probably go ahead and actually do that. Hello, my name is Chelsea. I'm currently studying NLP at UCSC, and I am here with Gray Whale AI. So I created this app partly being inspired by my own issues. One of those being that I love to try out new things. The second issue being that doing all those new things really overwhelms me. So I wanted to create a platform where users could engage with new skills and hobbies, but reduce the barrier of knowing what you need to learn that hobby, and also removing the barrier of knowing what skills you need to develop in order to actually do something useful with that hobby. So here in the Home Hub, I inspired the entire idea about a garden. The idea being that users could learn new skills, and those new skills would reflect as plants in their garden. So here, let's start planting. So a few of the hobbies I went ahead and built into the app are gardening, hiking, watercolor painting. So if you want to start one of those, we navigate. Let's say we want to learn watercolor painting. So actually here, we have a current growth stage for this hobby. We have the time commitment, cost level, and progress. Here we actually have a breakdown of the essential versus nice to have objects that you might need to actually learn that skill. And this is when it really gets fun. I actually built into the app, each of these skills comes with a skill building path. Starts with learning the basics, getting more specific, trying your first painting, and eventually full-blown projects. So for each of those, you actually have even smaller subtasks that you can learn how to do here, and it actually returns the YouTube search results for each of those individual subtasks within those skills. So when we go back, we can actually map or mark these as finished. So let's say for watercoloring, we've mastered the basics. I'll go back to explore. We'll say for knitting, how are we doing for knitting? I think we should master knitting, so I'll go through and mark all of these. Garter stitch, really hard, by the way. All right. So here, maybe bear with me. And then when we actually go back to our home page, we have these marks as different stages of growth for different plants based on how far along you are with that skill. So here we have the watercolor painting, which is just a baby sprout, and the knitting, which is a full-blown flower. And then, oh, thank you. We have more. So in a similar way that bees pollinate flowers, encourage them to grow, I actually created a hive feature so that users could pollinate each other, so to speak, by interacting with each other about their hobbies. So here I have the hive. We can filter by the hobbies that that user is using. Here we'll say we're cooking. So we can actually have a forum-style chat for users who are engaging with that skill or hobby, and they can answer each other. And that is Skill Sprout. Thank you.
Great job. Impressed by the amounts of hobbies you master. Let's go on. We now come to second place. And for the second place, we have a prize of $15,000. And I'm happy to ask the creator of Project K to the stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm super excited, especially because I just moved to San Francisco. And I want to ask everyone here, who's a technical person in this room? Okay, so like almost half. Okay, who's a non-technical person? Okay, and who never ever wrote a single line of code? How are you going to survive? So I'm not sponsoring, but I know some guys who are pretty good in building apps, so you need to try Caffeine. Okay. But what I want to show you is that even me as a software engineer had a problem where some important security credentials they leaked, especially when I use some apps like OpenAI. But what we can do right now, we can simply use K, which is available from day 0 in Caffeine network. It scans the entire code base and analyzes API keys, hard-coded passwords, and other security vulnerabilities. And you get a very simple result in the end. So let's start and take a look. For that, I created another application, which I will show you as well, which was a very small AI tool. And oh, wow, unfortunately, I put my API key into the client component. It happens to every third developer on average. There are 15 million leaked tokens like this every single year. It's just for technical people who are posting this on GitHub. And can you imagine how we need to be accurate with all of these tokens? We need to have a protector for that. And as you may see, our inspection is ready. We got our final security score. We got key findings. And look at that. The AI found that there is an API token leaked in my project. And there are some other issues which I need to solve, but they have medium or low priority. And there are some security recommendations. And if you work with tools like Caffeine, you want to really use that, right? You covered. You have the copy summary. You now have this. You insert it into your AI builder. And then AI is going to help you to fix all of these issues. We do 11 steps analysis where we analyze different credentials with regular expressions, with best practices available today. To give extra protection, we use AI model through the OpenAI services. We just takes your HTML rendered component and do a full analysis. And there were some technical solutions that we really invented during this hackathon, and that was amazing experience. I want to say really big thanks to Caffeine AI and all of the team supporting me, because there were some security. Use K. It's available live today from the very first day of Caffeine Network for every one of you. Thank you.
You need to change this slide, yeah. Cool certificate we put together. Very beautiful. Yeah, the frame, I like it a lot. You chose it? Very cute. When I saw it, so
Great job. And again, a very impressive example, and you can see Caffeine can build fancy UIs, but also actually integrate with other services that are outside of ICP or Caffeine. So it's a wonderful example of integration. And that brings us to the first place, and $25,000. And who is it? Please, applause for Row Patrol.
Mom, I'm famous. Yeah, so my name is Daryl. I'm a full stack developer, and I've been in the transportation industry for a few years, and so I get a lot of people talking about, I've heard a lot about road talk. So my idea stems from all that. So I try to look up, good reporting apps for like trash on the side of the road and potholes, just pretty much anything. And I couldn't find anything. So I was like, you know what, maybe I can just create that. And that's kind of what happened. So this is Road Patrol, and like it says, spot it, fix it, patrol it. Simple. So you log in. Let me just walk you through the landing page real quick. So it's a map-based reporting, so you can tap on the map and just put in the report that you want to put in. There's a city chat. You go in there, send a chat, or type in a text and then send it. And then every city can kind of join like their own. The chats are like a community. So every city, it's its own community. And encrypted DMs, that's not functioning yet. And live leaderboards, smart bot, that's not functioning. And proof of humanity and flexible payments. Yeah, so let's log in.
My fingerprint, sorry.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Do you mind helping me putting in the addresses?
Sure.
So username. Let's go. Yeah, so as you can see, we just logged in. You have to create a username. If you create a username that another user has, it will error out. So you go to the dashboard, and there's a little tutorial on how to use the app. So we're just gonna skip that, and I'm gonna give y'all a tour. So as you can see, there's an app. That's actually a custom-made app. I changed a little bit of like the colors a little bit, just kind of match the whole thing. So I'm using Mapbox for the API, and so you can just go to the app and tap, and it will just tell you add whatever you want to add. So you can just type in anything. So right now she's adding a pothole, and you got the drop down for selecting like what kind of issue you want to report. So right now it's a pothole. It's high priority, and then for the location, it's actually using the Mapbox API to auto-complete. So if you can just hit S and just keep going, S something. Yeah, it will just like pull all the like cities or any address that's available. And then you select that and then go to the descriptions. You have an option to add a photo for evidence. You don't have to do it, but I'm thinking about adding a way for you to add a photo, and it kind of like AI that verifies what kind of photo you added, because you never know. People can add any type of photo on there. So we got to make sure that's squared away. So yeah, submit it, yeah. And boom, shows up, pothole. Yeah, so other users can come in, vote, and once you vote on it, you can, if it gets like a lot of votes, there's gonna be an option for you to send out an email to a specific, email or like government official or something, so they can be aware of there's a problem going on, and there's a leaderboard for all the top contributors, and and there's a global chat where you can just go in there and talk, with everybody, whoever just uses the app. So let's just say hi and just send it, see if it works. Yep. And so we got the pods. So the pods are the ones that are going to be city-based. So you go to your city pod, you click it, and then you can, chat with people who are in your city and just, talk about how to make the city better. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. I get to ask all 6 of the winners back on stage for one lovely, massive group photo. Let's give everyone another round of applause. Sam, please join us. Bruno, please join us. Again, Skill Sprout, Kay, Road Patrol, Dental Truck. There we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And of course, Dom in the middle.
Sorry.
All right, let's give them a hand. Now, as our winners leave the stage, please do make sure to grab them afterwards, ask them some questions, see if you can test their apps. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to walk you through it. And with that, I get to say a massive thank you to everyone in the room. Thank you for giving us your time, your attention. It's been a real pleasure hosting you for the very first Hello Self-Writing Internet event. We hope you leave inspired, and you still, if you're in the room, have the opportunity to go and test the Caffeine experience for yourselves in the back. If you've been inspired by what was built over the course of the day, you still have the opportunity to go and test it. And of course, if you want to go and test it in the comfort of your own home, you still have the chance to sign up to be one of the early alpha users. The code is behind me. For those of you physically in the room, you now get to go and enjoy yourselves over some networking. For those 20,000 of you, 25,000 of you have joined us online, you now get to go and have a nice little wrap-up session with Kyle and the crew. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're reaching the very end of the event. I hope you just watched the award ceremony and got to see the live demos of the winners. Phenomenal applications. It gives you just a taste of what's possible building on the internet computer using Caffeine. I actually have the two winners here today to get some reactions from them, and then we're going to wrap up with just some final thoughts and let you guys go back to your day. But first, maybe I can introduce Supriya. Supriya, come on up here from Blue Lens. Supriya, how does it feel to win the hackathon?
Yeah, I feel immensely grateful for this team, because being from a non-technical background, I thought it's really impossible for me to code and build an application. With Caffeine, I made my vision come true because I implemented this website, and I hope this website is pretty much useful for everyone in the public to know about the water systems and their quality.
Did you come to the event with that idea in mind, or did you kind of come to it as you were playing around with the Caffeine software?
So I had in mind, but I'm not sure where to begin. But then I started exploring the features of Caffeine, and then I also like the version that, Caffeine has different versions, like a version control. I can go back and pull the draft pages back. I really like the feature. And then I thought, why not start this app? And also realized in Caffeine we can build two applications simultaneously. So I thought I'll start this one first, and maybe if it doesn't, I can switch to another app. So that's how. And this worked well, so I stick to this application.
How was the experience working with Caffeine? You obviously built a phenomenal tool. So did you enjoy the experience getting there?
Yes, I did really enjoy the experience. The good thing is that the staff, they were really helpful, and although I'm from the non-technical team, as I said, the staff were very approachable. They were friendly. They were always there to help me if I get stuck with any AI thing or any server issues, and they really helped. And it was fun. I really liked the experience. Looking forward to many more maybe hackathons in the future.
Yeah, I was blown away because you came from the non-technical track, but your application had integrated voice IA assistance. You had obviously data pulls and great data visualization on the Georgia water data. Walk me through what it was like integrating that AI into your app, and also integrating all that data into beautiful visualization.
Okay, sure. So the first thing is I've used Midjourney for the visual UI experience, where I selected an image and I converted it into a video using my certain creative skills. That was through Midjourney. And the second thing was the voice AI. So that I used 11 Labs. I took a subscription because every encounter with the voice AI is chargeable. So I took a subscription for this thing alone, and I tested and made it effective. It worked really well. And the next thing is for the data part. In 11 Labs we have something called RAG system, that is retrievable automated thing, where you can fetch data that is publicly available in the websites. You can pull the data, copy the URLs, and paste in 11 Labs, where it generates you a widget or a code. And I copied it into Caffeine, and yes, the data is all there.
Phenomenal work. I love the UX, the UI, and just the idea. Great execution. Congratulations. Thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, thank you. So you saw there from Supriya with Blue Lens, our #1, the track winner on the non-technical track. Phenomenal application. If you didn't catch the demo of it, you just go back in time on this live stream and you'll see it. And then you don't have to go back too far to see. If I can get Daryl on over here. Daryl, come on over, man. Hey, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
How does it feel to win?
Oh man, I was just coming out here to show what Caffeine can do, because I see a lot of people on Next talking about, it can't really do anything, just basic stuff. No, it can do a lot of stuff. Especially for me, I did that in just a few hours. It was like what, 3-4 hours? Yeah. So you can do a lot of things. If you have more time, you can make it, to how you want it to be.
Now, when you came here today, were you already envisioning road patrol? You and I had the chance to talk actually before the hackathon started. Is this the product you had in mind?
It was, but I was on the fence, because I was like, I don't know if they're gonna get it, because I come from a different world, so I see things differently. So I wasn't sure if everybody was gonna see it the way I see it.
So my job was to come here and show them what Caffeine can do, and show them, from my perspective, what things we can, all the different things we can do.
You did a phenomenal job. I loved the attention to detail. That was I think probably what won it over for you. The map of San Francisco in a map box, the pre-population of addresses, the share buttons, just basically the end-to-end design that kind of came through. Was this drawing from previous websites you've used before, or is this just all man, I really just want the website to be this way?
Yeah, I just, I'm a full stack developer, so, I do have a background in, building stuff. So I work a lot with designers, and, they tell me, okay, if you do it like this, make something that your grandma can use. You know what I'm saying? That's what they tell me. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make it as simple as possible. I even added the tutorial for a reason, okay, that's how it works. So it just comes from, experience and just working with designers.
Well, you got on stage, you said, look, Mom, I'm famous. You're walking home with this award. Show that to the camera just so they can see, make your mom proud there. What advice do you have for everyone who's on this alpha release list, who's about to get access to Caffeine? What advice do you have for them?
Well, every idea is a good idea. You just have to put it out there. Whatever you have going on, just put it out there. Caffeine lets you do it. I thought about this and I was like, okay, maybe I actually had 2 apps in mind. But I was like, you know what? I can actually make both of them at the same time and kind of see, okay, which one do I want to go with more? So I would just tell them, just go out there, put your idea out there. Caffeine helps you do this, so just go for it.
Daryl, you're a walking great advertisement for Caffeine and what is possible, and a great example of what Caffeine for everyone in the self-writing internet is going to be. Congratulations again. All right, we'll have to chat again later. It's awesome. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to wrap up the live stream, and I just want to thank you so much for spending this day with us today. It's an extremely magical day. We started the day talking about the future and how the future of the internet is a self-writing future. You heard Dom say, app development is conversation. And when you start to let those words settle in on what that's going to look like, I think we're in for a very, very interesting and exciting future. Keep your eyes on Caffeine. Again, alpha release opens tomorrow. Go to caffeine.ai. Get your name on that list. You're going to get access to Caffeine on a rolling basis. And then also Caffeine AI X on X and Caffeine AI on YouTube. We look forward to seeing you at the next hackathons. Oh yeah, there you go. Are we going to get that QR code on, just scan that QR code and get your alpha access opening tomorrow. Don't delay, do that right now. And I want to wish you guys all a very happy day and good luck out there coding.